Good morning, everyone. I have not vomited today. It's a wonderful day. Congrats on hitting 1,500 gifted subs. Oh my god, Ikaron Hate, what have you done? Ikaron Hate, what have you done? Where's my little browser thingy? Where's my browser thingy? No vomit Tuesday. True. She hasn't vomited yet. There's still time. I'm sure my stomach will get angry that I'm talking soon. Ikaron, hey, thank you for that thick fucking 20 gift subs, my guy. Congrats on hitting the 1,500. You fucking psychopath. Thank you. Thank you. Bigu. Congrats on no vomit. Thank you. I'm happy that I'm not vomiting.
Foxu spent her cubes. Spends all day in magnet tubes. Kirsche flail.
Oh my god, I hated the magnet tube. I hated it. Cold Acid, thank you for the $25 doodles. Thank you. Oh my god. This is your song. Thank you. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. This is your song. Thank you, Smug Goat. Thank you, Smug Goats, for the 100 slaves. Thank you. I roll up them sleeves, chatters. Let's chisel the Foxu debt down to any and all they can. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it's my pain specialist, when I asked him, because he was like, yeah, we're gonna get you some MRIs, and I was like, I don't have insurance. How much are MRIs? And he's like, oh, it should be like, yeah, 300 to 400 for each one. And I was like, oh, well, that's kind of expensive, but probably doable. And then, you know, when I got to the place to actually get the MRIs done, they were like, oh, you know, you're gonna be paying like $3,000 basically. It's nice that you get like massive discounts when you're self-pay, because they don't have to bother with all of the regulations and the wait time and the hassle of insurance. It's like it's nice that it wasn't $10,000 for sure, but $3,000 was way more than I was expecting it to be. And Nimothy is missing. I usually don't like it when Nimothy makes like goal bars, but for this I asked Nimothy to make one. I asked him to make one when I got home. I was like, it's time. We're gonna have to set up a bar. But he's busy at the moment, so he'll set that up when he gets back from AFK. Open MRI is a bit less claustrophobic than the tube from someone that used one. I don't know where I can find one of those, but like, yeah, if those exist, I definitely want one of those. I was panicking pretty fucking hard. Like, they had to pull me out of the tube because like, they could tell I was panicking, which is, I mean, it's nice. They have like a little speaker in there. That was nice. Nim is worth at least 3,000 on the slave market. You should check it. And you cracked up on the skateboard this summer and ended up in urgent care. You refused the CAT scan for this very reason. MRI sounds like techno. I would say the MRI kind of sounds like a mix between being next to a construction zone and dubstep. And like there's this weird like knocking noise that it makes occasionally. Like when all other noises stop, it makes like this like just knocking occasionally. And the knocking sounds like something you would hear with like binaural audio in an indie horror game. So like it kept freaking me out. it freaked me the fuck out. I hated it. And like they gave me like the face cloth to cover my eyes so I would freak out less. But with the movement of the bed that like puts you inside the tube, the face cloth would always fall off my eyes. And so I could just like see inside the tube, which would make me panic more. Is that the charge for the MRI? It is the charge for the MRI. I was charged $2,938 and I was like, well, I can't pay that today, so. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Thank you, Dressed Glass. Thank you for the 420 slaves! Blaze it, MRI. blaze the MRI machine, honestly.
Munya. Oh my gosh, Snowbay, don't apologize! Don't do that! You're fine! You're fine! Thank you! Thank you! Wilhelm writes, thank you! Thank you, Wilhelm, for the 100 slaves, my guy. Thank you for the 100 slaves.
Repair fund.
The repair fund, please repair me. I am grandma. It's rough out here. Congrats on the subs reach, and congrats to the Canadians. I don't understand anything you just said. Is it possible to get it lower by asking for an itemized bill? I have no idea. I have no idea if I can, like, get it lower, or who I would even talk to in order to be like, hey, can I pay less? Bigglesworth, thank you for the huge 3,300. Ah! Dick biddies! Thank you for the dick biddies! Oh, it's about Trudeau resigning? Yeah, I did see that. I did see that. He's like, I'm getting the fuck out of here before Trump's second term. Thank you, Ikron Hate. Ikron Hate, you psycho. Thank you for the 500 slaves. Thank you.
Medical slaves for ERSRY for all caps can't get over how you pay 20 fucking times what we do.
Yeah, I don't know how we pay 20 fucking times what we do. And I tried. I thought the place that I scheduled my appointment was an imaging center, but it turns out it was just a normal medical center. And I was like, I don't know how to tell the difference. They don't tell you the difference when you're trying to fucking schedule an appointment. Call their billing department. Healthcare is haggled. Okay. Maybe there'll be like a phone number for the billing department on my bill? Question mark?
For the Kirsche Medical Fund. Figured I'd put my money where my mouth is. Sorry I'm late, much love.
Sliggity Potate, thank you for the 200 slaves! Don't apologize! You always get her exactly when you mean to. Don't worry about it! Thank you, Sliggity Potate. Thank you. Thank you for 200 slaves. Oh, thank you.
And Eker on Hate, thank you again for the huge fucking 500. Yeah, I don't know how we pay so much fucking money here in the US, man. This is why you just ignore the pain until you die. I actually got like a preliminary thing, like they uploaded my MRI scans to my like patient thingy, and they were like, oh, here's like our preliminary findings before your doctor goes over it. And basically, not using the large doctor words they use, because I was like, what the fuck is even that? My entire spine is fucked. Wait a minute, what the fuck? What the fuck?
What the fuck? Thank you, Jasaria. Thank you, Jasaria, for the 1,000 fucking slaves.
For medical expenses.
Just this man's probably a doctor himself. God damn. Way too dang. Thank you. Thank you, Jasaria, for helping fund my MRI. Thank you. Thank you. Does Nim even need to make a bar? I guess Nim doesn't need to make a bar. It's fine that he didn't. Thank you. Thank you, Jasaria. That's crazy fucking kind of you. Thank you. Thank you, crazy Jasaria, man. The army being raised. The slaves are gonna build me my own MRI machine.
Thank you, Desert Ghost. Thank you, Desert Ghost, for the 100 slaves. Thank you.
Come on, guys, we're going to have it paid for before Nim has a chance to make the bar.
Oh my god.
Kirsche coconut.
Coconut. Munya.
Build your own MRI, make the slaves pay for it. Hopefully you won't need another scan. They told me I should get another one with contrast, but it's just like, That's a lot of money. They were like, yeah, you know, there was some movement, so we can't really tell what's going on. And I was like, bitch, I was told that they were good.
Thank you, Spider God. Thank you, Spider God, for the 100 fucking slaves. Thank you.
I can't watch live right now, but here's my contribution to the Foxu MRI Fund. Hope the procedure will help the docs find the issue. Kirsche. Foxu mega cute and wonderful, less than 3.
You're wonderful, Spider God. Thank you. Thank you for the 100 slaves. Thank you, thank you. Thank you.
Ooh. Ooh. Oh, the happy butter dog, man.
Hey. Butter dog. The dog with the butter. The butter dog. Bagelsworth, thank you for the 69.
All I have is a slightly buttered dog. The nightmare tube is good for you.
Put the slightly buttered dog in the MRI machine.
Surely they'll find something on him.
Thank you. Thank you, Bagelsworth, for the 69. A buttered doggos. Thank you.
What about your spine? Need to check your insurance plan? I don't have insurance. I'm an uninsured lady. Because my monthly payments were exorbitantly expensive.
MRI
and I've not qualified for any of the state healthcare benefits, unfortunately.
Joel had a rating!
Pretty responsive if you tell them you can't pay that much money. Medical costs are very often written off as losses by medical offices and hospitals.
Oh, Zoltar, I'm gonna have to give that a try. I'm gonna have to be like, hello, please, I am poor, and you told me my spine is turning into a titan from that anime show.
Joel Hadarady, thank you for the 100 slaves, thank you!
Your name makes me think of a Pokemon trainer every time I read it, man.
Thank you! Thank you.
F, only tiny hiccup? God, fuck you, Red Square, don't you come around today. A Zoltar Death Ninja, thank you for the 25. Thank you for the 25. I'll have to try some Chinese woman haggling. Attack on Kirsche. So, what you're saying is you don't want to pay $200 a month for the insurance. You're a fucking idiot. I could afford $200 a month. The last number I was quoted when I tried applying for insurance was $680 a month. Yeah, ain't no way I'm paying that. $680 a month is fucking highway robbery, my guy. Like, there's no fucking way. Fuck that. It's because I have pre-existing conditions in regards to my back pain and asthma. And if you have pre-existing conditions, they pretty much tell you you're gonna pay a fuck ton of money or you're gonna get lost. It's a small mortgage from 15 years ago. How much is Obamacare? I don't qualify for Obamacare, which is why I had to pay the penalty until Trump got rid of it. I didn't qualify for Obamacare because I made too much money, but I couldn't afford the payment for real healthcare. So I got stuck paying the penalty for being uninsured, which is why Trump was a lord and savior in his first term. Thanks, Obama. And they say, hey, you're an expensive pay piggy. You give us the money? Yeah, basically. Yeah, basically, man. Oh my god.
Strong-armed henchman. I need more of you. Thank you for the 20 gift subs, my guy. Thank you. Thank you for the 20 strong-armed henchmen. Thank you.
$680 a month is cheap. You're looking at about $2,500 for your family. Sir, I don't have a family. I'm a single person. What do you mean by this? You've got over $900 a month. That doesn't mean $600 is cheap. You're fucking out of your mind. If your insurance costs more than your housing rent, you've got a problem. True and real. What do you mean have a man family of 14? If you're uninsured, what's the 10K about and why did they deduct 7K? So, some people will say that hospitals will just make up fucking prices because they want insurance to pay exorbitant amounts and then they lie to people about how much things really cost. Maybe they do. I have absolutely no idea exactly how our system works because it's so convoluted and fucked up. But as someone who's been uninsured for probably like six or 7 years now, whenever you do self-pay, a lot of doctors' offices will give you really steep discounts because they don't have to deal with insurance. And not having to deal with insurance means that they don't have to haggle as much. They don't have to go through as many, like, regulations and protocols. The only reason my pain specialist was able to give me opiates when I saw him was because I didn't have insurance. If I had insurance, they would have made him jump through hoops before being able to give me opiates. Even though the opiates he gave me are, like, bottom of the barrel, most mild opiates available. So, insurance causes a lot of issues and delays and nonsense costs for things that you don't necessarily need. So when you're paying out of pocket, they will be like, oh yeah, we'll just give you some pretty fucking huge discounts on this. Like, for a while, for my gynecologist, when I had insurance, I was paying like $20 per appointment with insurance. And then without insurance, I was paying like $40, and then it went back down to $20. So I was like, oh, okay. There was a period of like a couple of months where they forgot, quote unquote, that I was self-pay and had me paying like $100. And then I got a mail, and they were like, oh, we thought that we were billing you for insurance, but we noticed that you were paying out of pocket, so here's all this money back. Congratulations, welcome to Whiplash Streamer.
Wah, wah, wah.
It sure is interesting how they have 70% of the expenses completely unjustified unless it's through medical insurance. We're being scammed as a nation by the hospital industry. I'd say we're being scammed both by hospitals and by insurance. Because there's no reason that insurance should be as expensive as it is and then not cover as much as it does. Fogged on both sides, yep. That's a nice, a lot of places would never. This is why insurance is insane, yeah, right? Scammed by hospitals who are enabled by a government-regulated insurance industry. So, the preliminary stuff about my spine before my doctor, like, actually looks at it is basically, like, from my neck to the base of my spine is basically growing extra bone and encasing itself in said bone, and also growing extra bones on the sides. So essentially I'm turning into a titan. I'm just becoming bone. And because it's making so much extra bone and that's narrowing like the canals in my spine, my nerves have less space to like go through all of the canals like a normal human being, which explains all of the nerve damage issues I've had for years, and also explains, ever since I had my accident, why when I stand up for long periods of time, my back feels like it hardens intensely and becomes like a slab of concrete. It's because it's been making extra bones. It's because it's becoming a bone armor. She's the worst X-Man. She's digi-evolving. I love milk. Oh my god. Extra bone +1 armor.
Thank you, Wild Red. Thank you, Wild Red, for the 100 slaves. Demolish the debt pyramid. Thank you. Thank you, Wild Red.
Demolish the debt pyramid.
Thank you. Thank you, Wild Red.
Rip Wonder Chosen. Hard agree. Hard agree. You really are the weatherman's replacement, down to the odd medical issue. Dude, I was thinking that. I was like, man, I'm gonna have to ask Medicare about his, like, weird spinal encasement thing he has, because clearly I'm gonna need one of those. And milk builds strong bones. You need soda and other bone degenerative substances. So, apparently this weird, like, bone titan disease is a degenerative disease that's essentially, in layman's terms, explained as, like, arthritis of the spine, I guess, because like that was also mentioned alongside the bone stuff, and I'm like, yeah, that also makes sense. That also makes sense. All of my issues for the last like decade and some change make a ton of sense now. This makes a lot of sense. Does this go all the way back to you breaking your ass inline skating? It does. It goes all the way back to there. And I want to say like 2019 or 2020, like while I was streaming and still trying to see doctors and complaining about my back pain to them and basically being written off as like a hysterical woman or hallucinating, so I need to be checked into a mental facility. Because of how long doctors didn't take me seriously, it's real bad. It, like, my spine is not in good shape. My Foxy's becoming a Cubone. Please wear my skull when I die. Don't make me pull up the Kyle Hill video. I don't know what that is. Foxy has a boner. Damn doctors are not listening to women. Unfortunately so. Unfortunately so. And they also said that in my C7, which both my chiropractor and my massage therapist have commented on how my C7 feels like the most fucked up part of my back. Apparently in my C7 there's some like ovular object that shouldn't be there. And the preliminary analysis is just like, well, there was some motion, so we can't really tell if this is like from motion blur or if this is like an actual ovular object we should be worried about. And they gave like the exact dimensions of it. And I was like, I read this and I was like, what the fuck do you mean motion blur? I got out of the tube and I was like, oh, is everything okay? I was like worried about how still I was being, and the tech was like, oh no, we got amazing images. You did very well staying so still. And I was like, hell yeah, it's great. But in the preliminary analysis, they're just like, oh, it's hard to tell because there's a decent amount of motion blur, so we recommend having another MRI and also another MRI with contrast. And it's like, I don't want either of those. I don't want to go back in the tube.
To have bone growths on the outside like Houndoom from Pokemon. X-Man Foxy with bone growths for weapons.
I'm gonna have the bone growth weapons.
IRL.
Sylvani VT, thank you for the $25 doodles. Thank you. I'm gonna turn into a Pokemon. Ask him for a BOGO at that price. Unironically though, where's my little Stampy card for being self-pay so I like get 5 MRIs, get 1 free? Motion blur equals we're looking for any excuse to make you go back into the magnet too. That's how I felt. I was like, there's no way. And plus, since this is preliminary, I'm gonna wait for my actual doctor to look at them and give me, obviously, his opinion. And they were also like, it seems like your spleen might be enlarged. Maybe it'll explode. We don't know. We recommend getting a CAT scan to check for that because this was looking at your spine and not your organs. And I'm like, what? Why would my spleen be exploding? What does it even do? Wait for your specialist. Yeah, I was a smart fox you when I scheduled my specialist appointment for 2 days after my MRI. So I see him on Thursday. Why would they scan a cat? That won't help. Well, I am a cat if you think about it. I'm a spicy cat. Did you get a copy so you can make sure your doc gets it? No, they're uploaded to like my patient thingy so he can just like log into that and look at it. Trip to another country seems like it'd be cheaper than this shit. Yeah. Yeah, true. Spleen is one of the filters. Spleen recycles blood. Oh no. Oh no, my blood's not gonna get recycled. I thought spleen was one of the things that you could get removed and like still live completely fine. Did you want more chances to scam you out of more money? True and real. You're gaining superpowers, but your spleen might explode. That's what I'm hearing. I don't know if my spine creating bone armor for itself is a superpower, considering how much pain it puts me in the... Did I go to the planet from the Alien movies? I'd probably be less fucked up if I did, let's be real. I think spleen as it grows back, not that it can be removed. Okay, you can live without a spleen. If the spleen recycles blood, then what does the liver do? I thought the liver was like for filtering food stuff, which is why like alcohol can kill your liver. Thankfully, I don't drink very much. You got boned. Oh my god, little speedboat, you're fucking nuts! Do 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 do. Do
do do do. Do 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 do.
This is your song.
Thank you, Low Speed Boot. Thank you, Low Speed Boot, for the 500 slaves. Thank you. Thank you.
Apparently my bank hates stream elements. That's weird. That's weird. But you will not be denied throwing reckless amounts of money at the Foxy.
Thank you. Thank you for funding my MRI.
Liver is for filtering poisons. Kidneys are also a filter, but also different. Uh-huh. Okay, alright. Kirsche breaks her ass. Kirsche's body. Time to grow more spine.
It's so fucking weird.
Oh, we just can't tell. We're so sorry, Sue, sorry. Would you like to get another date with spinning magnets just in case?
No spinning magnet date.
Ikaron, hey, thank you for the $25 doodles. Thank you. The liver filters the blood that just absorbed stuff out of your intestines. Kidneys filter the rest of your blood. So what the fuck does the spleen do? What does the spleen do? But yeah, no, when I got like on the like little stretcher thingy that goes into the magnet tube, I was already kind of panicking. Like that, like from the outside, the tube looks really fucking small. Like it looks really fucking tiny. And then they put you on that stretcher and they like wrap you in a sheet to kind of help you glide along the fucking sides of the machine. And like they strap you down with like these bars that aren't metal because like you can't put metal in the magnet tube. But they strap you down with these bars and then they like tuck stuff in near your neck. And I was like crying and almost hyperventilating. And she's just like, you're gonna be fine. Everything's fine. I was like, I'm sorry. I just get really, really anxious when I do doctor stuff and anything new makes me extra scared. It's like, and she's like, I'm gonna give you this little air squishy. And if at any point you feel like you're having a panic attack or like something's wrong, just squeeze all the air out of the bulb and we'll take you out of the tube. And I was like, okay, I got the air squishy. And so I go in the tube and like there's a speaker in there. Thank God. That makes it feel a little better. It kind of makes you feel like you're in like a spaceship almost. Because it sounds like the same quality of radio when you hear like people talking in the space station and shit. And she's like, okay, all right, so are you as comfortable as possible? And I'm like, yeah, I guess so. And so they start the machine and it makes all of its like little dubstep construction noises. And then like I had to lay in there for basically an hour since I was getting 2 pictures taken. And like I guess they could tell that I was moving my fingers a bit at like towards the end of the first image because the speaker came on again and she was just like, are you doing okay in there? Are you doing all right? And I was like, no, I can't feel my arms. Like I had been trying to lay like so stiff that I guess the way that I had been like holding my arms and my hands were completely asleep. And if I tried wiggling my fingers, it caused like intense pain. And I couldn't close my hand enough to like squeeze the air out of the air squishy. So I had started breathing really hard and panicking because like I couldn't, my lifeline was the air squishy and I couldn't squish it. So that was really scary. And she pulled me out of the machine and she was like, well, you got 4 minutes left on your lower back image and then we can do your upper back, your neck image. And I was like, okay. And the neck one, I felt like the neck one went way better. And they were just like, you gotta remember, like, don't swallow because even swallowing can cause issues with the imaging. And I'm like, that seems kind of fucked. Like, this is the best way that we have to take images of your bones and your nerves. And, like, even swallowing can fuck it up. My $3,000 pictures can get fucked up by swallowing. That seems like our technology should have advanced a bit more, in my opinion. How the fuck are you supposed to not swallow? I don't fucking know, man. Imagine the cost increase because the scan didn't go smoothly. No, you pay before you do the scan. So like this was before I even went into the magnet machine. Like you pay beforehand. Like not the whole thing, but they make you put down a deposit and then they're just like, "Oh, I mean, I guess if you're too poor, you can do a payment plan for the rest of it. But after I got out, I was just like, thank you for dealing with me. I'm sorry I got so anxious, and I hope the images came out well. I tried my best to lay very still. And the lady was just like, yeah, you did very well. We got some really great images. But then in my preliminary thing, they're just like, so much motion blur, and come in for a new one. So, MRIs are literally a marvel of engineering. It's amazing that it works at all. Yeah, well, it should be better. Did I assume it was back pain from a large chest all these years? No, I knew it was back pain stemming from my rollerblading accident. I even had a scare where I thought I was gonna be fucking paralyzed. Like, I knew how bad this shit was, but doctors never took me seriously. Well, they kept ordering x-rays and being like, oh, we see nothing wrong with you. Maybe you're hallucinating, you silly woman. You know, all of the x-rays were kind of, I thought they were worthless, but it turns out it was actually the doctors reading them who were worthless. Because the x-rays I got from my chiropractor, which, by the way, were still expensive, but hundreds of dollars cheaper than getting them done with my actual doctors, literally got x-rays done, and then, like, the same day, he's like, oh yeah, your neck's fucked, you have a backwards curve. I was like, what the fuck? How did none of my doctors ever fucking notice this? You think a backwards neck curve would be like, oh, I'm a doctor, I have a doctor degree, I can tell what way the bone is supposed to bend, but apparently fucking not. They don't know shit. Spinal subluxation, you've got that? Yeah, it's fucking... They didn't turn motion blur off before playing, unironically. Bro got full-blown scoliosis. Actually, that was the one thing positive that my MRI results said. They were like, oh, no scoliosis present. And I was like, hell yeah, thumbs up. It's literally only my neck that has a backwards curve. My spine, straight as fuck, thumbs up. My discs, perfect condition. Everything about my spine, perfect, except it's making extra bone. And it's encasing itself in the extra bone and making little extra bone babies on the sides. So if it weren't just aggressively boning itself, I'd have a great spine. The best spine, even. Thanks, China. Oh, what? Yeah, Kirsche got passed over by the bone fairy. Oh, God. It's not that doctors don't know shit. It's that there's a long history of women overreacting. There's a reason why women were prescribed opiates. They could chill the fuck out. I feel like it's less that
MRIs
and more
and other images
people just don't take women seriously when they talk about pain.
It's
also why it's a lot more difficult for women to get diagnosed with stuff like muscular dystrophy. Bone-itis.
Well soon.
Brave SJ, thank you for the $25 doodles. Yeah, I know other insurances don't want to pay for like MRIs and stuff. Maybe that's why my doctors kept ordering me x-rays, because they were like, oh, your insurance doesn't want to pay for anything before we get x-rays. I'm like, but I had x-rays done last year. And they're like, oh no, those are out of date. We need new x-rays. Pregnancy can reduce bone density. Oh, that's true. Chat, get me pregnant multiple times. Maybe it will reduce the bone encasement of my spine. Hey, yo, Doc, can I get the spine boneless? 100% true. Your wife spent years trying to find a reason she had issues. Doctors kept not believing her. It's fucking awful, man. Screwed up your back in the Navy years ago. Despite x-rays, MRIs, and other things showing your messed up back, they still say, we just can't figure out where all this pain is coming from. Thanks, I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. Give my viewership to add to the view count. Thank you, Violet. Thank you, Violet. How the fuck does an x-ray not see bone spurs in the spine? Also a great question. Maybe they're like small enough that like the x-ray can't pick them up, but the MRI does? I don't know. I don't even know if they're bone spurs, because they didn't say bone spurs in my preliminary thing. They were just like bone protrusions that shouldn't be there. Kirsche getting boned after all these years of being single. These are the new doctors that believe certain conditions can identify as non-existing. Thanks, I hate it. The Foxu who cried wolf. I wasn't crying wolf, though. I was being honest about my issues. Oh my god. Spurs are sharper, you think? Maybe? I don't know. I have no idea. I think the doctors wouldn't be worried that AI wouldn't take their jobs if they're this bad at troubleshooting issues. I need a male advocate who won't take no for an answer. Clearly, that's what I need. I need somebody who's just like, look, I live with this retard. Here's all the things that impact her on a daily basis that she's not exaggerating. Kier can't lose her memory when she ate the armor titan, and now the armor titan wants out.
What the heck?
Sir, I'm her wrangler. Trust me, she's not lying. Jingle jangle goes the spine spurs. Thanks, I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. Some doctors just suck. You had a fracture in your foot arc and the doctor missed it. Shit was plain as day when you saw the actual image. Jesus Christ. She wasn't crying wolf. She was crying my fucking back. True and real. Unfortunately. Now you know what the issue is at least. You can attack this. I don't even know how you attack this. How do I reduce my spine encasing itself in bone? And how do I reduce spinal arthritis? What do you even do for that? I sure hope they can do something. I mean, I hope they can do something too. Maybe I'll actually get like a good opiate now that I know my spine is retarded. I don't know, man. A grinding wheel. On this exact issue, you can drop a link to a video about how doctors used to irritate their patients hundreds of times over the yearly limit in a few minutes with a broken machine. And when patients complained how they felt terrible, they called them crazy. Oh no, I believe you, man. I believe. I don't trust doctors. I trust doctors ever so slightly more than I trust the government. Which is not very much. Spine reflects the chat. Sorry, no cure for spine-itis. They'll have to put you on the breaking wheel. Hopefully I don't start losing inches from my spine degradation. Had a bilateral break in your jaw. Army dentist said your x-rays look fine and you had to drive to the base ER to finally get a scan that showed your jaw was broken. Jesus. Was a nursing himbo, you'll advocate for my Foxu. I'll even get on your healthcare plan because we get the good shit. I need the good shit, dude. I'm fucking broken. Lobotomies were considered a groundbreaking cure for out-of-control people. Hey, so were transition surgeries for children. I'm sure we won't look back on those like we do lobotomies now anytime soon. Keep with your chiropractor at least. I mean, I'm gonna have to like show my chiropractor this stuff and be like, is it even safe for you to try cracking my back while it's making extra bones? How does that work? Fiance had years of doctors ignoring her. She had to have organs removed. Jesus Christ. Saying that you have something similar to Mick Mars. I don't know who that is. So that's where Mediker's spine went. It just started growing into yours. We have bisecting conditions. His spine removes itself and adds to mine. There's a leech for that. What the fuck? What the heck? Sorry, Kirsche, your back has been deemed a cooking style and is in fact not boneless. Tell us how your massage therapist reacts. I mean, she's probably gonna be like, I can't believe how right I was about the specific areas in your back that are fucked. Because she's like, she's a massage therapist. She's not a doctor. But the fact that like the things that she said just from being able to feel in my back were reflected in the results of my x-ray, my MRI, what my pain specialist told me. Like that, this is a good fucking massage therapist, unironically. Now you have something in common with Peekle, a fucked spine. We can be hunchbacked in the hospice together. Oh my god, your muscles are probably subconsciously reacting to the localized pain. Yeah, probably. What is the potential cure? I have no idea. I guess that's what I'll find out Thursday when my pain specialist goes over the MRIs. And then I'm like, okay, well, how do I deal with my spine becoming all bone? We need to infect Kirsche with osteoporosis. This is what happens to women if they go too long without having children. They just start making too much bone. Please, save your women by fucking them and impregnating them. They'll cut you open and shave off the extra bones. Don't say that. That sounds horrifying. Sounds absolutely terrifying. Medicare and Kirsche need to team up and compare medical notes. Menopause will fix you. Thanks, I hate it. He was, answered your questions on stuff you asked. You remember you had a doctor that was from India? He went above and beyond, than the native population doctors? I'm glad you've had a good experience, with that kind of doctor. I have not. The ghost of Abe watches this stream. Truly. She can donate her excess spine to the hat salesman. Oh my god. Get deboned! I need to be deboned before I am eaten. I just missed the stream. What did the scan find? I'm making extra bones. My spine is going to become solid bone. Hi, Kier. How's your Titan spine treating you? I want to die. Look at Kesha over here hawking all the spine. Oh my god. Probably need to change posture, and they'll probably give you some non-steroidal anti-inflammatory, and... Well, I've had anti-inflammatory stuff, and it didn't work. So, maybe if we put our spines together, we can become the mega cripple and overthrow the health insurance industry. True and real! Having your spine shaved isn't too bad. Your mom just had hers done, and she's doing amazing. Yeah, but it sounds terrifying. I don't want to have to start getting, like, spinal shavings like it's a fucking haircut, man. No more wiggly, Foxy. Let's get the most out of the time we have left. Yeah, I like how they threw in the, like, oh yeah, your spleen might be enlarged, but we can't tell because we weren't looking for your organs, we were looking at your bones. But, like, if your spleen is enlarged, like, it could explode, and, like, if that happens, you'll have, like, 3 years to live. Come in and pay us more money for a CAT scan. I was like, oh, that's not terrifying at all. If shaving your spine means you get relief, you do it. Yeah, right? No wonder she's so resilient. I am a resilient Foxu. No one can call you spineless. Oh my god. I can't Tim's dog chew on my neck a bit? I don't know about that. Revert to bread. Guy sounds like a mechanic at a shady shop. Really does. Really, like, you go in for, like, a simple fucking oil change or something, and they're like, oh, you know, your transmission seems to be growing extra metal. We're gonna need to rip that out and give you a new one. So it's gonna be like $2,000 more. No big deal. Lidocaine patches are your new best friend. Those actually did absolutely nothing for me. I bought lidocaine patches when I was in my, like, peak pain and having to use, like, pasta boxes to stretch on stream. Lidocaine patches did nothing. Could this be an unformed twin I consumed in the womb? I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. The spleen can be removed, but you'll be on meds for the rest of your life. Your liver will be working overtime. What happens if, like, your spleen and your liver both explode? Do you just die? Look at it this way. You can show this to anyone who says you're spineless. If anything, you have too much spine. True. True. I have omega spine. The pasta box stretching was peak streaming. Liver disease is a death sentence. Oh, okay. Alright. You can't live without a liver. Well, alright. Hopefully that doesn't happen to me. Hopefully only the spleen explodes. You'd probably go ouch and then die. It's a good thing the mechanic you go to doesn't try to scam whenever you take your car in for regular maintenance. You gotta find, like, a small, nice local family machonkic. Could I donate some of the spine to Congress? I mean, I don't know if I can. Liver failure is a slow, painful death as your body is unable to counter the basic toxins in your life. If your liver explodes, you can have mine. I'm not using it. Well, my liver should be in pretty good condition, because, like, I don't drink. I don't do anything crazy that would affect my liver. I guess I eat fried foods, which can be bad, but, like, excess spine shaving merch drop. What the fuck? Don't explode, please. I'll try my best.
This is your song, thank you.
Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
This is your song,
Thank you, Kane Heresy. Thank you, Kane, for the 100 slaves. Thank you.
Guess I'll join the repair fund. Don't explode, please.
I'll do my best to not explode. Thank you, Kane. Thank you, Kane. You've had your spine scraped a few times over the years. See, that just sounds horrifying, man. Just be like the Rothschilds, take someone else's spine? Can I just get a mechanical spine? Do we still need the metal coffin dono bar? I don't think we do. I haven't been adding it up, but I don't think we need you to make a bar. Help! You slept through it? Yeah, the MRI lady was just like, oh, you can feel free to take a nap if you want to. I was like, how the fuck is anyone gonna nap in this tube? Even with earplugs in, it was so fucking loud and scary. Wanted a reminder about the Sam Hyde video? Oh yeah, that's true, thank you. The honorable chatters are mega base, true and real, Nimothy. You're talking about growing a spine. Did I watch the Zuckerbot Facebook changes video? I didn't, but I heard about it. You had a lot of MRIs as a child. They're sort of comfy. What the fuck is wrong with you? One of the things I was thinking of as I was being squished inside my metal tube of construction and dubstep was I was like, if I'm being squished in here, if I like have, you know, my arms like touching the sides of the tube, and I don't even have like the broadest of shoulders, right, as a whammon, how the fuck do they fit like big lumberjack men inside this tube? I was like, there's no way that big beefcake men can fit inside here. So part of like my relaxing process to not freak out inside the tube was trying to figure out how they would fit men inside of it.
This is my first donation and you deserve it for being highly amusing for years. This is all I have. I am not rich, so sorry I can't give more. I'm usually 2x VoD gang, so hearing slaves at the normal speed is weird.
Jesse Jinx, thank you for the $25 doodles. Booba Titan, by the way. Thank you, Serial Lurker, for helping donate to my MRI. Thank you.
You know this feel. Oh my god, do they have bigger MRIs for bigger people? Yeah, that's what they said. When I got out of my tube, I was just like, hey, I had this thought inside the tube. I was like, how do you fit like broad-shouldered men in there? And she was just like, oh, we have a bigger MRI machine in a truck out in the yard. And I was like, oh, you have a mobile MRI machine? Doesn't that create issues? Because it's like a giant magnet. Whatever, you're the doctor, you're the professional here, you know what you're doing. You use the trailer truck MRI? Yeah, but she said in a truck. I was just like, that seems kind of fucking weird, but okay. Kirsche's spine is mad at her for the lack of getting her back blown out. True and real. And I didn't even think of that. What if you're like one of those my 600-pound life people? Like, sure, the bigger MRI machine can fit the like big lumberjack men, but if you're not a big lumberjack man and you're like an amorphous blob of pudding, how the fuck can they put you in any MRI machine? Are you just fucked? Are they just like, well, you're already the weight of like 7 humans, so, I mean, everything's probably shutting down. Good luck. Zoo MRI? Literal whale MRI? Not even kidding. Is there gonna be, can I find a video of that? Can I, hold on, let me take down my browser here. Can I, super fat person MRI. Videos. New MRI machine caters to claustrophobic and obese people. Okay, that's probably like the open MRI. Obesity man gets stuck in an MRI machine. But why would they even, okay, no, this is an animation. That's not a real person. I was gonna say, why would they try putting that in there? Because that wouldn't make any sense. Why is this a thing? Why is this a thing? Why is there an animation? Why is it so expensive?
Why is it so expensive?
You're a lumberjack-sized man and you've been in the trailer truck MRI? Shit was lit!
That's spooky!
Is there any worry about, like, magnetization when you're in the truck? I feel like since it's a big magnet machine, it'd be really weird. That's my boy, Mr. Incredible. Waking up from a food coma? Oh no, that's house. That's not what I want. Can I fit in an MRI scanner? The scary truth about visual body fat. Is there really no videos of, like, obese people going in an MRI? We have, like, a gajillion seasons of My 600-Pound Life. Are you kidding me? 600-pound man MRI. The best MRI option for a big man. Doctor now kicks 735-pound man out of the hospital. Okay, that doesn't sound like an MRI. Hit by a car. Oh, I feel like if you get hit by a car when you're 600 pounds, like, there's gonna be more damage to the car than to you. Honestly. If they need it, they probably have 5 or less years anyway. What? What's happening? How long did it take you to type this out? Augustus Sinclair White, thank you for the 25. Also, you should probably see a doctor for that stroke, man. A sleeper agent awaken. I think it has to have electricity going through it for the magnet to get stronger. Someone rolled their face across their keyboard. Get the flamethrower. Oh my god. That's the sound of dedication. It's not even a cat. There's a space between every single one of those letters. He did that shit manually, man. A sleeper has awakened. Sell the excess bone from the shavings as merch. That's a good point. I wonder if they would let me keep my bone shavings. Hal was having a moment. Is this a video of a fat person MRI? A more comfortable. Oh, okay. This is an obese person. Let's see what
when
this looks
Kirsche
like.
Said that she
Wait.
wanted to get boned. She didn't mean like this. Kirsche not like this. Kirsche not like this.
Big lineman, thank you for the 50. Truly, it's the wrong kind of boning. I don't want to have armored spine. National Provider Network.
The
medical.
tubes are just too small. They're not built for larger bodies. And when you have a larger body that is stuffed into a tube and stuffed into a larger body.
This looks bigger than like the tube that I was in. Like this looks like there's more space in here, man.
Body that is stuffed into a tube and surrounding you and touching you on all sides, you kind of feel like you're trapped.
It does feel that way. My dad said the same thing. When I got out of the MRI, I was texting my dad, and he was like, "Yeah, I had a lot of anxiety going in there as well, because like you just feel like you're trapped since you're encased on all sides."
Carrie.
High field open MRI.
Show me what I can do. Okay.
It's an open-sided scanner, so there's a lot of room. There's good airflow through there, which helps people make it feel more open, and nothing usually touches them. So even if you're in a space that's not completely open...
See, I don't think this has anything to do with fat people. I think this would be good for anyone who, like, gets claustrophobic or is like doesn't like the tube touching them, like me, makes me feel trapped. Feet are free. You never felt that way. My feet being free did not help. Definitely did not help. Maybe you went into the fat people MRI. Yours didn't feel claustrophobic at all. Oh my god, it felt terrible.
We can do different things like give you a spa mask, have you close your eyes, and with nothing touching you, it just feels a lot more comfortable for the patient.
I could probably fall asleep in this one, right? It'd be like a
Nothing
fucking room.
around the sides of me. You are surrounded by air.
Oh my god, the jiggle.
And when they say open, it is open. It's not open-ended. It is open 360 degrees.
They're actually 270, but you get the picture. And also, if you look at this, like, she just barely has clearance because she's almost too big to get put in there, because it's still like a squishy pancake. Fact checked in real time. Yeah, it seems like a genuinely better machine layout. Yeah, it just seems like a better machine layout, not because you're fat, but because like it's less claustrophobic, it's more open.
60 degrees. And so there's no reason to be anxious or fearful or claustrophobic.
High-field open MRI machines accommodate bariatric, claustrophobic, and broad-shouldered patients.
You know, everyone deals with emotion differently, and most of my patients are high anxiety, so they're trying to deal with that and just get through the process. So you never know what to expect, but usually it's good. Some people just get through the process, so you never know what to expect, but usually...
I was gonna pause and be like, hold on, why is this MRI machine in a room with a window? I was in a windowless room, and then I got distracted because this thing says fucking Hitachi on my ex-sex toy company is making the MRI machines? Anxiety high, calories also high. I give you that fat bitch MRI. I'm scared, anxious. Yeah, true. I want the fat bitch MRI machine because I'm terrified. Give me the open room, dude. They're out to get you. Yeah, maybe this is gonna explode now.
It's good. Some people cry, some people hug, some people send cards.
What?
You walk out knowing that you've got your results and you're done.
Well, that was interesting. I was hoping to find a, like, not open MRI video. Because have people gotten, like, stuck in them before? Have people gotten stuck in them? Is that a thing? Hello, I Brazil. Hello, Brazil, I America. If you had to deal with people crying at work, you'd jump off a bridge. Oh, I cry every time I go to the doctor, man. Like, I am terrified of anything doctor related, and especially if I have to, like, get something that I haven't gotten before. Like, the first time I had x-rays or the first time I had an MRI. I'll probably cry if I have to do another MRI because it's still new and scary. Anytime I have to get, like, blood work and shit, yeah, I cry. I shake. I have to have, like, if I know I'm getting blood work done before I go, I basically have to be like, hey, Tim, I'm gonna need you to be a scratching post today because there's no way I'm gonna get blood drawn without, someone equally suffering with me. You're going for a colonoscopy on Friday? I'll be crying more. Oh no. You don't know about getting stuck, but you know people have suffered horrible injuries from going in with metal in their bodies, even things like prison tattoos. And my only questions were like, hey, I'm wearing nail polish, should I be worried? And they were like, no, you're fine. And I was like, I have a silver filling in my mouth because I was too poor as a child for the white fillings. And they're like, nah, you're fine. When I first got in the MRI machine, and also part of the reason that I, like, blocked the word MRI in chat was because I've been having, like, a recurring nightmare leading up to my MRI. And again, when I was being shuttled into the machine, I was also terrified of this, that just, like, the magnet would somehow pull my silver filling out and it would shoot through my skull and kill me. Annoying MRI. Yeah, I was just like, I was having very potent visions and nightmares of this. How do you not condense into a black hole of stress? I'm used to the high levels of anxiety, unfortunately. Silver and gold aren't magnetic, so it's fine. Yeah, but I don't know how much silver is in the silver filling and how much other metal is in it, right? So, like, maybe it was magnetic, and I'm in a big magnetic tube. Oh my god, there's too much iron in your blood. Damn, that's hardcore. So MRI is still blocked? No, it's unblocked now, because I had the MRI done. You get used to it the 17th time around. I don't think I can afford 17 MRIs. Hopefully I don't need that many. Imagine the tube is a sandworm from Dune. I don't want to get eaten. A silver is diamagnetic, actually. I don't know what that means. You're surprised MRIs don't first do a low power scan to check for metallic items. Same. I actually didn't even have to get undressed and put on a hospital gown. I came into the back room and they were like, oh, you can put your purse in this locker and we'll give you a key and you can lock it up. And I did that and I was like, oh, do I have to put on a hospital gown? And they were like, are you wearing a bra? And I was like, no. And so they were like, no, you can just wear your clothes. And I was like, oh, okay. And she was like, wait, what are your leggings made out of? And I was like, cotton? And she's like, are they Lululemon? And I was like, no, they're not. They're just cotton. And they're like Vera Wang or some shit. And she's like, oh, no, you're fine. I don't know why she asked specifically about Lululemon. Do they put fucking magnetic shit in their fibers? That's weird.
Thank Thank you, DRT is king! Thank you, DRT is king, for the 100 fucking slaves.
You had an MRI in 2023 after a giga seizure, but the tube played movie music that calmed you down.
I wish mine played music. What the fuck? What the fuck?
That's probably actually the real reason. Hidden metals. Yeah, I was wearing like a cotton. It was like the top of the dress was cotton and the bottom was lace, and then I was wearing just like cotton leggings. Whenever I go to like some place that I figure I'll be getting undressed, like a doctor appointment or like my massage therapist, I typically don't wear a bra. Cause like, what would the point be, right? Like, I'm going to get undressed. I don't want to deal with like hook and eye closures. And especially like a massage therapist thing, like I want to be relaxed, right? I'm not going to wear a bra. I'm not going to wear a bra to that shit. So when I go to a doctor's appointment, I just don't wear one. So when they were just like, "Oh, are you wearing one?" And I was like, "No." They're like, "Oh, you just keep your own fucking clothes on." Imagine if someone goes in for an MRI with a special cage on. There was a guy who wore a butt plug to one for some fucking reason. KB posted a link here. What is this link? Lululemon has no place in an MRI suite. What the fuck? A board-certified neurosurgeon is warning patients to think twice about what they're wearing. Hello? I do not wish to subscribe. When undergoing an MRI scan. A Betsy Grunch, Maryland. Oh, no, that's just MD, like doctor. Betsy Grunch, I was so distracted by her last name, in Gainesville, Georgia, took to social media to deter patients from donning popular athleisure brand Lululemon to their MRI appointment. Don't get me wrong, I love my Lulu, but there's actually metal woven into the fabric, Grunch explains. Grunch goes on to share a photo that contains a list of materials contained in the fabric of Lululemon's products, as well as similar products from other brands. She freezes the screen to highlight one component in particular, X-Static nylon. X-Static is pure silver that's permanently bonded to the nylon. For athleisure wear such as Lululemon, it's an antimicrobial and it helps with odor protection. Oh, hold on! I thought silver was like not magnetic! I'm getting mixed signals here! Grunge should have been in a band! Oh, well, these may be great qualities for workout attire. Metallic fibers have no place in an MRI suite, as there is a risk that they could heat up. If you wear it and you get into an MRI machine, it could potentially cause skin burns. See, that was another thing I was worried about, and also why MRI was a blocked term. Because, like, online, when you Google it, you get mixed messages about wearing nail polish to an MRI. There are some people who are like, "Oh, don't wear it, it'll burn you, you'll get burns under your fingernails." And there are other people who are like, "Oh, it's fine. I had both my acrylics on and my toes done and I was completely fine. There's nothing wrong." So like, looking it up online is functionally fucking useless. So I was also terrified somehow that like my nails would not only like get burned, but because of the strong magnets, my nails would get like pulled off my body. So like, instead of getting like nailed off like I'm in Higurashi, they just would have gotten fucking pulled off and stuck to the roof of the tube above me. I was like imagining worst case scenario. Like my nails getting pulled off, my hands are bleeding out, my fucking tooth filling, just like getting pulled out and shot through my brain meats. WebMD is useless. No way. Nails aren't magnetic. Yeah, but there's metals in some polishes. And so if there's metals in your polish, that it could heat up and it could burn underneath your nail. WebMD is not your doctor. Metals can heat up. If it's a problem, you get a nice cover bag that somehow helps, but only a huge amount will burn. Yeah, I'm just wearing regular nail polish, so I was completely fine. I'm sorry your brain conjures such elaborate torture scenarios. It's a side effect of having really bad anxiety. Kier, you're killing me. What do you mean? Conductor in a moving magnetic field. Oh my god, can you... If there would be like an indie horror game where like part of the game you have to get an MRI and then you get stuck in the tube and then like they're increasing the magnetization and you're like struggling to get out and you have to like unclip the fucking bars that clip you to the fucking table in there. Oh my god, that'd be so scary! Creates an opposing magnetic field. Make it a VR game. I don't want to actually have a heart attack, okay? Dead Space 2 flashbacks. I don't think I played the second one yet. That already exists in Metal Gear Solid 4? Oh no. She just doesn't know when to stop thinking. I can't stop thinking. Which is why sometimes, you know, I imbibe the vitamins. They make my brain slow down and I stop thinking of nightmarish situations. It feels really nice. Now we need you to stream Dead Space 2. Metal Gear Solid 4 is a microwave hallway. Oh god. The needle section from Dead Space 2? Sounds about right for anxiety people. True. Yeah, true. Trump says we're changing the Gulf of Mexico name to Gulf of America. That'd be really funny if we do that. Brain too fast, thoughts spilled everywhere. True. Grunch shared a case report that included imaging of a woman who wore athletic wear into an MRI scan. The tag of her clothes stated the fabric was 100% polyester. Despite this, metal artifacts can be clearly seen in the images. The woman noticed red streaks on her legs after the scan, which turned into blisters a week later. The lines on her legs matched up to the lines on the pants she was wearing during her scan. Metal during an MRI scan can heat up to 150 degrees, which can burn your skin. Man, during my second image in the MRI, I kind of got really scared because the tubes on, like, my upper arms, so, like, where my upper arms were sort of resting against the sides of the tubes, it started heating up, like, really bad. And I was like, should I be worried about that? Should I ask a question? Should I ask why it's getting so hot? Is it going to continue getting hot? Is my skin going to melt off? If my skin starts melting off, is it okay to scream? If I scream, is it going to mess up the imaging? I don't want to mess up the imaging and have to come back in here. Crispy critters. You know the MRI assistant can hear you? Yeah, I wasn't talking out loud. This was all happening in my brain. Yes, it would mess up the imaging. You think it's okay to scream when your skin is melting? Yeah, but what if I mess up the images? I don't want to cause a problem with my skin melting. Oh my god, you know the magnets in the MRI have to be cooled with boiling liquid helium, which is negative 452 degrees Fahrenheit. What the fuck? I didn't know that you could have liquid helium. If your skin is melting, I think the image is the least of your concern. The assistant is there listening in on you, including all your hiccups, burps, farts, and chirps. I wasn't making any noise. I was too terrified. I was absolutely terrified of, like, any movement or any noises. I was even trying to, like, do shallow breathing. And then when I realized I was trying to do shallow breathing, I was like, oh god, what if I'm not breathing enough? And then I have to take a really deep breath, and then the deep breath fucks up the imaging. So I tried to, like, breathe a little faster, and then I was like, wait, what if I breathe too fast? And that fucks up the imaging. So then I started breathing, like, really sparingly, but then because I wasn't breathing enough, I had to take a deep breath, and I was like, no, the image! Like, I was fucking cooking myself, dude. I was going crazy. If your skin is melting, that's already a problem, and if you don't alert people to a problem, that makes it a bigger problem. MRI casts manual breathing. Just be normal. I can't be normal when I'm anxious, chat. Do not become the Smorsha. You really do think too much and not enough at the same time. The MRI tech can smell your fear. Yeah, that's why at one point she came on the speaker and she was like, are you doing okay? And I was just like, no, I'm not. Kirsche brainworms once again thinking the big problem is small and the small problem is big and choosing wrong. Liquid helium's incredible. It's almost zero viscosity and can climb out of its container due to capillary action and steep through solid glass. That sounds horrifying. Sounds like an alien creature. My eyes actually started watering when I was, like, simulating how I sounded while crying. Now is a great time to invest in map companies. All the school maps will need updating soon with the Gulf of America. Used to have anxiety like this. You had to deal with a lot of therapy for it. It still flares up, but can be manageable. My anxiety is a lot better than it used to be. This state of anxiety that I'm telling you about right now is me being, like, at least 90% better than I used to be. Oh god. If you don't know about how something works, gain knowledge via research or asking people who know. You're good at research and compiling info. Use that ability to calm stress. I do. Why do you think I keep so many fucking receipts, man? The worst thing that can happen to you during an MRI was your nuts got itchy. I was very thankful I didn't have any itches or anything. So you used to be I used to be very non-functional. He had 12 surgeries for anorectal abscesses from the age of 12 to 18. A pin-sized hole wasn't healing, so it kept getting infected. You get used to it. That sounds terrible. Kirsch's historical reaction to needing an MRI was rocking in the corner and screeching. Pretty much. Pretty much. When you were a kid, you had to take a shit during an MRI. That was also something I thought of. Not the shitting, but like, as I was in the tube and all of the noises were around me, I was like, I'm laying flat right now. I've been projectile vomiting without warning for weeks now. And part of what makes that vomiting worse is laying down flat, which is why I lay down with like my upper back and head elevated. And so I was like, what if I projectile vomit in their MRI machine and I'm just laying in here with the vomit like dripping on my face, waiting for them to pull me out of the machine? How do they clean that? How do they deal with that? That fear is super real. Hey, you doing okay in there? Blech. Yeah, right? Oh my god, wait 2 to 3 hours before laying down after you eat? Well, that's not gonna help in the MRI. I already didn't eat because you're not supposed to eat for 2 hours before getting one. But that also doesn't help my stomach because I've been throwing up even without anything inside. Feel like this is a bad time to be a first-time viewer? Welcome to the Whiplash stream! Couldn't be any worse than the swamps of Dagobah. We appreciate your openness. I'm personally proud of you that you made it through this. I hope you'll find a permanent solution. Thank you. Thank you. Just don't throw up. I would throwing up in an MRI machine. I'd like, has this happened to anyone? Throwing up during an MRI scan is possible, most commonly occurring when a contrast dye is injected. Oh, fuck. I really hope I don't have to go back and get a contrast one, man. First of all, I'm terrified of needles. I can't deal with injections. Second of all, if injecting contrast dye increases chance of throwing up, I'm fucked, man. If you experience severe nausea or vomiting during an MRI, inform the technologist immediately. I feel like if you're experiencing vomiting, the MRI tech is gonna know, right? Like they can hear you inside of there. I was like, they're gonna know. They sedate you for a colonoscopy so you can sleep through it. Why don't they do that for an MRI? That's a great question. That's a wonderful question. How long do you projectile vomit after an MRI with contrast? Okay, well, fortunately, it's not all that common, apparently. MRI contrast made me throw up. 50 minutes into the scan, I was covered in sweat and my arms were numb. Relatable. Relatable. Oh my god, hold on.
By the dog!
But a dog. My back pain from shoveling driveway can't compare to your pain. Can you really not get a high deductible health plan for cheap? Ask other streamers. Surgery will probably be 30-50k without pay huge.
Well, let's not talk about surgery just yet, now, alright? Let's not assume I'm gonna have to get cut open, okay, alright?
Video Gamer, thank you for the 69 butter doggos. Thank you, thank you.
Built America.
Mwah.
This is your song. Thank you.
Do 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 do.
Thank you.
Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
This is your song.
Thank you, Jim Farm. Thank you, Jim Farm, for the 100 fucking slaves. Oh, Foxu, sorry about the price on the magnet. Oh yeah, boy yeah, boy yeah. Boy yeah, boy yeah, boy yeah, boy yeah. Jim Farm giving the double slaves.
Jimothy, where do you find all of these slaves to traffic?
Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
This is your song.
Thank you, Jim Farm. Thank you, Jimothy, for that 200 slaves.
Sorry about the price on magnet. In Texas at an image center, it's about $650 to $800 pre-magnet image. I've had 12 of them within the last 10 years. God damn! YouTube is censoring your messages, so having to try different words. I wonder if you have like less censorship if you use the stream elements instead of the YouTube supas. I wonder if there's like less censorship there. Usually ask them at scheduling how much private pay is. Also, this is why you throw so many dollar doodles to you during December. Here's some more. Thank you.
Thank you for helping fund my medical procedures.
I appreciate it. Jim has a farm full of slaves. His name makes so much sense now. Having a robot snake going up your asshole is something they basically have to sedate you for.
This is why men try to have anal sex with you. They're actually just preparing you for colonoscopies in the future.
The gays are so smart. 50-minute scan. Yours was over in like one? What? How did you have a 1-minute scan? I was in my fucking tube for like an hour, and that was 2 pictures, man. Shit, she's on to us. Did Kirsche see Zuckerberg's Facebook announcement? I did not. I've heard about the announcement. I haven't watched it though. You got an MRI where they fucked up the needle with the contrast. It went into your arm and you squeezed the ball so hard it felt like your arm burned to ash. I don't like that. Why did it feel that way? True altruistic anal sex. Oh my god. Ears also felt super short, deaf not an hour. Yeah, they originally told me that it was going to be 45 minutes for each image, but then it ended up only being an hour inside the tube, minus the like 5 minutes they pulled me out so I could get feeling back in my arms and hands. Incorrect. You had a colonoscopy on Saturday. You didn't have sedation or anything. It went well. Everyone's pain threshold is different. Oh, this guy has done butt stuff. It's the dye burning. Why is the dye burning? Shouldn't the dye not burn? Isn't that a concern? Dude raw dogged the colonoscopy. Did they give you VR glasses? No. They gave me a face cloth. They didn't even have like an actual like eye band. I forgot what they're called. You might be exaggerating, but it was no longer than like 5 to 10 minutes. It was for your kidneys. What the fuck? No, the dye should hurt. Why should the dye hurt? What do you mean? The dye is lightly radioactive. Oh, I really don't want to get that then. I really don't want to have dye injected into me. It heats you up a little, and when it's in your stomach, it commonly makes you feel like you're gonna shit. I don't like that. The air they blow up your ass during colonoscopy feels off. Wait, they're not supposed to inject air into the asshole? That causes problems. You could become Spider-Man. I don't want that. They do. It feels weird, but it doesn't hurt. But if you inject air into your asshole, it could cause issues. You had the dye. It sucked. I definitely don't want the dye. I definitely don't want that. I don't want it. Can feel it in your nose when they inject the dye into your arm. Man, like, I've only ever had anesthesia once in my life. But when they sedated me and, like, the anesthesiologist pumped the anesthesia into my arm, I immediately told him I felt like I couldn't breathe and that I was drowning. I was just like, oh, the anesthesia, it went in my nose and I can't breathe. I'm unable to breathe. My nose is full of the anesthesia. I'm drowning. And he was like, just count backwards from 10. You're fine. You're okay. Like, you're still talking. You're doing fine. A Fox Girl streamer by day, radiation MRI machine by night. Anesthesia causes memory and mental problems. Well, like I said, I've only had it once. I've had the memory issues since before then. All you can think of right now is frog vomit butthole. True! And with Kier's luck, you bet she grows more bones thanks to the dye. I don't want that. Common part of a colonoscopy is the air. It's very controlled flow. Is this how some people get, like, addicted to fucking real-life inflation? They have one colonoscopy and they're like, yeah, I want to administer air to my own asshole. Just like my yaoi hentais. What the fuck? Fox, you're gonna be a super mutant? I don't want this. Your first anesthesia experience was super easy. You remember it felt cold and then you went to sleep. Yeah, I got maybe to like 7 or 6 before I passed out. And then the next thing I remember is just waking up really dazed and confused. And my surgeon being like, oh, one of your shoes fell off. The laxative you need to chug before the colonoscopy is the worst part. Oh no. Big air and ass propaganda. Air compressor kicks on. Thanks, I don't like it. I don't like that. You get dig-dugged when you get a colonoscopy. Some girls do it with their coochie and make their stomach look pregnant. Yeah, unfortunately, I've seen that too. Don't do that. The contrast makes you a glowy. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Hopefully my pain specialist doesn't tell me I have to. I don't want to go back in the MRI machine for a regular MRI, but especially not for a contrast MRI. And did I have extreme pain when I tried to move after anesthesia? No, I just felt like I woke up from like the longest nap in existence. I was just really slow and sluggish. No pain. Got anesthesia when they first set your arm. You conked out for 30 seconds, and when you woke up, you're like, when are we doing this? Oh, no. The fox does not yearn for the tube. I don't. I fucking hated the tube, man. It was an awful experience. Terrible experience.
Moinia.
Alright, let's see here. Basket City, thank you for the $1.99. Hello, Kirsche. My only anesthesia was laughing gas. I wish I could have gotten laughing gas, but my dentists back in Massachusetts when I was younger did not believe in giving the gas, so all of them did the whoa, what's it called? What's that fucking, the needle shit called? Novocaine. They did the Novocaine injections, and that basically made me never want to go back to a dentist ever. So I didn't go to a dentist for many years until I needed to get my wisdom teeth ripped out. And even then, I waited as long as humanly possible to get them ripped out. Those suck. They're using low doses of ketamine rather than anesthesia for some things now, like minor surgeries. Great time. What the fuck? The only tube the Foxu yearns for going inside the Foxu? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Zenik, thank you for the 196. Man, you ain't had surgery till you wake up from the anesthesia and wake up and are immediately hit by shock? That sounds scary. I don't think I'd want to experience that. The Synapse, thank you for the 165. When you had anesthesia for a procedure, she said, this will burn a little. I said, but it actually feels cool. And then you woke up a couple hours later. According to the doctor, I hit on her. I didn't say anything crazy or loopy when I came out of anesthesia for my wisdom teeth. I didn't even want to talk or move my mouth. I was just like really sad and in pain. Brave SJ, thank you for the 690. What helped you overcome your fear of needles was this. Turn your head away from the nurse. Don't watch her. Do it. Exhale and relax your muscles as if you were firing a rifle. Oh no, I do that. But I also need somebody else there so I can stare into their eyes like I'm dying and then dig my nails into their arm. Like I'm trying to peel their skin away from their body. Remember, once the IV is in, the needle is gone? Absolutely not. I still feel it, and it feels terrible. Correct. She only says crazy loopy things on stream every day. True.
Anorectal abscesses guy again. The worst part is prep for colonoscopies. The fluids you need to drink is awful. I have a lot of experience with this. Anorectic abscesses were essentially ice cream scoop sizes of pus growing deep inside your butt.
I'm sorry, you had ice cream scoop sizes of pustules growing inside your butt. Why did you have those? How did that happen? Bloodbat, thank you for the 25 and the interesting information. I just got here. What? Kane's brain, thank you for the $4.99. Last time you got anesthesia, when you woke up, you tried to rip out your IV. I like, since I hate needles, I'm like, one of my worst fears is like having to have an overnight hospital stay where they have like multiple things stuck in your arms from like IV bags and other shit. I like actual unironic worst fear. Next time, if you don't have 5 to 10 holes from cure nails in your arm, then you're doing it wrong. True. Colonoscopy laxative goes down better if you chase every glug with a sip of Gatorade. Shouldn't you just chug the entire laxative and then drink Gatorade afterwards instead of sipping it like that? Take it you're not big on the idea of donating blood? I would never donate blood or anything from the inside of my body. Not because I hate other people, but because I hate needles. So all of my insides are going to stay on my insides to the best of my ability. It's like half a gallon? Oh, Jesus Christ. Wait, if you drink half a gallon of laxatives and then you have a colonoscopy, do you just shit on the doctor and the camera? How does that work? No cure if you do that. You desire to act out like the nerve guy? I don't know what you mean. No, you shit it all out beforehand? Oh, okay. You too have all of your vestigial organs. Depending on the laxative, you're not even allowed to mix it with anything but water. After consuming it, you're not allowed to eat anything else until after the procedure. I would hit them with the, if you don't let me drink a Gatorade, there's a good chance I'm just gonna vomit all of this laxative. No, they empty you out beforehand. You shit it out first so your insides are clean for the camera. I guess that makes sense. I guess that makes a lot of sense. Does that mean that, like, the day you have a colonoscopy is also a prime day to do anal afterwards? You need to clean out your colon before. Wasn't there a VTuber that, like, showed images from their colonoscopy, or am I crazy? That'd be okay if you'd vomit before. You drink it the day before, not a fun experience. Oh, I got several. This is a public service announcement. Bailey, you're super duper mega cute and wonderful. The anal camera probably would have just made you sore, I'd assume. I don't know. I've never been anal camera'd. Gorbs, thank you for the 631. Radioactive Kirsche. The birth of the spine fox. Please. Please, I don't want extra spine. And Cold Acid, thank you for the 100 biddies. You had to have images taken of your intestines, but rather than fill them with air, they stuck a hose up your ass and filled your guts with a radiosensitive liquid instead. I don't like modern medicine. SGTD4C, thank you for the 5. For your MRI, you had to get contrast dye. It was for your foot because your veins looked weird. They thought it might have been a disease. Turns out it was from when a nail went up your foot. You fell asleep for your MRI. I feel like if they put you in feet first to just take pictures of your feet, I could probably fall asleep for that, right? Because, like, the rest of my body won't be encased in magnet coffin tube. You can have a second spine as a treat. That's not a treat! Fritz Krieg, thank you for the 21-3 sub, my guy. You're fine with most medical stuff except for blood pressure tests. You had a high result at a doctor while in the military, and you were detained for 3 hours until they were satisfied you were not going to die. Now you have a panic attack when the cuff goes on, which gives high readings. I don't like blood pressure tests because, like, the blood pressure cuff is really painful. My arms are, like, probably the most sensitive part of my body, like, outside of obvious erogenous zones and, like, eyeballs. So, like, I can take a fuck ton of pressure when I get massages on, like, my back and my shoulders and my legs. But as soon as she touches my arms, I'm like, owie, owie. So, whenever the blood pressure cuff goes on, I'm just like, just like a hyperventilating out of my mind. And the nurse is like, you gonna be okay, lady? And I'm like, no, and I know this is gonna fuck up your test, and it's not gonna help you, but, like, I can't help it. I just Night Bitch 2 Spine Fox. And they put you in feet first. The doctors, I'm afraid to tell you this, but your spine is upside down. Jesus Christ. Pang Yang, thank you for the 2. We'll have to get you a vomit drawer like Pippa. I just want to stop vomiting, man. It's been a really rough last 2 months. It's been so fucking rough. General Cow, thank you for the prune. Thank you for pruning. Zantetsu 13, thank you for the 6-month member. Will you have to rename New Mexico to New America as well? I'm gonna be like a little baby America. Ma'am, your blood pressure shouldn't start with a 2. Whenever they tell me my blood pressure, I guess they assume I'm smart enough to know what it means, right? This isn't my blood pressure. I'm just saying random numbers right now. And they're just like, oh yeah, like 82 over 106. I'm just like, is that good? What does that mean? And then they just leave. And I'm like, oh, okay. I don't know what your numbers mean, course, woman! You can't just tell me the numbers, you gotta tell me what it means! Wow, new high score. You poor neurotic mess of a woman, you really need an emotional support himbo. I need cocaine and dildos from my doctor. 82 over 106 would be kind of bad. Yeah, I was just making up numbers. That was never a blood pressure number I was given. I just made them up so I could give an example. All right, okay. Blink 182. Yeah, right. You always ask, is that good? Yeah, I have no fucking clue, man. Emotional support chat. 120 over 70 is textbook perfect. You can go from there. I'm never going to remember that because they're numbers. Fondue. I love eating fondue. Thank you for the 5. Just getting in an obligatory reminder of the person who brought their metal plug butt railgun is a hell of a way to go. Did they die? Did the butt railgun guy die? Or did he just get fucked up? I can't remember. It's an empathic test. If they say the number and start running, your bet is that it's bad. Oh my god. Wouldn't it make more sense to just dissolve the national government of Canada and Mexico and then incorporate their provinces? He got fucked up and sued. Well, I hope he loses the case if he's suing the hospital. Because, like, it's not their fault he wore an anal plug to a fucking MRI. Cocaine and dildo sounds like a Psycho Stick song. That's what they would prescribe women for hysteria back in the day. He lived, he sued, he got paid. Hell of a process for getting money. Oh god, that's really a shame that he got paid. That's really a shame. He should not have. If we annex the snow Mexicans, then the Democrats win. Oh, he was suing the butt plug manufacturer? Okay, that makes it a little bit better than the hospital, I guess. He sued the manufacturer because it was advertised as 100% silicone, but it had a metal core. Oh, okay, that makes sense. I thought he was suing the hospital. I was like, it's not their fault you fucking wore a plug, you fucking freak. Got your wisdom teeth removed last year. You had to fight back the laughter for 30-ish minutes as the surgeon went to town. Oh, no. I felt a hiccup coming on, but it stopped in my throat. Hustle Hoppa, they give the 69 buttered doggos. Medical bills are inscrutable. Dupizent is $3,700 a month. I don't know what that is. Copay is $200 for specialty drugs, or $400 if there's non-preferred, but somehow insurance only covers $2,600. The remaining $1,100 is paid by Dupizent itself, with a copay card up to $10K a year. That's like, insurance won't cover some opioids, and I don't know, like, what their stipulations are for which ones they'll cover or how much. But, the opiate that I was given for my pain, I already forgot the name. It's less potent than Oxy. But, most of the pharmacies in my area were out of stock of it in the first place. So next time I go, I'm gonna get a paper. Gonna get paper fucking prescription, so I don't run into the same issue. But when I did finally get it, its cost was $70, but then when they were told that I was self-pay, they were like, oh, we'll give you the self-pay discount, and then it was only $7? And I was like, I don't understand anything anymore, man. Do they work? If yes, then no. If no, then maybe. Your healthcare system is bullshit, simple as... Yeah, I literally have no idea how any of the pricing fucking works, man. Holy shit, yeah, that doesn't make sense. Like, I'm happy I get the discounts, but I don't understand anything, man. What a fucking scam. Insurance is a racket, it really is. Is my painkiller long-acting or just 4 hours? It doesn't even really kill the pain. It just allows me to sort of ignore it. Like, ideally, I get a stronger painkiller that actually kills the pain so I can move normally and do normal human being things. When I think they gave me Percocet when my wisdom teeth came out. I can't remember if it was Oxy or Percocet. Either way, not only did that completely get rid of all of the pain in my mouth from my wisdom teeth being ripped out, but it got rid of my back pain in the interim. So even though I had my face, like, scrunched up by one of those weird ice packs that goes over your whole head, I was like, I can clean my kitchen. I can cook food. I can dust the windows. I can do so many things all at once and not have to take breaks. What a wonderful time. Insurance is for saving money, but they also pay far more, so the actual money you save by having it is surprisingly far less than the insurance company would like you to think. If your painkiller lasts for more than 4 hours, then it's actually worth a damn. Who wants to wake up in the middle of the night to have to take more? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Also, yeah, my BGM has been off for a hot fucking minute. They have coupons and drawers at the pharmacy and the doctor's office. Your doctor gave you a few and you told him you didn't have insurance. Yeah, that's nice when they give you the coupons. American healthcare might be a ripoff monetarily, but at least we don't lose a leg because of a stubbed toe. Consult your doctor if your boner lasts longer than 4 hours. Yeah, it's like, at least I don't have to wait a gajillion years to see most doctors. Primary care aside, I guess, because for some reason, they're hard to see. Opioids. Yeah, like, ideally I can get a painkiller that actually kills the pain instead of just allows me to power through it, but then I need to go die in my bed for like 10 hours later. Got Oxy for your wisdom teeth? You'll never get addicted because upset your stomach and you would dry heave. I'm loving this. Kylan, last one, thank you for the 5,000 dick biddies. And you also gave 1,000 biddies before that. Thank you. Thank you for the 6,000 total dick biddies, my guy. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I'm loving it. Chronic lower back injury, Endoset is the only thing that touches it, but docs in Canada are paranoid about any opioids. Yeah, doctors used to give out opioids like candy, and then, like, every white person ever got addicted to them, and now doctors basically refuse to give them out for any reason. And it's like, man, why are you such shit? The issue with giving you a painkiller that completely removes pain is that then you'll move in ways that will cause further injury, but not feel it. I mean, potentially. Help! Ooh, that did not feel good. Thank you, druggies, for ruining it for us normal people. Yeah, now you have to play some, like, stupid games with doctors where you, like, pretend that the opioids didn't help you, and you go through, like, 30 different medications before you're like, oh, maybe we can try this opiate again. I've tried, like, 30 different meds. You know, maybe we could try something stronger. And the doctor will still be like, you haven't had enough allergic reactions yet. We need to ruin your body a little bit more before we could even think about giving you something like that, you filthy drug addict, you. And they gave you a Tylenol with codeine when you broke your clavicle as a kid and it did nothing. You felt so ripped off. Yeah, at the beginning of my nerve pain issue back in November, my primary care gave me Tylenol 3, which is Tylenol with codeine, and it did absolutely fucking nothing. And then when I went to urgent care, and they were like, we don't want to give you anything. We don't prescribe those things here. We don't do that. And then I was like, well, can I at least get more of the Tylenol 3? Like, it wasn't really helping, but at least it's something. And they were like, just because one doctor prescribed you something doesn't mean other doctor will prescribe you something, and we're not going to do that. And if you're not going to work with us, then there's nothing we can do for you. And I was like, wow, I fucking hate DEI doctors. They tried to make him sign a contract and everything. Jesus Christ. When you got your wisdom teeth pulled, they gave you Vicodin, and while it did a bit better than ibuprofen and Tylenol, it didn't last as long, so you just rotated ibuprofen and Tylenol every hour for the first 2 days. Oh my god. Your father was a pillhead, so you threw out any opiates doctors had given you over the last few years? Not worth it? I mean, just because your dad got an addiction doesn't mean that you will, right? Like, my mom was a fucking fiend for pills, but it's like, I've never had an issue taking any sort of controlled substance medications. Like, even my Klonopin I've been fine with. I self-medicated with Oxy that I just bought off of some guy off the street for a while as well, because my doctors wouldn't give me anything for pain, and I was at my wit's fucking end. This was before literally everything was laced with fentanyl, so don't worry about that. You need the codeine for your purple drink. Jesus Christ. Some characteristics that lead to addiction can be genetic. I mean, they can be. I don't want to think that I'm, like, immune from addiction, but I have been very good over the course of my life with any kind of substances that are labeled as addictive. And nowadays, that would be an OD gamble. Yeah, I would absolutely not do that in current year. It'd be too much of a gamble. I don't want to get something laced with fucking fent, dude. The best rule of not getting addicted immediately is to not inject, well, never inject anything. Injecting things is a fast track to going down a bad road. Good evening, good evening. You've been in pain with your insides trying to fall out? You've seen a doc once in the last year, just been waiting lists while your life deteriorates and you keep pushing your insides back in yourself? Please stop prolapsing. The needle fear comes in handy for that. You got prescribed opioids for your kidney stone, which did nothing for the pain, but when you took ibuprofen, your pain disappeared. That's weird. That's weird. I can understand both sides of the argument. Seeing pillheads in action is a good deterrent, but drugs do serve a purpose if used correctly. Yeah. Like, there's no sense in being, like, irrationally afraid of taking a drug yourself, because I feel like you can typically feel when you feel different from normal. And if you start getting in that mindset of like, oh, I need to have this, then you know that you're going down a path of a problem. But if you're able to just like take one of your pills, whatever it might be, like an opiate or a Klonopin or something that you're prescribed, right? You're able to take one, you're able to deal with like not having the pain for a little bit, and then you're absolutely fine not taking it for like days or weeks at a time, and you're like not craving the feeling. I think you're perfectly fine. You showed up to the VA for the first time and told them you didn't want anything stronger than 800 milligrams of ibuprofen. The nurse practitioner still looked at you like a crackhead. Jesus Christ. I genuinely hate how they treat people in that shit. Just realized today is January the 6th at 9/11 for some people. Ziz, today is the 7th. Where are you? Are you okay? Are you alright? Have you gotten lost in a time warp? Your mom's side has very addictive personalities, hence why you stay away from drugs. You had prior issues with food, and while that sucked, you know it leads to drug issues. I mean, my mom was a pillhead. She was a smoker, like a chain smoker. She like, if there was a drug, she's probably done it. My dad, on the other hand, is like the complete opposite. If there's something he likes, he can just stop doing it and like never touch it again. Like, I've told the story a few times of like, his girlfriend, her ex-husband died of like lung cancer or some shit. And so she's like really sensitive to any sort of like severe health issues. Since my dad was a chain smoker and they like found nodules in his lungs and whatnot, she was just like, I really, really want you to stop smoking. Like, I can't handle having somebody else in my life die that way. And he said, okay. And he threw out all his cigarettes that moment that he was asked to stop smoking and never touched one again. And like, she didn't even realize that he quit as soon as he like was asked to. So like several months later, she was just like, oh, hey, I haven't seen you smoking as often. Is something up? And he was like, you asked me to stop smoking. So I did. What do you want? And like, while that's obviously not hereditary, I feel like my personality traits much more take after my father than my mother. So... Giga Chad, yeah, he is the most Chad of answers. Subtly intimidating dad moment. Yeah, I just did it. You wanted me to, and I did it. Did he gain weight after quitting? He gained a little bit of weight after quitting. Obviously, he's in his 50s now, so he's like less active than he used to be. He was able to eat so much food without gaining any weight. My dad was able to maintain like a fucking peak muscular 6-pack ab physique while doing his glazing job. And I would wake up in the middle of the night and he'd eat like 3 peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, an entire box of Twinkies, some Ho-Ohs, like some chocolate chip cookies, half a jar of pickles. Like he would put away food, and it wouldn't even be healthy food, and he wouldn't gain weight. And I'm like a teenage girl like, Dad, fuck you, what the fuck? Like, I rollerbladed my head off, but I still had to like not consume everything around me. That's peak genetics. Dude's cut up bulk. Himbo dad? I mean, basically, yeah. Your grandfather quit smoking by changing the time of his first cig later till it was after bedtime? Oh my god. Thank God for Foxy's dad. He raised a strong and based daughter, yeah. Yeah, I didn't even know that my dad smoked until I was like, I think I was like 6 or 7 years old. And he had just dropped me off at my mom's house, and she was living in like a basement apartment underneath some shop. And so I, like, every time he left, I would wave out the door and he would wave back to me. But I guess this day, I don't know, my mom must have like fucking stressed him the fuck out. Because instead of waving back to me, he was smoking a cigarette in his truck as he pulled away. And I was like, Daddy does the same thing as Mommy? I was so confused.
Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Thank you, Phantom Star 02. Thank you for the 100 slaves. Thank you.
Prayers for the Foxu.
Big ooh, thank you.
Kirsche inherited her dad's non-addictive personality and also his horrid taste in partners. Look, both of my parents had horrid taste in partners, okay? Your granddad stopped smoking cold turkey like that because your nan asked him to? Yeah, based people who can do that. You could put down anything too, and then you turn 26 and your mom's genetics came out. Oh no. My dad sounds like he'll be a good vetting tool. Oh, I'm sure he would be. I'm sure he would be. It was rigged. I love slaves. True and real. True and real. I love the slaves. Ask my dad for his nutrition and workout regimen. I just said he would eat like an entire box of Twinkies and like Ho-Ohs. He also loved cosmic brownies. That dude was not eating healthy in any way, shape, or form. It was just impressive that he was not able to gain weight. That's what manual labor will fucking do to you. I don't know, man. But yeah, my mom would basically just hotbox my brother and I in the car. Like, I'm pretty sure she didn't even stop smoking while she was pregnant. Which is like, what the fuck are you doing? But after we were born, like, she would smoke in the house. She would smoke in the car with the windows up. Like, she did not care where we were. She would just smoke around us. And my dad, on the other hand, my dad would go outside even in blizzard conditions to smoke if he needed a cigarette. Because he didn't want the smoke, like, around me. Especially because my asthma was super fucking bad as a kid. Probably exacerbated by how much secondhand smoke I was inhaling from my mother. Blew the smoke directly onto your fetus. Yeah, pretty much. Damn, smoking with the windows up is really bad. Yeah, my mom was a menace with the car. She would drink her rum and cokes while driving. She would, like, put them in the giant McDonald's cups so, like, cops wouldn't know. I'm sure if she got pulled over, they would smell it, but, like, you know. She would drink rum and cokes, and she was one of the people who's like, yeah, I drive better when I've been drinking. And then she would chain smoke in the car with the windows up, and sometimes if we're on, like, a road with no other cars on it, she would do that thing where she would swerve, like, very violently back and forth, left to right, to, like, kind of freak us out, because she thought it was funny to traumatize the children. Your parents are old enough to get drive-through alcohol? What the hell? Fucking how did your dad stick his dick in your mom? She's got big tits. You hope she's dying and it hurts the entire time. I got a message on January 1st from her weed guy's phone number saying, I hope you kids are happy. Your mother's dead now. And obviously I didn't reply because I haven't been replying since they've been being really fucking weird. But like, I just don't believe him. My mother's faked her death so many times that being told she's dead evokes a feeling of, I'll believe it when I see the obituary, basically. I asked my brother if he got the message and he was like, nope. Probably waiting to try and guilt trip me over it so they say something different than what they told you, like with the pitches. Your mom is just proof of the crazy puss is amazing. Jesus Christ. How is this broad even real? Maybe one day someone will make like a fucking clip compilation of all of my mom stories and it will really freak people out. Still want me to post an anime girl with comparable size so we know how big these are because the promotion you make for her tits is incredible. I don't know if I could find someone. Oh yeah, with like my mom size tits. That's images. Oh, this is like a black woman, but this is pretty accurate. My mom is not black. Disclaimer. my mom is not black. But like this is pretty accurate to the size of my mom's tits. Now you just have to imagine Nazi bolts over her heart and a swastika in the center of her chest, right where her cleavage is. And then you'll have a pretty good picture. Pretty good picture of my mom. She also has face tattoos. She has an eye drop, and she has a series of stars that go over her eyebrow and down the side of her face. Because of course she does. She's kind of fucking crazy. Holy moly. Your mom is black. I prefaced this with my mom isn't black, chat. There will be art by the end of stream, I'm sure of it. I love Mayer's art of my family. Mayer does amazing meme art of me looking like a fucking retard, my mom looking like white trash, and my dad looking like a cool lumberjack guy. Did she actually kill someone for the eye drop? Well, if she's not actually dead, maybe I'll get a chance to ask her. No man would have a chance. Oh my god. You could accidentally dox her, which means doxing you. Don't worry, even if people found my mother's information, they would never be able to find me off of it. It's a wonderful thing to have. Quick, someone hire a police sketch artist. Might make me a heretic, but there's such a thing as too big at some point. Yeah. Yeah. Good luck, short kings, if that's your dream. She turns around and smacks you with either one of those chest hams, and it's lights out! True! No matter the size of the booba, you don't think you'd stomach the SS and swastika tattoos? She's had them covered up. She unfortunately had them on her chest for like a decade, so it was really fucking embarrassing to be seen in public with her when I was a kid. Like, I don't think you can understand the level of embarrassing it is to be out in public with your parent because you're a child and you have no fucking choice, and they're literally wearing like those kinds of symbols inked into their fucking skin. Classy woman. Oh my god, find a safe for work picture of Claudia Marie. Why would you get tat gifts from, or why would you tat gifts from God like that? Somehow those tits went beyond your imagination, and you always imagine way too big. Oh my god. Were those some great brig breast on your computer screen? They were. Also in New England, that shit really stands. It does. It does stand out. And not only does she also have like this obnoxious shit tattooed on her, again, thankfully she got them covered up in more recent years. But like, that doesn't matter because I was an adult when she got them covered up, so I still had to suffer the public humiliation of being seen with that. But she would also be really obnoxiously loud because all poor ghetto people are obnoxiously loud in public. It's like a genetic thing. If you're poor and you live in a ghetto, you're going to be obnoxious in a public setting. I don't understand why that is, but that just seems to be the case. So like, she would be in a Walmart like trying to use an ATM and it wouldn't work because she's like not pushing the right buttons. So she would start like screaming at it, and then her like Nazi boyfriend would try calming her down, and she would start screaming at him, and then he would like grab her by the hair and start screaming at her, and then she would try punching him, and then my brother and I would slowly slink off and go to the candy aisle because we didn't want to be seen with that. Can confirm, grew up in a ghetto. Poor self-control and poor checks out. When the Nazi is the voice of reason, I wouldn't go that far. That sounds more like a territorial thing. You gotta sound big and scary. That's just so fucking stupid, man. Wait, your mom should be 50. What the hell has gravity done to them? Gravity has taken its toll, certainly. It's always insanely funny when someone is mad at an inanimate object and all they had to do was read. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. How the fuck is our Foxy so relatively normal? My dad's side of the family are wonderful fucking people, and I do not wish to think what my life would be like if I did not have them. No, that's why you said find a safe for work picture. Oh my god. Yeah, no, I would probably be some, like, fucking drug-addled, disease-ridden prostitute shooting up fentanyl and praising St. Floyd if I didn't have my dad's side of the family. Dumpster whore. Yeah, I would have been, like, some crazed dumpster whore, man. Like, if I only had the influence of my mom, I genuinely shudder to think. Because, like, my brother was in that position. My brother, unfortunately, only had the influence of my mom and the absolute dumpster men that she dated. So when my brother was younger, he was an absolute fucking terror. He was like, he thought he was like hard gangster because, you know, he was like one of the only white kids growing up in the hardcore ghetto areas. And he was like, yeah, women are only good for beating and fucking. They're just like, they need to learn to shut the fuck up and make my food, you know, kind of thing. And so I would get hit by my brother all the time. He would stab me. He'd go fucking crazy, dude. He's a good person now. He like when he was 18, he basically went no contact with my mom. He cleaned up his act. He got a nice girlfriend. He got a nice job. He's done very well for himself. But as a kid, he was a little fucking terror, man. He learned to stop fucking with me cuz like if I fought back when he was attacking me, I would get in trouble because I was the older sibling, right? I'm not supposed to defend myself. I'm supposed to just take it. So I finally got him to stop attacking me when he jumped on my back and tried choking me out from behind. But I grabbed his arms and I threw him off of my back. Like I did like a spin maneuver and I like grabbed his arms and then spun and threw him off of me. And I don't remember why, but we had a microwave on our love seat, and this was in the living room. Maybe the microwave was broken, or maybe like my mom got a new one. I genuinely can't remember why the microwave was on the love seat. But I threw him into the love seat, which means into the microwave, and he hit the corner of the microwave with like his eye and like forehead. And so he got a massive black eye and was like bleeding a little bit. I got in trouble because again, I shouldn't be fighting back. I should just be taking it. But he kind of stopped fucking with me after that. Oh no, Kirsche, not the couch microwave. Fucking Left 4 Dead joke looking ass. Oh my god. Kirsche did a hard reset on her brother. Yeah, he is very thankful that I tried my best to care for him and make sure he was fed while I was there. He's apologized profusely for how he treated me when we were younger, but I'm very glad to see that he's turned his life around and become a good person. She got a steel chair. When a kid's being a little shit, they need percussive maintenance. True and real. Oh shit, my actions have consequences. I should stop this. I'm glad you took care of me as a kid and nearly killed me as a kid. Her final badass line, don't make me microwave things. I actually have never owned a microwave on my own. My mom was the only one who owned a microwave. My Meme and Pepe never owned one. And so I like learned how to cook and I just never needed a microwave. Reminds you of a slapstick comedy where they would hit each other with the fridge door. Bullies stop after they get a shock when the system, parents, or school is no longer enough to protect them. Oh yeah? Brother reminds you of yourself as a kid. You were a little terrorist due to pent-up rage from getting bullied a lot. You did the same shit to your little sister. Well, I was the older sister, but you know. The nuke box is convenient. Fuck you, buddy. I prefer my toaster oven. People cook in a microwave. Ew. How did you eat stuff at work? I would bring like sandwiches and stuff to work with me. You just replaced your microwave with a toaster oven. Best choice you made? Hell yeah. Sometimes empathy only develops upon personal pain. How does it feel to wait 20 minutes for a single corn dog? Pretty good, because the corn dog doesn't have ruined flavor or texture. I also don't eat corn dogs. I think it was 2023, I'm pretty sure, when I ate my first corn dog ever. 2023 was the year of my first corn dog of my life. It was pretty acceptable. Peppa told me I should have dunked it in a mayonnaise ketchup mixture though instead. How do you make cold coffee hot again? I don't, because I drink cold coffee. Artisanal corn dogs. Crispy corn dog is better than mushy microwave corn dog. I would love to try the Korean corn dogs that are like fucking giga breaded and covered in random stuff. I gotta put ketchup and mustard on the corn dog. You either use the microwave or the toaster oven depending on how late you're running. If I'm running late, I just don't eat. I also, like, can't eat when I wake up. Like, if I eat too close to when I wake up, I just vomit. That's not even something that I've been dealing with for the last few months. That's just been my entire life. Best corn dogs are deep fried, true and real. True and real. What were we doing? I don't even remember what was happening. I don't even remember what was happening.
Moinya.
Let me... There are other things I wanted to read, but let me go to the Sam Hyde video, because I have not watched it yet, and I have heard things. I've heard great things about how great the Sam Hyde video is. I like how he looks like the fucking Ancient Aliens guy now. You're wanting to watch it too? Hell yeah. No breakfast in bed for you? I can have brunch in bed. Brunch in bed sounds great. He looks like Trotsky. You'd rate it a 8 out of 10. Pretty good vid. Have I seen the Japanese dub I have seen no version of this video. Is this dubbed or subs? Why? I think it's the regular one. No brunch, it's good for your bones.
I like brunch. I like brunch and sangrias.
Still baffles you that every once in a while he stops being a meme lord and drops a banger. Not dubbed, not subbed, just raw. Yeah, the raw Sam Hyde, man. The JP version is fucking hilarious. Oh no. You're amazed at how normal he looks? It's a joke. He made a Japanese dub of the same video. Sam Hyde is my favorite anime protagonist. This is a contender for Paradigm Shift 2070. I don't know what that means. Wasn't he the guy murdered in Mexico? No, he's always the one who commits the atrocities. Oh.
Glad I caught you.
The classic opener.
Glad I got you there. Elon Musk. By the way, please don't watch this if you're not Elon Musk, okay?
Oh.
This is a one-off video that we're doing. This is private, personal. I put this in his email.
Should I not watch this? I mean, I'm not Elon Musk. I don't have refrigerator body. I don't have multi-billions of dollars. Paradigm Shift 2070 was Sam Hyde's other great work, the fake TEDx that he gave while wearing plastic. Oh, I didn't know what that was called. Thank you. No, I've seen that. I remember that. Just identify as Elon Musk. I am currently Elon Musk. This is my gender right now.
I don't know how you got this, unless you're on the Asmongold Discord server, in which case you know my every move. Okay? Me and Asmongold have been planning this for a while now.
Wait, hold on. If he and Asmongold go way back, can he hook me up? Can Sam Hyde hook me up with Asmongold since he's being gang stalked by Asmongold's Discord apparently? That's such a random mention. Yeah, I don't know what. I didn't know he watched Asmon. That's so fucking strange. That's so fucking weird. You literally work for Asmon? Well, I mean, he owns Mythic, right? Like, he's an owner of Mythic, but he's not like my boss.
Moist Critical's involved.
Oh,
and,
Penguin.
Yeah, I guess if you're on the Moist Critical Discord server, you would have access to this file. So kudos to you, hacker. I don't think
I'm a hacker. I hacked into YouTube's mainframe to watch this video.
Elon's gonna watch this. And listen, I know as a comedian, first and foremost, I don't expect people to take me seriously, but it is a fact that shit posting and public opinion are now intermingled permanently.
I agree with this. Maybe I should take myself a little less seriously, even though I'm doing the like shit with DEI and Bridge. I was just like, I don't know, because like literally no one takes me seriously because I'm an anime woman with booba and a pineapple hat. So people will open my Bridge videos and just be like, yeah, I'm not gonna watch this shit until like a real person covers it. But it's like, I am a real person. Just because my skin is virtual and I shitpost a lot doesn't make me not human. But maybe, I don't know, maybe I should just be like, fuck it, no one's gonna take me seriously because I'm an anime woman. Maybe just fucking lean into it. Maybe take Sam Hyde advice.
And it's not going anywhere. And that's just the way it is. I get all my news from
all
memes,
my nudes.
Basically. That's how I get my news. Is that how you get your news? How would you even get the news if you weren't looking at memes? You'd watch a show?
That's true.
That's even more fucking retarded. Can you turn that off? It's a smart thermostat, so it's gonna take 15 minutes to figure out how that fucking thing works.
True.
It's very intuitive. I don't know why the Nest thermostat is taking you so long to learn and intuit. Okay, a toddler could figure this out. A toddler on an iPad could figure out how to use the Nest thermostat.
I can't even figure out how to use a regular thermostat, chat. Like, the thermostat in my house, all of the, like, words have been completely rubbed off when we moved in. So I can't tell which one is, like, heat or emergency heat or air conditioning. And there's a bar on the side that's, like, supposed to have numbers. But all of the numbers are also rubbed off. So I just don't touch it. Is it too cold? Well, I guess it's time to get another blanket because I can't figure out the thermostat. Is it too hot? Well, I guess it's time to bring out another box fan because I can't figure out the thermostat. So where the hell do you live? In a place where there are constantly children outside of my window screaming the N-word.
That's Chris Lynch, by the way, Elon. Do not hire him, okay? He's leaving this job very soon. See, he's white. He's too lazy. Chris, you're so lazy and white.
That's true. You gotta hire the Indians.
You guys should have studied violin harder as kids. I swear to God, Vivek would have figured this out by now. I want to believe that Elon is one of the great men of our age and that he has what it takes to become a 21st century Andrew Carnegie. I think it's important to have great men to look up to. Trump, Joe Rogan, oh, there it goes. Elon, Tucker. And it's not necessarily important that our great men are perfect, but there are symbols of what we could be. I think if Ron Paul took steroids, he would be my number one. That would be my number one guy. You agree? Yeah.
I like how he's so used to talking in a schizophrenic manner. I'm like, what the fuck was even what even just happened? Why is he talking about Ron Paul taking steroids being his number one guy? What is going on? Carnegie was beyond evil and burned down houses just to build structures. Oh, that's like the fucking construction companies are like, what housing shortage? We're building like 32,000 houses. Yeah, 32,000 houses that nobody wants to fucking live in because they look like modern nightmares and they cost $1.6 million fucking dollars. You freaks.
I would like to offer you an escape, an exit from this hole you've been digging. You are a beloved
Take me away from this
figure.
mortal
Anytime
coil.
you do anything remotely based, people lose it. Oh my God, he's based. Yo, he just said that woke liberals aren't cool. He's based. What does he say?
AI kittens.
Yeah, anytime you post an AI kitten in a MAGA hat, people lose their, he's based! He's fucking based, man. For the guy who's the free speech guy, and not only that, but the reasoning from first principles guy.
I'm definitely going to agree, right? Like, a based, hella overused nowadays. It's like I just think it's funny when something is just completely normal and then people will ironically yell based at it because that's basically where we've gotten. It's like, oh, so somebody just wants to scream into the void. They're just like, I hate taxes, and then everyone's like, yeah, based, ah, wah, wah, wah. And just use the squatters' rights.
The logical fallacy guy, the Reddit guy, good faith argue with everybody, you know, whatever. That shit.
Whatever.
Blanket banning groypers, taking away blue checks, changing the algorithm.
Okay, well, we know the changing the algorithm thing is true. I retweeted that. But have we gotten any confirmation about the blanket bans and the blue check removal? Is there any actual, like, real confirmation that was happening and it wasn't just people who were part of an organization that was having issues with their blue check or people who are like changing their profile where it temporarily removes your blue check while it checks your profile after the changes? Do we have any confirmations? The Groiper said it's true, so it must be. I don't know about you, but I feel like I'm not going to trust someone who calls themselves a Groiper. I just like, there's just something about that name that doesn't really inspire confidence. The camera switching feels like a 1990s bootleg film. I love his cinematography.
The site, because 100 people ratioed you, because there's fucking 50,000 posts. They're all organic, by the way. This is not some Russian bot farm. It's not some nefarious.
I thought it was always
behind the
Russian
scenes,
bots.
Let's mess with Elon. We're gonna fuck with him. That's not what it is. It's you tapped into a moist critical. You tapped into a moist critical, and we're back to moist critical. Mainline concern for the American people. And you treated it in a way that was glib and dismissive.
Yes.
You just became a Republican 3 months ago, and you're talking about removing a big portion of regular people, root and stem.
Yeah.
No. People fucking love you. They will forgive you. Nobody is trying to get you to become turbo, base-pilled, full Pat Buchanan immigration.
I'm distracted by his chair because it looks like a chair that a villain in an Austin Powers movie would sit in. And I like the energy it's giving.
Policy. People broadly understand that you are a San Francisco, tech, California, international immigrant. Well, if you want to be a regular tech guy, that's fine. You can do that. You can be Larry Ellison. You can go play on the boat. Nobody's going to give a fuck. Realize what you're fighting for. If you're going to be the tech king, if you've courted the MAGA base, you wanted these people on your side. They're ready to be on your side, but you have to fight not for Ben Shapiro's idea of the country of America, the notion of America as this collection of ideas. That's not what it is. It's Americans. That's who you have to fight for.
Correct.
If you're in America, doing business in America, you want to be the man in America, you have to fight for the American people. You're not fighting for a paragraph. You're not fighting for a set of ideas, man. It's the American people who need your help. That's fundamentally why.
And you would think someone like Elon, who did immigrate here the correct way and who built up his massive empire here, should be someone who understands that. But I guess when you're used to outsourcing labor to be cheaper and to more compliant people, you kind of forget like what you're fighting for in the first place, which is kind of sad when you think about it.
I think people are pissed off here, and it's an easy fix. Just don't call them retards. Elon, have you met Chris? He's on Asmongold. He's streaming all the time. He's just checking
Wait,
out
really?
These games and stuff. He's amazing with.
Wait, is this guy actually like an Asmongold person? Does Sam Hyde have an Asmongold person here? No.
Kid does with video games. I can't believe it. People didn't suddenly have a flare up.
Not about hate for Indians.
Hate.
True.
I've been monitoring.
It's your superpower by 2030.
The Indian hate websites for a while. It's actually set to my homepage. I've been checking these websites out. I watch what these people do. There were very few overt.
So Samuel Hyde, the Indian hate monitor, do not redeem.
Indian haters spewing their nonsensical filth everywhere.
Oh, nice pun.
72 hours ago. What happened? Okay, 72 hours ago, most people in the MAGA base looked at Vivek Ramaswamy with some notion of admiration.
True.
Or hey,
a lot of people liked
cool
Vivek
stuff every once in a while. Hey, you know what? I think I like that guy. Now he's got to be deported. Sucks, man. And he's not being deported because of the color of his skin. He's being deported for the content of his character. And I think that truly was a mask-off moment where we saw that Vivek Ramaswamy really is just a fucking nerd who needs to go back I think that what you did is different. I think it's everybody spurgs out. I'm spurging out right now.
We're always
I'm gonna
spurging out
later, okay? On Chris Lynch. And
maybe we could all spurg out together. All right, he could get me the hookup. We could go on the Moist Critical Asmongold show. We could all spurg out together. Sam Hyde, me, Chris, Asmon, Moist Critical. There's a big spurg fest in one place.
So Indians do cool stuff every once in a while. They got the chest slapping wrestling. You guys watch that action movies. He's shooting a bullet out of the air with a gun. He's flipping over the tuk-tuk. Indian clubs. Shoulder rehab, exercise, fantastic. The hate, it's irrational hate. It's just racism. It's just a nonsensical racism. The hate and racism and anti-Indian sentiment, it's there to the extent that Indians are being used to replace white people. That's it. We have to stop playing pretend.
True.
We're not talking about exceptional Indians here.
And I think this is the biggest issue, is they keep trying to gaslight everyone into thinking that, oh, we're only taking the best and the brightest. It's the brain drain. We have to take these exceptional people so that we can keep ahead of these other countries. And then you look at all the positions for the H-1B visas, and you're like, I don't think you need janitors from India. I don't think you need base level, entry level accountants from India. We know that lying to people is how they've been able to push so much of this shit through for decades. And so they've just become so accustomed to lying. They're just like, yeah, even if a couple of people out the information that we're lying, not enough of them are either going to believe them or care about it. And so it's not a big deal. We can just keep repeating the lie and it'll be fine.
And that's why this is sort of spreading like wildfire. People sharing these H-1B lists of what the jobs are. You are not in Calcutta scouting for the next Indian Einstein.
True.
You're not.
True.
We have to make it to outer space and invent new computers. Let's get to India and get the next Nikola Tesla. That's not what's happening.
Nobody ever says that.
We're talking about people at fucking gas stations. You bring them over, you put them in a fucking gas station, and then we'll go around all the gas stations in the USA and find the next genius. Well, what if he's not in India? What if he's working at a gas station in North Carolina?
Jesus Christ.
He might be there. We don't know. Why don't we bring everybody here, and then we can look for everybody? That's actually a fucking genius idea.
That's unironically what it seems like. They're just like, yeah, it's like any one of these people, they're not violent criminals. They're doctors and physicists and astronomers, and you plebeian Americans just don't understand how intelligent they are.
We bring fucking everybody here, and then, like a needle in a haystack, we find the one man who can invent electrical computer. That sounds fucking retarded, and it's not true. You have to at least say that the H-1B program is being scammed. If you don't admit that, then as far as like any type of discussion that goes anywhere is concerned, it's over.
They don't want to admit that it's a scam, because then they'll have to admit that they've been using it as a scam for a very long time. And they're trying to position themselves as good people, especially when you look at all of like the DEI nonsense. They are the moral goodness, and you are the filth that needs to be excised or reprogrammed. They can't admit to having done something wrong or scammed you out of anything. No, they're helping those less fortunate in other countries reap the benefits of America's bounty, and maybe we'll get lucky and one of them will be the next Einstein.
It's over. This is a direct quote from Moist Critical himself. I'm speaking on his behalf. He was too busy.
I love the 9,000-year-old lolly cum demon vampires. That's a Moist Critical quote.
He's streaming Marvel Rivals to talk to you. So I'm here on his behalf, giving you opinions that he approved, okay? Nobody's expecting you to go full Steve Bannon here. You're a tech bro, we get it. Immigrant. But if you are on Team America,
World
by
Police.
Team America, I don't mean Ben Shapiro's collection of ideas America's not a collection of ideas. America is a people, Americans. If you are Team America, then the most prominent talking points need to be the immediate deportation of illegals.
Yes.
And the end of the abuse of the American worker by programs like this H-1B.
And it's really upsetting when you bring this up and people are just like, well, that's impossible. You can't do that because then the companies will just go to another country because it's just cheaper to do it there if they can't import them to America. And it's like, well, then tax the fuck out of them. Make it less desirable for them to outsource by going to a different country. If they want to be an American company, if they want to reap the benefits that America has to offer, they should have to hire Americans. And some people have tried to be like, oh, so you're against DEI until you want Americans to have preferential treatment? Fuck you, buddy. As an American, I am entitled to things America has to offer. I am not entitled to things in Italy or in Japan or in Morocco or in the UK. As an American, I am entitled to America and America's prosperity. Foreigners are not entitled to it. They might be graced with the ability to come here, but then a lot of people be like, oh, America's a terrible, despicable, racist country. It's horrible, it's terrible, while it's giving them all of the opportunities to enrich their lives. Which one fucking is it? Are we the country that should import everyone because of all the opportunities we have? Or are we a horribly racist country that nobody should ever want to live in? Make up your fucking minds, you hypocritical goblins.
Gamification of stuff like this that's set up to benefit people who aren't us. Nobody wants to solve the Japanese birth rate problem by turning Japan into India.
That's unfortunately not true. There are a lot of people who are now trying to advocate for mass migration to Japan to help their birth rate crisis. But that's not how you help Japan. If you flood Japan with immigrants from anywhere else, it is no longer going to be Japan. And Japan should be for the Japanese. That is their country. That is their homeland. It should be for them. Have babies. Shinzo Abe wanted you to have babies.
Preposterous. That only would work in a computer simulation where you can just change the code and make a Japanese person. I've tried it. It can't be done.
Wait, how did he try doing that?
Okay, where Asmongold is right now, down in the basement, I have tried over 150 times to turn an Indian into a Japanese man. And the only thing I was able to accomplish was boiling them. All right?
How many Indian men did he boil to death in this experiment in Asmongold's basement to turn the Indian man into a Japanese man? How many perished in this science experiment, and how many were finally able to poo in the loo after this experiment?
If you think, Elon, or Asmongold, if you're watching this, if you think you can turn an Indian person into a Japanese person by boiling them, not going to happen, okay? Go down to my basement and talk to the 150 Indians that I already tried that on. Doesn't work. Nobody wants to solve...
But you can't ask them if they've been boiled. They're dead.
The American birth rate problem. What's going to happen? We're going to run out of people. Oh, the stock prices are going to go down. Oh, that's a problem for the All In podcast to figure out.
What's also an issue is that for ages we were told that there's too much population, that there's too many people. And I would tend to agree that in certain areas of the world, population is fucking exploding. Places like China, places like India, places like Africa as a continent in general. The birth rates in these places are massive in comparison to everywhere else. China also, asterisk, does have a problem because their one-child policy did hamper a lot of their birth rates now because there's not enough women to go around anymore since they were big on killing all the female babies, since they were seen as inferior to having a son. So China's going to have its own problem coming up here, but prior to that, China did have a massive fucking birth rate as well. So we were told that birth rate across the board was the issue. When it wasn't birth rate across the board, it was birth rate in specific places. However, if you notice who has the birth rates that are the problem? Well, you're just a fucking racist bigot. You're not allowed to notice. And now that we have birth rate problems in the opposite direction, where there's not enough people being born in places like Japan or South Korea or Germany or the UK or America, well, now we have a population crisis. And instead of encouraging these places to have children of their own in order to keep their birth rates up, the solution is to import the people who have the too high birth rates.
David Sachs. Sachs of what? Sachs of gold? Just start calling yourself David Sachs of gold. What's the other guy? Jason Sachs?
Hey, yo, cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Asmongold? Asmongold. David Sachs has changed his name to Asmongold. The branding is already set up for you.
Asmongold is Jewish. We figured it out. We know what's going on now.
And become the top streamer. In America, I shouldn't say Asmongold wants to himself. I love Asmongold. That guy's classic. He's the ultimate. He's the best streamer. Is he good? I think he's good. I've never watched him. I just know his name's
Why does he keep talking about him? Hold on, wait a minute.
The only people who want to fix the American birth rate problem by turning America into India are fuckers.
Yes.
People are not interchangeable economic units. If they're not more than that, then that's just an extension of antinatalism. That's just nihilism. That's just people don't matter. Neil deGrasse Tyson.
That's just, you are an interchangeable slave unit that I can use anyone else for. You actually don't matter. Your thoughts and dreams are worthless. You are a cog in the machine and I will use you to those ends, is essentially that sort of train of thought.
The universe doesn't care. Shit. The universe cares. That's why we're here.
Thank you, Mao.
It's understandable why a computer guy, why an engineer would think that or would want to think that, because it would make solving problems so much easier. We have hardwired group preferences, we have genetic memory, we have culture. This is not learned stuff. It's so deeply embedded in us that it carries on for thousands of years.
Agreed.
Thinking of people as interchangeable units, while it would be useful in a simulation or in an economic theorem, it strips them of their humanity. And by the way, it's one of the first steps towards any authoritarian dictatorship type system.
Very
it's one
true.
of the first steps towards Marxism is thinking of people as just labor. It's a very gross, anti-human thing to think, just to appeal to the Redditor in you. That's middle brain shit.
Fuck Redditors.
Stupid people at the bottom of the spectrum know that everybody is special. Everybody's special. Everybody's different and has their own thing. Retards know this.
True.
Geniuses understand that everybody is a unique product by and for their zeitgeist, or Zeitgeist if you want to go with the moist critical pronunciation. Everybody is uniquely a product of their time and location and has their place in space and time. The smart people know this, the stupid people know this. It's people in the middle with 110 IQ, which is the worst IQ to have.
Wait, hold on, what? Isn't 110 slightly above average? Hold on, wait a minute. And the bell curve moment. Maybe I'm a little more retarded than I thought. It's still midwit, but it's still, I thought like 100 was average, you know? So I thought that's so good. I'm so good. I'm so smart.
Think that people can just be pushed around and moved around and changed. They can't. Or no hate towards
Same
Hispanics,
argument for Hispanics.
Okay? But that's why the room that I'm sitting in is covered in dust. Is because the general contractor I hired used Hispanic labor. I didn't know. They laid down masonry cement. When I said I wanted polished concrete floors, masonry cement, you can't polish it. They left board marks and footprints in it. And I had to pay another crew of black people. Okay, shout out to Greg to come in here with jackhammers.
Thanks, Black Greg.
And get this shit dumpstered out of here. I went and hired my own blacks. I went in the ghetto and hired them by hand. That's how you need to hire blacks for SpaceX.
Yeah, you need to go hand pick your blacks when you hire them. That's the best way to do it.
And what you get is you get lower quality construction. You get lower wages for the blue collar workers who are here and fighting. You realize that people are fucking up against a wall fighting to make ends meet? Do you understand that the American people are on the ropes right now? Your people and not the world, okay? It's the American people. That's where this shit is popping off. That's where you came to do business. The American people are your problem now, to the extent that you want people to pay attention to your opinion. And by people, I mean actual people, not Patrick Bet-David, not Ian Miles Chong, Scott Adams, not these fucking faggots that'll walk around sucking your ass because you have money and because you made an electric car. But to the extent that you want that, you have to protect the American people.
When you get into a position, and like obviously this is like it would affect like a president or a leader or someone like Elon far more, but like in a microcosm, right? Even someone like me as like a content creator, you don't only want yes men that will suck your ass. You need to have people around you who will actually act as advisors, who will actually act in your best interest, even if that is telling you, hey, this would be really fucking retarded. Maybe don't do that. Maybe don't do that because that would be retarded. You'd be an idiot. Why the fuck would you do that? Right? You need people to like kind of keep you in check and make sure you're not going to do anything really fucking stupid. And I think once you get to certain positions, and I think Elon made this very, very noticeable, sometimes people only hire yes men. And so when they're used to the bubble those yes men create, and then they do something and that bubble fucking pops because everyone's telling them how retarded they are, they just don't know what to fucking do and they spurg out.
All about being pro-natalism and increasing the birth rate. Why is the average dude gonna want to have kids when he can barely afford to live by himself?
True.
And eat Domino's? Hey, why isn't China importing infinity Indians right now? If it's such a huge economic advantage, why isn't China doing it? We need to do a naval blockade of China to make sure they don't get any of these amazing Indians. Every Indian that makes his way into China is a threat because China will use their genius to get one over on us.
And that also brings up a good point. If we keep talking about how we're competing with China, or competing with China and all these different things, especially like AI and computing and like chips and shit, if we're competing with China and China literally imports fucking no one, what is the argument that we have to import all of these people? Like not even just Indians. What is the argument that we need to import these people if our direct competitor is not importing anyone at all? Why don't we bring in all the incredible Chinese people too? There's apparently like a secret Chinese police station being ran out of New York City to the surprise of literally no one who's been paying attention.
That's the biggest threat this country's facing, right? I think we need to go nuclear. I think we need to say, if China imports enough Indians, it's like diamonds. It's like nanotechnology. Indians are like nanotechnology.
Indians are the new blood diamonds. We need to get more African slaves to mine the Indian blood diamonds so that China doesn't get better computers than we do.
Have to be willing to use nuclear weapons to keep China from getting these precious Indians. That's step one.
Precious.
Sounds retarded, right? Because it is. It's retarded. It's subtarded. Ever hear of a subtard? By the way, Moist Critical coined that term, subtard. Competing with China in what sense? GDP? Making a number go up? Having software companies that are valued more highly? Competing with China in what sense? And at what cost? If the cost is making America look like Calcutta, that's not worth it. That's not a price that we're willing to pay.
True.
People keep posting these aerial drone display videos of drones shaped like a dragon. And correct me if I'm wrong, that's something that a bright high schooler could do.
That's true.
On a smaller scale, is it not? Making drones move around in 3D space. How is that an impressive problem?
Does Sam Hyde know that in America we celebrate, like, young scholars who invent inventions that already exist, but then we have to pretend they don't so that we can uphold these people? Like that fucking girl that I talked about on stream, like, a month or two ago, where she, like, slapped a bunch of box fans together to make an air filter. And it's like, those already fucking exist, my lass. But somehow we're supposed to forget that? A cool clock, Ahmed.
To anybody except boneheads who are mystified by drones in the first place. Look at this aerial drone display. It's a ballet of killer drones. How can we compete with that? That's what drones do. They move around in coordinate space. Who gives a fuck? It's the low-hanging fruit of robotics that mystifies people. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Didn't we have more impressive shit in the 80s?
We did.
Isn't this more impressive?
One. Cover.
With no pilot to compromise performance, even more unusual craft and propulsion systems have been designed and tested.
Why do we need to compete with them? Can't we just kick their spies out and tell them to fuck off?
Yes, I would love
when
that.
When do I get some Chinese pussy, okay? Am I not a big enough media figure that the CCP, is it the CCP, Chinese Communist Party? Why aren't they sending these hot spies to fuck with me?
You gotta know someone for the hot spies to fuck with you, Samuel. You can't just know Asmongold and Moist Critical. You gotta know someone who's like deeper on the inside, and then the Chinese spies will be crawling all over your dick to get the inside secrets.
Suck my dick for blackmail. When's that gonna happen? China, I'm waiting, okay? I have 300,000 YouTube subscribers, or 250,000 probably. 200,000? How much on Hyde Wars? If you have over 100,000 Twitter followers, you should demand that a hot Chinese spy comes and sucks your dick.
Chat, I don't have a dick, but when I get to 100,000 Twitter followers, I should ask for a male Chinese spy. I could be like, well, I can fix him, all right, okay? He'll be trying to whisper sweet CCP propaganda in my ear. And I'll just be like, look, honey, isn't it great to be able to use a firearm whenever you want to? You don't have to worry about the government killing your family.
Okay? You can take video. Whatever. Why is that? Am I not popular enough to get this fucking mingling? To get Bing Bing over here? Ah! A Tesla Model X and Bing Bing over here sucking me. That's my price, China. Send them over. Do we need to build giant cities that nobody lives in to compete? Do we need to turn our country into a surveillance state?
He brought up my point about the fucking houses that nobody's gonna buy that I made before watching this.
Nightmare to compete. Do we need to essentially have slave labor to compete? What type of competition are you talking about? And at what cost?
Because I don't think they're actually talking about real competition. They're saying that to placate the midwits who think that that's why we're importing hordes of people who are incompatible with American culture and American values. They really just want not only cheaper than American labor, but they want a more compliant citizenry. They want a more compliant class of people that they can subjugate. And if they've pushed Americans out of these better positions, we're also going to be easier to subjugate because we're scrounging around trying to make ends meet, and we have to capitulate to things if we want to keep doing that. Once again, look at COVID. Look at how many people had to take a vaccine in order to keep their jobs. It's easy to say, well, if I was in that position, I wouldn't do it. But when you have a family to take care of, when you have a wife and you have children relying on you, sometimes you don't really have that choice. Sometimes you can't really stand on your principle because you can't count on hundreds or hundreds of thousands of people standing up with you. You'll get singled out and you'll get fucked. I would love it. I would love it if all of us could come together and make a case and force changes for the betterment and not have to deal with government tyranny. But that is an idealistic view of things. That's not reality, unfortunately. And it's like, since they've already done these things, of course they're going to keep trying to do them. They're going to keep finding ways to make you more compliant and importing more people who are already compliant without having to be threatened or propagandized.
Competing with China is competing with literal slave labor, and that's impossible to compete with. It's not worth competing with. And nobody who has a real sense of what matters in life thinks anything about competing with China. We've been hearing this for 30 fucking years.
And the things coming out of China aren't even made well. Like, when the fuck did Empire of Dust come out? How long ago was that? And even the fucking Chinese guy in that documentary had to admit, yeah, the steel is fucked because it's Chinese quality. They don't make good products. They might make things cheap and fast because of the slave labor, but they're not making quality items. 2011? God damn, that was so long ago.
As long as China has been an industrial nation, there have been headlines, The Economist. I remember this in the dentist office when I was a kid. China's looming on the horizon.
Yep.
We have to accept a lower quality of life immediately to compete with China. That's the thrust of every article.
They just want you to become the slave labor for them, like China has. Bring on the suicide nets. Who needs to treat you like a human?
The American worker, you have to take less pay and accept more bullshit because there's a big boogeyman looming on the horizon. It's China for 30 years. Before that, it was Japan. It's constant. It's to keep wages suppressed. It's to make you shut up. Elon doubles down in this tweet, offering a false dichotomy. Either we have to have more legal immigration, or you, the person disagreeing with it, you want America to fail for your own personal gain. What personal gain are you talking about? You want America to fail for your own personal gain. What is Elon, what are you talking about? How does anybody personally gain from this? The only gain happening is in stock prices of tech companies. That's the gain. Mm-hmm. That's where the gain is. Cui bono. That's who stands to benefit from this arrangement. This tweet, it's not first principles thinking. It's not in good faith dialogue.
And it's really strange as well to see all of these people who solidly wanted to position themselves on the right and then use the same, like, oh, if you don't accept all of these immigrants, well, you're just racist and you want America to fail. And it's like, no. I want America to be for Americans. Americans not only should be, but deserve to be the priority of all of those in power in this country. And it's like, yes, legal immigration can be fine if it is in small scale and it is restricted. However, we have had unchecked immigration. We have had so much illegal migration. We've had so much visa abuse. We are damaged and sick as a country. And the only real solution to stop all of this is to stop thinking you're going to find the mythical Tesla or Einstein somewhere else and invest in the Americans. If we have to completely close off any kind of immigration for a short period of time until we can fix our own shit, that should be something that is discussed. That shouldn't be off the table. You shouldn't be called racist for that. Immigrant is not a race. You're not discriminating and saying, oh, well, we'll only take these ones in, but not those ones. It's like, no, stop it all. All of it. Focus on Americans for right now, because that's what we need.
This is a dishonest mischaracterization. Nobody's calling you a liar. People say things in the heat of the moment that are dishonest, though. This is a dishonest mischaracterization of the tens of thousands of people who are blowing up your website. This is not an own on Elon. This is not dunking on Elon. I know that you can bring the ban hammer down, and I know that you are going to be tempted to do so, that you already have with the groypers, which, by the way, you have to undo that, man. You blanket banned people, not for saying not for posting swastikas, but for stating their opinion on this H-1B issue. That is a complete violation of the trust that the people you wanted to like you placed in you when you said that you're...
Did this happen? I don't know anything about the groyper bannings. I knew about people talking about the check marks, and I knew about Elon's meltdown, but I didn't know about the groyper bannings. So this is actually something that Elon did. He like personally banned certain groypers for just having a different opinion from him. The groypers started posting grape jokes about someone's kid. What the fuck? They got banned, however, they were saying slurs too. You don't like groypers, but they all seem to have been banned at the same time shortly after. Like, you can't position your website as like this was a clammed up website that didn't abide by free speech, and I'm here to change that, and we're gonna let people say what they want, and it's gonna be a marketplace of free ideas. You can't market yourself as that, especially when you are in charge and you control the TOS, and then start banning people for opinions. That's kind of retarded.
For free speech. It's straight George W. Bush. You're either with us or you're with the terrorists.
Groypers are cringe, though? Well, yeah, but part of standing up for free speech is standing up for people that not only you think are cringe, but people that you vehemently disagree with. I've said this before about, like, Holocaust denial, right? I think it's very stupid to deny that the Holocaust happened. We have an abundance of evidence that it was real. But I think countries in Europe that punish Holocaust denial with legal threat, with fines, with jail time, I think that's even more retarded. Because you should be free to be a retard. I don't like those people's opinions when they deny that the Holocaust happened. I don't think it's true. I don't think it's real. I don't agree with them. But they are not causing direct harm to anyone. And if they're allowed to say retarded things out loud, people are allowed to correct the retarded things they say. Sunlight is the best disinfectant for bad ideas.
What this is. You're either agreeing with me or you're fucking an enemy. You're an enemy.
I'm an enemy!
It's not an argument. It's not a well-reasoned position. It's just my way or the highway. Is that what free speech is? Is that who you are? You can just be a celebrity. You can be like Ellen DeGeneres. You can be like The Rock. And you can get Ozempic, you can get breast implants, start going on The View. Whatever you want for popularity. You can do that, of course. But to the extent that you have popularity, if you keep digging this hole, it will be misplaced, and it'll be there because you're rich. What does winning actually mean? Healthy, functioning societies, they need more than gadgets. They need more than Marvel, more than goy slop. They need a shared ideology, heritage, history, beliefs and values, religion, or they collapse and they crumble.
And I've gotten a lot of pushback when I've talked about a healthy society as well, in terms of, like, the heroic men like Daniel Penny. We watched, like, a video of some woman getting attacked and robbed, and there was, like, a guy who just, like, watched it happen. And I was like, in a healthy society, yes, that man would be rightly chastised and criticized for doing nothing. We are not a healthy society. Because a healthy society props up men who are heroes. They prop up the men who do the right thing, men and women who do the right things. And we are a diseased society at this moment. We reward people for inaction. We reward people for tattletaling to the government on their families. And we punish people for protecting others. We punish people for trying to help others. And that's not a good society to live in. We need the strong men to make the good times. Yeah, absolutely.
That's Babel, that's Rome, that's every empire that's been crushed because there wasn't social cohesion. Basic bitch libertarian principles aren't enough. Maybe they're enough to get VC funding, maybe they're enough to create an interesting exercise of some sort, but they're not enough to hold people together. And again, we're back to the idea of people as a collection of economic units. That's what at the foundation of Marxism, that reality is just math. And thus the justification for a lot of Marxism is also what leads Silicon Valley libertarian type people to attempt to quantify the unquantifiable. Mount Rushmore, the space program, the interstate system, motion pictures, electricity. These are all things that are not quantifiable. So they're quantifiable in the sense that you can look back and you can say that they cost X amount of dollars or that a certain amount of concrete and steel was used in their construction. But these dream projects are unquantifiable things. There's no slider in the program where you can crank up the number of Indians to 200 million and bring the American dream to fruition faster.
You cannot.
There's no data entry point where you can bump up the Indians and get Chrysler buildings popping up everywhere, more Art Deco construction. We do not need more bloated code bases, more tech gadgets, more poorly run hotels, more work ethic, okay? What we need is we need leaders willing to fight for the American people, not for corporations, not for the idea of America, but for the American people. That is the only thing that we need on the brink of collapse, on the eve of our crumbling. It needs to be something higher, a higher ideal than tech company market caps. If it's just that, then it's just noise. It's just not reality. Reality is the hundreds of thousands of kids who are graduating with massive college debt, hundreds of job applications. They're being looked over for people who are not us. That's not a meritocracy. That's not some idealistic, high-minded thing. It's just money.
I don't even have anything to like pause and comment on here, because he's basically just repeating sentiment that I've said when I've read through DEI articles a whole bunch of times. This is like looking in a mirror right now, a disheveled, gender-bent mirror.
Apple and Google might win, but America will be worse.
Yeah.
The soil that all this winning flourishes out of is salted. And that means that the next Apple, the next Google will be Chinese. Potentially the next SpaceX will be Chinese. Wouldn't that be strange? Wouldn't that be interesting if China makes it to Mars first? It would be great for humanity. Why don't we do it? Let's do it. China makes it to Mars before America.
China's the red country, Mars is the red planet. I mean, maybe we just let them have it. It's a communist planet anyway.
Does that sound like fun? It's just humans. They're just interchangeable economic units. Why wouldn't we want that? I think we do it. It sounds good to me. How do we define winning?
Why did it keep spitting?
I just won. That was Asmongold that I spit on. I killed him. I'm not dissing Asmongold. I'm just playing around. I spit on Moist Critical. I'll spit on his face. Fucking guy. Nah, we
Direct your
Moist.
thinly veiled fetish.
We have a deal with Moist right now. It's for nicotine pouches. These are Moist's nicotine pouches. I call them Moist. Did you know Moist is a Yiddish word?
What?
I didn't know Moist Critical is actually Jewish. Did you know that?
What? He managed to call both Asmongold and Moist Critical Jewish in this video. What is happening?
Crazy fact. Winning. Is winning making it so that tech companies have
It's not Moist Critical,
even
it's Moist
higher
Critical.
valuations? Is that winning? It's the valuation of Netflix. I figured it out. That's why we're not winning, is because Netflix stock isn't high enough. That's the only way to win. I want to kill my neighbors and burn them alive and blow up my car, but it's okay because Netflix is worth $3 trillion.
You know, Netflix isn't even going to keep people placated anymore because they keep canceling shows that are actually good. The circus part of the bread and circus is definitely not working as well as it used to.
I want to cut my cock off and scramble my brain with fucking fluoride. I'm gonna win.
I have a tab for that, actually.
$3 trillion. I can't believe the dollars are this high.
Ow, my arm. Ow, my arm. Hold on. I have a tab for that. I'm so excited. Hold on. I actually have to stop him from talking. Hold on. Those are bodies found in a plane. Hold on. That's a different thing. It's a 100-year-old lady. This is buying TikTok. This is fucking pausing AI because you're oh, here we go. Children exposed to higher fluoride levels have lower IQs. A government study finds. Maybe there's a correlation here, like Sam Hyde said about cutting off his cock. Maybe the more fluoride in your water, the higher chance of you wanting to cut your cock off. Maybe there's something here, chat. every 1 part per million increase in fluoride in urine, a way of measuring all the sources of fluoride a person consumes, was associated with a roughly 1 point drop in a child's IQ score. While an impact like that may seem small for any one person, on a wider scale, the study authors note, the consequences are significant, especially for those who are vulnerable because of risk factors like poverty and nutrition. A 5-point decrease in a population's IQ would nearly double the number of people classified as intellectually disabled. The study, which was published Monday in the journal JAMA Pediatrics, comes with a backstory. It was conducted by scientists at the government's National Toxicology Program, a program that evaluates chemicals and other things people are exposed to, like cell phone radiation, for their potential to harm health. It began in 2015 and was subjected to several rounds of reviews, in a process that some critics charge was designed to delay its public release. The full review was finally published as a lengthy monograph in August, and in September, the study became the basis of a federal judge's ruling ordering the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency to further regulate fluoride to protect children's intellectual development. Simply put, the risk to health at exposure levels in the U.S. drinking water is sufficiently high to trigger regulatory response by the EPA. Under federal law, U.S. District Judge Edward Chen wrote in the ruling, in November, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., President-elect Donald Trump's pick for U.S. Health and Human Services Secretary, made headlines after he called fluoride an industrial waste and pledged that the Trump administration would advise utilities to stop adding to public water supplies. Fluoride is a naturally occurring mineral that's found in soil, rocks, and water to varying degrees. On the recommendation of the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and the World Health Organization, many cities have added fluoride to their treated drinking water for decades to protect teeth from cavities. As it washes over teeth, fluoride can stop early decay by putting minerals back into tooth enamel. It also makes teeth more resistant to acid and interferes with bacteria's ability to erode teeth. All right, so chat, I'm a hag, right? And I've talked about my one filling my one silver filling that I have in my mouth. And I think I mentioned I need like 2 fillings at this point. So I'll have 3 total once I get the other 2 done. So I've had 3 cavities over the entire course of my life. And ever since I was a child, I did not like drinking tap water. I only drank bottled water. So I was not getting the nutritious, delicious fluoride that all children crave. So clearly, the fluoride is not doing what it claims it does. If my teeth have been better than my peers, and I have done essentially nothing to them. I didn't even see a dentist for like a decade because I said fuck dentists when I turned 18. I said, fuck them. I don't ever want to see one of those pieces of shit again. So I didn't even go in for regular fucking cleanings. Only 3 cavities in my entire life. Did I brush my teeth? I mean, most of the time. Did I floss? Let's not talk about flossing so much, chat. What even is flossing if you think about it? You know. Avoid candy. I have a sweet tooth that would rival a giant living in a candy village. All right, okay? Like, I eat copious amounts of sugary shit. Especially when I was younger. I would put away like 2 12-packs of soda back when I was a constant rollerblader, okay? I would eat and drink things that were terrible for my teeth. I avoided dentists. I didn't drink tap water. 3 cavities. Okay, but why do I have to drink it? So I'm just saying. I could be some strange anomaly with my extra spine bones. Maybe my teeth also have extra weird boneology. Maybe I'm a weird chimera woman fox lady. But maybe they've been lying about the fluoride. Maybe they haven't been exactly truthful about the fluoride. Fluoride was marketed as healthy for teeth by Aluminium Company of America, who produces it as waste for aluminium production. Those pieces of shit. Some people are born with shit teeth and shit enamel. Yeah, but that's just like unfortunate genetics. That has nothing to do with the fluoride, though. How does fluoride in my throat and belly help my teeth? Boneology is the new Miles Davis album. True. True. That same year, the CDC reiterated its faith in the health benefits of fluoride, naming water fluoridation one of the 10 greatest public health achievements of the 21st century. Okay, but like, European countries don't do that. I'm pretty sure I remember people in here saying that European countries do not fluoridate their water. I could be wrong. Chat, correct me if I am wrong. Help. The UK does. We do. We indeed do not. I'm getting mixed signals. Maybe it's a per country thing. Maybe it depends on the country. You don't think anybody realized these effects existed when we started water fluoridation, but we should stop it now, obviously. Some do. The UK is a shithole, so of course they do. Okay, I guess it's maybe on a per country basis, because I definitely remember some Europeans in chat mentioning that they don't have fluoride water where they live. Now, though, environmental health experts say agencies need to reassess the risks and benefits of fluoride because of its potential neurotoxicity. In some places, including areas that have well water that's naturally high in fluoride, children were getting so much fluoride that it left streaks and spots on their teeth, a condition called dental fluorosis. In 2015, HHS lowered its recommended levels for fluoride in drinking water from a range of 0.7 parts per million to 1.2 parts per million to 0.7 parts per million to prevent fluorosis. So, what the fuck? I'd like to point out that the amount of cavities didn't go down when they started adding it to the water. It stayed about the same. So it literally did nothing. Literally did nothing. Shiny blotting teeth. The evidence is sufficient, it's not definitive, says Dr. Bruce Lanphier, an epidemiologist and professor at Simon Fraser University in Canada. Lanphier wrote a commentary on the new paper, and one of his studies was included in the review, but was not involved in the report's conclusions. We need to pause and we need to review the evidence, Lanphier said, rather than just stick their head in the sand. In a separate commentary on the study, Dr. Stephen Levi, a professor of preventative and community dentistry at the University of Iowa, questions the conclusions of the research and the way JAMA Pediatrics is presenting them, since the study itself doesn't talk about the rounds of reviews and the delay in its public release. Levi says just publishing the meta-analysis of human studies doesn't give readers important context about animal studies conducted by the National Toxicology Program, which found no apparent decrease in learning and memory in rodents exposed to low to moderate fluoride levels. He points out that all of the human studies included in the review were from countries outside of the US, and the majority are classified by the study authors as having a high risk of bias. I mean, just include the US stuff then, right? I mean, if we have fluoridation of our water, wouldn't we be a good test case to look at? Thus, despite the presentation of some evidence of a possible association between IQ and high fluoride levels in water, there's no evidence of an adverse effect at the lower fluoride levels commonly used in CWF, or community water fluoridation systems. The study authors agree with him on that point. In a written statement emailed to CNN, they say they didn't have enough data to know if the level of fluoride that's recommended for drinking water has any impact on children's IQ. The new review includes 74 studies from 10 countries. Most of the studies, 45, come from China, where researchers first noticed differences in intelligence between communities exposed to high fluoride levels and those that did not. I'm going to need to see, more about what's different between these. And also, since it comes from China, I'm a little more incredulous. Researchers then picked apart the methods of each study, looking at factors like the age of the children who were involved, how they were tested for intelligence, and how researchers measured their exposure to fluoride, whether they examined it from less exact metrics like amount of fluoride in the water where they lived, or whether it came from more precise measures such as lab testing fluoride in urine. Some of the strongest studies from Canada and Mexico looked at measures of fluoride in the urine of pregnant women, and then tested the IQ of their children years later. The researchers then sliced the data in 3 different meta-analyses or studies of studies. In the first study, which was nearly 21,000 children from 59 studies, they found significant decreases in IQ between children with the highest and lowest fluoride exposure. Looking at all the data, children exposed to the highest fluoride levels scored about 7 points lower on IQ tests compared with those to the lowest fluoride. When researchers restricted their analysis to only the highest quality of studies, the difference remained, though it was not as large, about 3 IQ points. In a second analysis of the studies with group-level measurements of fluoride in urine and water, the researchers found a slightly more than 2-point drop in IQ between the highest and lowest fluoride levels. When researchers restricted their analysis to the 4 studies with the lowest risk of bias in their data, they found that children drinking water with 2 parts per million of fluoride had IQ scores that were almost 5 points lower on average compared to those who weren't exposed to lower levels. Help. When researchers look at water below 1.5 parts per million, however, there were no significant decreases in IQ. I wonder if this is going to become a similar thing to like lead in paint, and how lead in paint had a huge impact on IQ of children. I wonder if fluoride is like our generation's lead paint. 5 points is quite a bit. Yeah, it's kind of significant. In a group of 4 studies with a low risk of bias that reported group-level measures of fluoride in urine, they found people with less than 1.5 parts per million in their urine, a measure of all sources they consume, not just water, found their IQ scores were about 1 point lower, on average, than those exposed to lower levels. In a final meta-analysis of studies that reported individual measures of fluoride in urine and IQ scores in nearly 4,500 children, they found a 1 part per million increase in fluoride was linked to a 1.63 drop in IQ score. Lanfear says the consistency of the findings is striking across all of these analyses. Children who had higher fluoride exposure, whether that was measured with fluorosis, which is kind of a crude measure, or fluoride in water, or fluoride in urine, they found consistent evidence that higher exposure was associated with diminished IQ. Took so long to get rid of lead gas back in the 20th century. Yeah, unfortunately. Is this why kids are so fucking stupid these days? I'ma eat the Tide Pods! I felt like that was a very relevant thing to pause the Sam Hyde video for, since we were talking about people getting dumber with the fluoride in the water. I needed that side tangent, chat.
Winning this much, the dollars are this high. We have such good drones and spying technology. We're winning! That's the most retarded thing I've ever heard.
We're winning! Our drones can make pretty light shows! All the companies are doubling down on DEI while telling us they're not. We're winning!
At least leftoid medicine vaccine brain niggas. Keep that out, please. I said people. At least people whose blood has been replaced with vaccines and are so far on the left they salute Mickey Mouse. They think that they're helping people.
Why is it keep
winning
spinning?
is just drones doing an aerial display while a robot jerks me off to sample my DNA, then everything is lost. I killed a homeless person today, Chris. Did you know that? It was free speech. I said, "You fucking dirty ass bum ruining my street. I'll kill you." And then I used a speech gun to shoot a speech bullet into his speech head. I ripped an NFL cheerleader team. The guys, too. I used free speech on them. Do they have male cheerleaders in the NFL? National Fag League. Look it up, please. Does the NFL have male cheerleaders?
I don't know if they have male
awesome.
cheerleaders.
That's true.
We need the speech fatality.
A third of the league is male cheerleaders.
1/3 of the NFL cheerleading league is men. I had no idea. Are these like men? Or are they like biological men, but like, you know, like how do we know anymore in current year? That's a lot of gay locker room sex. 1/3 of the league has one man. What the fuck?
Cheerleaders. America is the greatest country on earth. Here's your male cheerleaders. Is everybody on fentanyl? Everybody working at D'Angelo's? Everybody working at the mall? They're all retards? Everybody who's had their lives destroyed by Big Pharma, by the grist mill of inflation and taxation. Everybody that's been betrayed by their leadership in this country, are they all retards? Is everybody who's got, and this is a lot of people, who has $400 in their bank account and is getting hit with overdraft fees and has the landlord from hell?
True.
Are they all retards?
True. I talk about my apartment complex management company all the time. I can't wait until I move out of here and I leave them the worst review. They have no idea the bomb I am about to drop when I fucking leave this place. The likes of which they are not prepared for. It's going to be worse than 1,000,000 Hiroshimas and Nagasaki's. No one will ever live here again out of free will. They will have to turn themselves into a Section 8 fucking complex, cause no one will want to live here.
You work at a sub sandwich shop. You couldn't invent PayPal. If you really believe that these people are all retards, then you have no place in the discourse going on about the future of this country. You are just a computer guy. And I don't think you really believe that. I hope to God that you don't. But if that's really what you believe, then you're not a leader. I could say fuck you. I could say, take a step back and fuck your own face.
Yeah, but what's the point of saying that to a computer? They won't really understand it, right? And it's like, that's why I've gotten kind of fed up with the people who at this point still have the I just want to grill mentality. It's like, yes, I would love to live in the reality where I could keep up the I just want to grill mentality that I had in like pre-2012, where I could freely say, I don't want to give a shit about politics. I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to see it. I don't want to deal with it. But unfortunately, we live in reality and not goo goo gaga dreamland. And as much as you want to ignore politics, they're not gonna fucking ignore you. And if you have something that you love or you care about or you have an interest in, it's going to get fucked up if you maintain your I just want to grill mentality. It as like those people are like the drones that he is talking about, in my opinion. Maybe I'm misinterpreting his words, but that's how I feel about it. They're like the drones that don't want to think, don't want to be forced to look in a mirror and see what reality actually is. They want to live in some sort of idealistic nonsense dreamland similar to what the leftists who preach utopia have. It's gonna get way more fucked up if you don't start paying attention. It's just like, I'm sorry if you hate me for being a messenger, but I don't want to see things that I care about continue to get fucked up. I talk about these political things because I've been playing video games since I was a wee lass, and I don't want to see them used as a tool of fucking Marxist propaganda. I want to be able to enjoy my video games without being fucking propagandized. She's the new Jordan Peterson. Clean your room, wash your dick!
But I'll say this. If you really believe that the American people are retards, which they are, we got male cheerleaders in the NFL.
True.
But if you really do not have in your heart grace and respect for the Homer Simpson, vinyl siding, economy shitbox driving retards who make your dream possible, if you have a heart, if you are a human being, then that will sting harder than telling you to go fuck yourself.
Mm-hmm.
You can do the go fuck yourself all day. I tell myself to go fuck myself. You can say that all day. Fuck you, fuck you. I say that in the mirror when I wake up and when I put makeup on. Who gives a fuck?
He's the male cheerleader.
These people are retards and you don't have any goodwill towards them, then you're not a leader.
True.
You're just a nerd. And there's plenty of those.
You're just a nerd looking for a slave underclass to achieve your own dreams. You don't care about those people's dreams or their wants or what they need to survive. You just see them as little ones and zeros to be able to make your dreams come true. They are negligible.
There's plenty of nerds who got lucky. I bought Bitcoin, Magic the Gathering online exchange. I got lucky. There's no shortage of nerds who got lucky. There's this disturbing idea.
It's me. I'm a
the nerd who got lucky. Not with Bitcoin, but with a whole bunch of fellow retards who enjoy being retarded with me on stream.
BoomerCon right that America is just a collection of ideas, and you bring everybody in the world, the teeming masses who are desperate for a
fellow retard
half-gallon of milk, you bring them here and all of a sudden they're hit like lightning with this idea that makes them able to make this country stronger. This country's never been weaker, and it's never been more open to foreigners who aren't us. These two things, they're not unrelated, they're directly related. Would Ben Shapiro say the same thing about Israel? Israel's just a collection of ideas. Would Vivek say the same thing about India? India is just a collection of ideas, really good ideas. That's why they're doing so good. Grope women on the train. That's not a glib.
It's always very strange to see these people do this as well, because it's like it's fine if certain people have pride in their countries or their ethnicity or where they came from. But if you're an American and you start having any nationalistic pride, that's a problem. You're a bigot of some kind. You can't do that. Not allowed.
Remark, by the way. I make a lot of jokes about Indians in my stand-up act. I had an Indian woman come up to me after a show. I thought she was going to chew me out and beat my ass, ear-beating Indian style, for the jokes that I made. She said to me, "Thank you for saying that. I went there with my 13-year-old sister and they pulled her pants down on the train."
Oh no!
Is that an Indian idea? When we bring them over, does that idea suddenly vanish and they get the neural net download of American ideas? Is that how it works?
No, that's not how it works.
The people
and normal
who are mad
people
at you
can
right
point
now
that out.
don't view America as a collection of ideas. It's not an economic zone. I hate how there's this argument against Americans asking them what they built. If you're so great, what did you build? What did you build? Nothing significant that gets built gets built on an individualistic scale. The greatest things that humans have built, cathedrals, which if you disagree with this, it's just, you're wrong. I mean, computers are pretty up there, but cathedrals are a good example of this. Cathedrals are built over hundreds of years. They're built not just by the army of stonemasons who build them, but by the towns who pay for it.
I also miss cathedrals. They are like a testament to human ingenuity, in my opinion. They always are just like massive, intimidating architectural marvels. And then you go on the inside and you start looking at every single little detail, from like the carvings to the paintings, and you realize the scope of all the work that must have taken and how many people were involved in building it. And it's just like, fuck, man. It kind of makes you feel connected to people of the past in a way, because you're standing in the middle of like this great leap in what humans were capable of building.
The cream sitting on top of the cake. The cake is the soil. The cake is the vinyl siding dumbasses who are your customers, who are the people who pay for this shit by putting their retirement accounts in Vanguard mutual funds.
Oh.
They're the people who you owe a debt to, a debt for being able to do the stuff that you do. These H-1B tech workers that are coming in, so many of them are just managing apps that other people built. They're maintaining code bases for stuff that was built years ago. What do they make?
And this goes into the competency crisis as well, where people in the tech industry are saying that there's not enough people who know how to use or maintain or upkeep any of the prior systems. And we're going to reach a bloat point where no one is going to know how to get these things to work or how to innovate with them. And so we need people who are going to be actually able to do more than just baseline maintain these things. We need to be training Americans. We need to be investing in our own country instead of bringing over people who aren't going to be able to integrate and do more with what was built before them.
Social media apps that collect all your data. They're making to-do apps, dating apps. Who fucking cares, man? What did they build? Mobile phone games? It's just stuff that feeds more into consumerism. It's not actually making life better for anybody. The sentiment that Americans aren't good enough, that's one of the darker things that has happened here. I know that Vivek Ramaswamy does believe it to be the case, and
which is, again, a weird thing. I have heard my entire life since I was in, like, middle school. Oh, there are just jobs that Americans don't want to do. Americans think they're too good for these jobs. I've heard that my entire life from teachers, from newscasters, from politicians, from people on the left repeating these talking points. But all over the internet and in my real life, I have known people who have struggled to find jobs. I struggled to find a job for a while. I couldn't even get hired at places like Yankee Candle because I was overqualified. I was like, I just need a job. I need some form of income. And they're like, ooh, well, we can't hire you because you're overqualified. And so you're not going to stay here very long. And it's like, but I need something, man. So what is this mythical line of thought that Americans don't want to do these jobs or think that they're too good for them? Where did this come from? Where did this lie grow from? And why do so many people parrot it? Why do so many people believe it to be true? Is it because they think that they're too good for certain jobs? And because they believe they're too good for certain jobs, they think all Americans think exactly like them? Like, it escapes me. The logic doesn't make sense.
And for him, this Twitter bomb was a mask-off moment in a way that I hope it wasn't for you. But that sentiment and the Twitter deboosting, algorithm change, blanket ban, all that stuff, those are the darker things in the sense of not good for humanity, not good for the future. Running Twitter the same way your enemies did before you bought it from them.
It's always just been about corporate tricks to make wages too low to live. It just reminds me of, like, the people who talk about needing gun control because, like, oh, dangerous people can get a hold of guns, but it's like criminals don't follow the law. That's why they're criminals in the first place. And so it feels like immense projection. Like, they don't feel like they would be able to handle the responsibility that comes with being a gun owner. They feel like they would do something dangerous with a firearm. So they like expand that and they project it onto everyone else. They're like, everyone else must also be dangerous with a firearm. NIMBY protection, yeah.
Is that what you wanted when you bought this thing? Is that the let it sink in moment? Is that what you envisioned for the global meeting grounds? And we're not talking about just making the 10% of people on the left and the 10% of people on the right mad. The middle is the Overton window. You're just talking about satisfying the Overton window. This is censorship. You're engaging in censorship pretty much right off the rip here. You just bought Twitter. You just got in with Trump. You just became a Republican. You just courted the MAGA base. That's a pretty big betrayal of the role that you have stepped in to fill, whether or not it's even true, okay? I couldn't work at SpaceX. I don't have a delusion about that. It doesn't matter because you are in charge of American companies. You are an American leader. So what matters is that that's the sentiment people are walking away with after your tweet storm. It's not helped by these.
I like that he said that as well, because there are definitely some people who would be like, oh, well, why is he even talking about any of this? He wouldn't be smart enough to work at SpaceX. And it's like, you don't have to be intelligent or learned enough to work in a specific position to notice patterns or to notice that something is wrong. You don't have to have specialized knowledge in one specific niche case in order to point out that a problem exists.
Patrick Bet David, Wolf in Sheep's Clothing, cocksucker podcaster.
Wait, what was
guys.
that?
Patrick Bet David, Wolf in Sheep's Clothing.
Valuetainment Commerce LLC H-1B salary 2023. One records from 2023 median salary. Valuetainment Commerce LLC graphic designer, $41,600, Oakland Park, Florida. Yeah, see, I don't know what Valuetainment Commerce is, but I feel like you don't need an H-1B visa for a fucking graphic designer. Although, asterisk, from my experience with Western artists, I probably would take the H-1B guy over any of the Western artists. Let's be like really honest for a second here.
Cocksucker podcaster guys who are just up your ass because they have money. The extent to which you deserve to be a king, more importantly,
don't hurt him, Kirsche.
Or equally importantly, how posterity will look upon you.
Indian artist? No, hire Japanese artist or Indonesian artist or Malaysian artist. If they live somewhere in Asia, they're probably fucking primo.
Works is directly related to your attitude, your benevolence towards the American people. The Cybertruck's cool, but if America crumbles, it's because we've taken
India is in Asia. I'm not gonna play the UK word games, chat. I'm not gonna call like Indians and Middle Easterners Asians. I don't fucking care that geography-wise they're in Asia. Geographically, that's the word I was trying to look for. I don't fucking care. They're not Asians. You might want to play the fucking semantics game. But when someone says Asian, they're not thinking of fucking the 7-Eleven cashier, all right? That's not who they're thinking of. They're not thinking of Mohammed bombing the AT&T stage, all right? They're thinking of like Takahashi or I can't think of a Korean name, Yang Min, okay? Those are the Asians that people think of, all right? The fox is correct. Oh, bring back Oriental. I don't even know why that's offensive in current year. Growing up, literally no one said Asian to refer to Indians or Middle Easterners. Yeah, and they only do it now to obfuscate crime statistics. What type of Asian? 7-Eleven is very popular in Japan. They may be thinking of the cashier.
Fuck 7-Eleven! Give me the Don Quixote.
They think of sushi, not Baba Ganoush. I keep trying to hire Western artists, man, and I'm gonna find some that are great one day, I hope. Oriental's offensive now. Has been for quite a few years, for some reason. I don't know why. Kim, literally 1/3 of Koreans are Kims. That's true. Man, I can't handle it when a Korean is named Sun. For some reason, my retard-ass American brain sees the word sun, and instead of pronouncing it sun like I should, I pronounce it soon. And why do I do that? Why do I have brain damage? Like, I know I should be pronouncing it sun, but my brain just goes, oh, their name is Sun, and they are South Korean, therefore I should say soon. But why does it do that? Why am I dumb?
On too many outsiders who don't give a shit.
It's the
about
fluoride.
the country. Then the Cybertruck will be a footnote in a Wikipedia. It'll be the DeLorean. It'll be something interesting. People look back, oh, that was kind of cool. You know why they won't be driving it? Because they'll be driving a Neo, and China will be the first to Mars. This isn't fixed by moving the goalposts of what an American is. It would be a lot easier if an American was just an Indian with an Ivy League degree. It would make this whole problem go away instantly if that worked. If you could just wave your hand and say that an American is a Guatemalan who was born here, that's an American. We wouldn't have to have this painful conversation. It would be so easy.
That's true.
If you could
He's
do
so
that,
right.
if it were a computer simulation. That's Marvel movie shit. An American is whoever.
Yeah, just change the algorithm a little bit. You know, if you practice a little bit of eugenics, you can just make the perfect slave class. Don't worry about it.
Whoever Doctor Strange brings through the portal to beat Thanos. The new Spider-Man is an American. It's a lesbian.
Also, chat, since I see you making some jokes, when I'm saying sun, I'm talking about like S-U-N, not S-O-N, because S-U-N is a woman's name, a Korean woman's name. That's a name given to women in Korea. Sorry for not specifying, because S-O-N is also a word used. Help.
Sri Lanka, who just came here to start up a cupcake business, but she listens to Cold Wave, and she just came here to start up her hair dye business. She's an American. She's here for the American dream. That's not reality. That's math. That's Marxism, that's computer programmer, simulation, bullshit.
Yep.
We all know what an American is. And all these paragraph-long definitions and high-minded ideas, it's just propaganda. We know what an American is. And if you're...
Sun Wukong would disagree. That's Chinese. I mean, maybe Sun S-U-N is like, what's the word? Gender neutral. Maybe it's a gender neutral name also in Korea. But I've only known women with the name Sun. 21st century. I just forgot.
Not here to help the American people, then your usefulness to us is over with. The right wing, Republicans, conservatives, etc., they are trolls and memers and shit posters, and they have acerbic ideas, and they're also the most forgiving people. They're the most forgiving people. Anytime anybody does anything remotely based, they are absorbed by the right. Anna Kasparian talking about not feeling safe in her neighborhood. That's based, man. Anna Kasparian was red-pilled this whole time. I can't believe it. Damn.
I was a really weird arc when people were calling Anna Kasparian fucking based, man. Like, oh, man.
People, broadly speaking, do not expect you to be full-on 1950s racist Hank Hill, get him out guy.
I love Hank Hill.
That's not what they're looking for, okay? They're fine with the Silicon Valley tech version of the occasionally based, occasionally Neil deGrasse Tyson soy face. They love that Elon. It's this idea that Americans aren't good enough, this misunderstanding of what America is. You're just as bad as the people you bought the website from, if this continues to be the case.
Elon.
Are you able to listen to valid criticism? It's not from Russian bots. It's not a coordinated attack on you. It's tens of thousands of people pissed off because they think you betrayed them. I hope to God you're a leader. And the rest of you can keep watching this right now. Check it out.
Oh, thank you.
Asmongold.com/ what's the guy's name? Moist Critical. That's the website. Asmongold.com/ Moist Critical. You can now, if you're not Elon, you can jump over to the regular video and start watching.
Wait, what's the regular video?
What I actually
Hold on.
believe, I think that the U.S. economy is grinding to a halt, and that the tech bros and investors, it's like someone tweeted about this, the bubble in the Japanese economy, where Japan was faced with the decision to either start importing people or get ready for a long winter. I saw that tweet and that immediately rang true. I think that these investor bros are counting on AI to offset the loss in productivity of this dying empire. It's slowly being realized that AI is, for all intents and purposes, a glorified spell checker. I use AI all the time. I'm a pro subscriber to ChatGPT and Perplexity.ai. I have Perplexity AI as my default search engine, and it's about as good as searching forum posts was 20 years ago.
Yeah,
it's not
yeah,
some revolutionary
I can see
thing.
that.
It's extra-dimensional autocomplete. The words have weighting and tone and various other dimensions that are vectors, and what you get at the end of it is an article that can almost fool a computer into thinking it was written by a human. I think there's a game of musical chairs going on with money, and people are desperate for a way to keep that game of musical chairs going, even if it means fucking us over. The idea that these tech guys want to bring in exceptional people is just not true. They're looking to hire basically slaves who can't leave their company without leaving the country, who will work for 50%. That's the other thing. They keep saying they'll work 80 hours a week.
I love it when I watch Silly Video Man and he says the same thing that I say.
Which is bullshit. Nobody works 80 hours a week. They work 20 hours a week of actual work, and the rest of the time is spent fucking around on the phone and showing the boss that they're working 80 hours a week, sitting in the office. They're not actually working 80 hours a week. And furthermore, why should anybody have to work 80 hours a week? Why is this a race to create slaves? Why is that a good thing? Why is that a humane thing? Why is that good for humanity? How is it possible, if you're a Democrat or a Republican, if you're left or right, why is it a good thing to want slaves? They'll work 100 hours a week. They'll work in their sleep. They'll work 200 hours a week. They'll work infinity. They'll have no lives. That's not a good thing. If you want more hours out of somebody, you have to pay them more. It's just money. They'll do it for $20,000. That's what they're saying. They're pretending like they're complimenting their diligence and their work ethic. What they're really saying is we can hire them for cheaper. That's what that means. 80 hours a week or pay them 100,000 more a year. It's the same thing. They're just saying you can pay these people 150,000 instead of 400,000 or 80,000 instead of 250,000. It's just money. Any system that gets set up is going to be gamed. This one is gamed by Indians who are master gamers. Pull up the Cognizant article. This is
master
a company
gamers.
that was found guilty of setting a pattern and practice of discrimination against non-South Asian and non-Indian workers. That's not the intention of the program. The intention of the program is to create a meritocracy. But like Thomas Sowell said, you have to judge things on their outcomes, not their intentions.
True.
You could make a law called the Everybody Good, Free Money, Everything Good law. But if the end result is that quality of life goes to shit, that's what you have to judge it on. And so this H-1B stuff, you can't judge it on the floral, high-minded, beautiful, humanistic language that's used to sell it. That's just propaganda. You have to judge it on the end result. Here's another one. Hire workers at a fraction of the cost of American workers. Force them to work longer hours because they won't leave their job, because if they quit, they're gone from America. This is not helped by a government oversight committee or anything like that. It's just the case that when you set up a system that can be gamed, it gets gamed. That's how people work. They're looking for the path of least resistance. They're looking to maximize their benefit from the system. That's just human nature. Massive payouts over claims they discriminated against American workers in favor of foreign workers.
Wow,
Apple paid $25 million to the deal, which is like $25 to a regular person. Apple engaged in a pattern of citizenship status discrimination in recruitment positions. The claim that we can't find talented people here is nonsense. It's dishonest.
Very
The
true.
claim should be that we can't afford to pay talented people enough, or we don't want to. Sorry for getting overly serious here with you. At the end of the day, I think you should buy Bitcoin. There's this tendency to want powerful people or people in a leadership position. You get emotional when their every worldview doesn't line up with yours. You know, Trump's not based enough, or Joe Rogan's too whatever. But these are the men who define our times, and I think it's important you allow them to be flawed people to some extent, but also to push back when they go nuts. But in this case, I think that, it's critically important. It's moist critically important. It's moist critical. This is the whole thing that moist critical says every time we talk to him. He put it all on the line to become the free speech guy and to turn Twitter into the global discussion space of the world. And you don't accidentally become adored by people. He can't just say, oh, I was just building a business and then I was saying stuff online and then I guess people looked up to me. No. There are plenty of quiet billionaires. There are plenty of quiet money makers, inventors. There are plenty of quiet engineers. There are plenty of people who aren't going to the Met Gala in the Satan costume.
True.
Okay? There are plenty of people like that. You don't accidentally become the hope of a nation. You don't accidentally become the hope of a generation. You don't. So if he wants that, I think he can have it, and I think he deserves a shot at course correction. He's been under attack by everybody for his whole entire career.
This is a... What's the word I'm looking for? This is like a very charitable outlook. And I feel like at this point, like, Elon had to have seen this, right? Like, he's a busy guy, but he had to have seen this, right? And I agree as well. Like, Elon didn't accidentally get the respect of people who wanted to fix America, who wanted to see America become better again, who wanted to see free speech be a pillar that we respect again after all of the censorship that we had endured for years. And I really hope that he doesn't let ego get in the way. Because a small amount of humility when you make a mistake can go a long way. There are going to still be people that hate you for fucking up in the first place. But if you are genuine in being like, hey, I kind of went too far. I didn't really understand what people were specifically upset about. I kind of understand that now. Some things on both sides, you know, we probably said some things that we regret. But I'd like to continue working for the American people. And I think, like Sam said in the video, a lot of people would forgive Elon at that point. Because a lot of people did see Elon as a beacon of hope. And it's like, maybe I'm a little jaded because it's like, well, when he bought Twitter, I was like, let's see what he does. I feel like maybe he can do some good things, but like, I don't trust him. And he's definitely done some shit with Twitter that I don't like. But there are also some things that he's done that have been great. Like, he's improved community notes. They can still be abused and they can still be brigaded if enough people want to use them for bad purposes or get good community notes struck down. But that's why, if you want to have an impact, sign up for being part of the community notes. It's a constant battle against people whose ideology demands they repress and oppress you.
I think he deserves that shot. If he fumbles this, then that's his legacy.
Yep.
I don't have
Agreed.
a sort of committed opinion as to what's going to happen from here. I'm mostly...
He has a path to redemption, but if he doesn't take it, this is basically what people will remember him for. When he had the chance to stand up for what people wanted, and he let everyone down.
Concerned with Asmongold, as we said. Moist Critical. What games are they playing? Tall Guy, what was that game we played? Tall Man Run. That's what I'll be doing tonight. A little bit of Raid Shadow Legends. Is that the game?
Oh, Raidy Shady, baby!
Last War Survivor. Big into that these days. I'm mostly doing that. Elon's #1 ranked Diablo 4. Huge.
Sam Hyde's got to play Crime Boss Rock A City with me. I'm gonna get everyone to play that game, chat.
Achievement. I'm #1 ranked Raid Shadow Legends. Raid what? Last Survivor? I'm #1 on that Last Survivor. Check me out on the boards there, guys, all right? Boom. Peace.
What is that phone number? Is that like a call-in? Like a call-in for his little thing? That was a really good fucking video. I can see why all of you guys kept hounding me to watch it. Not bad connotation, because I wanted to watch it too, but very, very much understand why everybody wanted me to watch it. It was a good video. He made a lot of great points. He couldn't stay serious the whole time. You got a shit post in between, because like when you're a fucking clown being serious for too long, you know, it's weird. It feels weird. It feels really weird. We know what the fox wants. True and real. That was a great. How long did that take me to watch? KB, my timestamp man. How long did I spend watching that? It was moist critical that the fox. It was a moist critical video. I had to be moist and critically watch it. Speaking of shitpost, real quick, JP dub for a second. Does he actually speak JP? Speaking of shitposts, oh my god, 1 hour 40. Jesus Christ, 1 hour 45 minutes. It was a good video. It was a good video. He made very good points, and he even said quite a lot of things that I've said on stream before. It was very agreeable. There were points where like I was like, I don't even have anything to pause for, because it's just looking in a mirror. 13-minute fluoride. Look, the fluoride tangent was important. Moist critical information to go along with that video. It had to be done. It was an Asmongold opportunity. Now can we watch Asmon react to the vid? No, but I did have an Asmongold video that I had somewhere. Oh, here it was. It was a Valve is in trouble. A Valve is in trouble. Asmongold video for 2 more hours. What the heck? We have a diversity crisis. Chanel, people make games video. what it's really like working at blah, 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 blah.
It's a diversity crisis.
I'm sure they do.
I can't tell you how many women work at Valve, or people of color, or non-binary folks, or those who identify as LGBTQ, or disabled people.
Okay, Fishman, but why would you need to tell someone how many of those people work at Valve? Why? Who cares?
Because, well, Valve is a private private company, and it doesn't need to disclose those numbers, and also it didn't respond to our own requests for those figures.
What? That's really funny that he actually reached out and asked Valve, like, can you imagine being the Valve person reading that email? And it's like, yes, how many women and bisexuals do you have working for you? Look at his bisexual lighting in the background.
Why would they? I mean, if somebody's asking for those figures, they're only doing it in order to create a narrative that you're doing something wrong. Like, how could there ever be a single positive to sharing that information?
Multiple interviewees that we spoke to described the company as having an enormous lack of diversity, extremely white and extremely male.
Who fucking cares? If Valve is working, if it's doing well, who fucking cares what the gender or the race of the people working there are?
There have been efforts made over the years by various employees who've pushed to make Valve more representative. However, I'm told these efforts are largely blocked by either the company's structure or its leadership.
If that effort was being blocked and there was an effort to hire a person that was black and it was being blocked by the nature of the fact that the person was black, Valve would be in a massive discrimination lawsuit.
Absolutely.
And they would have to pay out millions, if not billions
Absolutely.
of dollars.
Do you have any idea how lawsuit hungry people are? Like, they just get a single whiff of, oh, I might be able to sue based on discrimination. They're gonna fucking do it. They're gonna fucking take that opportunity, man.
Yeah, it's just that simple.
It used to be that there were maybe 10 or 15% women in the development teams, but definitely now, I think they've dipped below that point.
Well, you've created an arbitrary criteria point, and then you've said you have to meet this criteria point. Who decided that? You did.
Who? First of all, I've said this before, but where does that criteria point stop? And I have some articles that I'll bring up about this as well. Bridge hasn't released another smart brief because of the holidays, but there have been a couple of other articles I found on my own. And there was in one of the articles, they were just like, oh, there's only 12% black people in C-suite positions in the Fortune 500 or like, I can't remember if it was the Fortune 500, if it was like some other numbered thing. But they were like, black people are 14% of the population, so only 12% in the C-suite is, oh, that's terrible. I'm just like, what the fuck are you, what is happening?
You don't work at Valve. You're not in charge of them. What is this? Valve's estimated profit per employee is around $19 million, making it one of the highest per employee profit figures among major tech companies.
Oh, well, now we know why they want to just like shoehorn some diversity here. They're just like, oh, 19 million profit per employee. We need to shove in some people who might not know what they're doing so they can reap those benefits.
They're doing works, and it outperforms all other people that are in the space hired on merit. Yeah, you always hire on merit. If you're not hiring on merit, you're setting yourself up to fail.
The higher up you go, the whiter and male it becomes.
The implication here is that being white is somehow a problem. If you replace the word of the people that you are trying to replace with the word
Jewish, and you sound like it's out of Hitler's manifesto, you might be the problem. Is that what he's about to say? Did I guess?
People that you think are protected, would your statement be bad? And if the answer is yes, then your statement is not theoretically bad, it is just simply bad.
I thought he was about to do the meme and I got really excited.
Pounds the issue, because part of making any field more diverse is that you have to start introducing diversity into it. Valve's not gonna
you don't have to start introducing diversity. If people are qualified for the position, they should get it. They keep trying to tout this mythical, if two completely equal candidates and the only difference is gender, skin color. That doesn't exist. That's not a realistic situation.
Well, I don't think that I feel like the entire premise of this is that it's a problem or that it's necessary. I don't think diversity is something that is a good or a bad thing. Having more diversity doesn't make something better, and it doesn't make it worse either.
Correct.
It's just simply a collection of people.
Correct.
And there are already more middle-aged white guys in the games industry than any other group of people. So
But because they've been there the longest. What do you mean? They've been there.
Nerd culture was like white men culture for like decades. They were like the only people that cared, and everyone made fun of them for it.
Well, the premise of this is that it's a problem that there are middle-aged white guys in the gaming industry. I think that if you said there's a lot of young black women here, like I would say
there's too many young black women in the wig industry. They're the only ones. The only ones there were the ones that built it. Yeah, it's like I played games since I was a little kid, right? There were obviously like black people and women who enjoyed video games or who wanted to get into programming and shit. Obviously, they were the minority in that position. And the solution isn't to just fucking arbitrarily give those people more positions. They got there because it was something they were interested in. It was something they specialized in, and they wanted to do well in it. That's crazy. My culture's not your costume. You're on stolen ground.
That's racist.
First of all, you need to have actually seen them do that work in the first place. And secondly, if you have seen it, you need to understand that work enough to recognize it as something worthwhile.
Do you really think that the people that work at a company that you have admitted only hire the best of the best and creates the highest profit per employee at $19 million? Do you really think that those people can't recognize good work and you can? How delusional and stupid could you possibly be?
Well, clearly they can't recognize good work because they're not hiring enough marginalized groups. They're blinded by their racism and their misogyny, and that's why there's too many crusty white men there at Valve.
It's hilarious that they even think that they can evaluate this better than they can.
And it's going to be so much harder to hire someone who is a woman or isn't white or any of the things that isn't your average Valve employee profile.
It's actually not going to be hard at all if the people have qualifications that mean Valve would want to hire them. Them having a Vagoober or them not being white isn't going to fucking matter. I do not understand these people and why they are so obsessed with immutable characteristics. Oh, I just called being a woman an immutable characteristic. I'm canceled now.
Yeah, I think this right here, like videos like this, are the most corrosive and the most effective at radicalizing people against DEI or like liberal policies than Nick Fuentes, Sam Hyde, or Tony Robinson put together.
There's nothing in an overt, sinister sense that's discriminatory.
The problem, hold on, I'm gonna let him say that again. I'm gonna let him say that again.
Average Valve employee profile.
Yeah, I think this right here, like videos like this, are the most corrosive and the most effective at radicalizing people against DEI or like liberal policies than Nick Fuentes, Sam Hyde, or Tony Robinson put together.
There's nothing.
I think the problem with that is that these videos are going to enrage people like me who know what's going on. But they sound flowery and they sound good-natured enough that most average people are going to just nod along and be like, yeah, that is weird. Why won't Valve hire more women and minorities? They're gatekeeping them from the industry. And it's just like, that's kind of unfortunate. That's kind of unfortunate that the flowery language will pull the wool over that many people's eyes. It definitely sounds nice until you think about it for 1 second. Yeah, but we already know that the majority of people don't like thinking for themselves. And if they can outsource that thinking to the government just telling them what to do, they're going to go along with it.
In an overt, sinister sense that's discriminatory about the Valve hiring process.
All right. The problem here
is video
that there's
over.
A comma and not a period. Why is there 2 more minutes? Is it the credits?
Except in the way that all hiring processes select for people that are like the people doing the hiring.
So
This guy is like, oh, well, once an Indian man gets in charge, he only hires other Indians. And once a black person gets in charge, they tend to only hire other black people. And once a Mexican person gets in charge, they tend to only hire other Mexicans. So clearly, if a company is all white people, those white men are also only hiring only other white people. Except they forget that white people, especially in America, have been conditioned for decades to not see color. We have been conditioned that meritocracy reigns supreme and that we should not have an in-group preference like everybody else seems to still have.
If the problem is that there's a bunch of people in this demographic that are hiring based off of their race, then the solution is to influence and bring in a different demographic of people that will hire based off of their race instead. We have to fight.
Yeah, it's reparations, Asmongold. You bigot. You don't want to give these marginalized, underrepresented groups the leg up that they deserve for being oppressed by whitey for so long?
Fight racism with racism.
Multiple current and
That's
former
exactly what anti-racism is. It's not actually anti-racism. It's being racist to the right people.
employees, they believe this issue is not being addressed because Valve's leadership simply does not understand it.
The people that run this multi-billion-dollar...
Yeah, I was about to say, the people who are making record profits per employee, they just don't understand. They can't understand. Because they're white, and that means they're inherently bad people who they're just dumb, you know?
Company that effectively has a monopoly almost on PC gaming. They just don't understand this. Yeah.
It's not that they're knowingly or explicitly sexist or racist or homophobic or anything.
It's just bias.
Okay. And this is why we need to unlearn biases. We all harbor unconscious biases within ourselves, and especially for white people, we need to unlearn those unconscious biases. And when you feel yourself thinking something about a bias pertaining to a certain group of people or a certain individual, you need to take the time out of your life to think about what brought you there and how you can undo that by maybe giving that person some extra help because you were discriminating against them in your own mind.
Okay, so they are. Okay, so can you prove it? No, but they are.
Should we make it easier for people of color to join the company? They'll just be like, why? I feel like that's the dividing line. They are.
Well, that's a good question.
Yeah, that is a good question. Why, if somebody came to you and was like, you should hire more people of color, the correct answer is why. Why should I hire someone based on the color of their skin and not what they can bring to my company?
Should it be easier for a person of any race to join the company versus a person of another race to join the company? In what form of discrimination is that good?
Some of this frustration spilled out into a wider discussion.
Saint Floyd of the fentanyl, in his name we pray, our Lord. Every fucking time, chat! Every fucking time! I'm so sick of this. I'm sure there's gonna be someone who like watches me react to like the Sam Hyde thing and to this, and they're just like, I've caught this hypocritical Nazi in a conundrum. Oh, she wants American jobs to go to Americans, but she doesn't want to hire on immutable characteristics. What a fucking hypocrite! Oh man, it's please.
The company after the murder of George Floyd in early 2020 as a group of employees within Valve pushed for the company to make a public statement in support of the Black Lives Matter movement.
That's right, of course. Because what more important thing needs to happen for a company to outwardly state that they support Black Lives Matter? The company is not your platform to push a social agenda. The only reason—
I mean, even besides pushing a social agenda, Black Lives Matter is unironically, literally a terrorist organization. It is a terrorist organization that espouses Marxist ideals and uses useful idiots who like to parrot the, well, I don't have to agree with the organization to agree with the idea. Yeah, only like literally unironic KKK Aryan Brotherhood people are going to disagree with Black Lives Mattering. Again, this is why All Lives Matter was seen as a racist dog whistle, because it dismantles the subversion they were trying to push with using Black Lives Matter as a name to deflect any kind of criticism for how they were trying to transform culture in general to be more Marxist.
reason why companies push social agendas is because they think that the social agenda will cause them to make more money.
And there were also people who felt incredibly passionate, regardless of their own individual political convictions, that Valve should not and must not do so.
Yeah, exactly, because it's not a political action company. It's not what its goal is. The thing is that I'm really glad to see videos like this be completely pretty much rebuked. People can realize that this is just basically discrimination, but in a different direction, so that means it's okay. Oh no, Valve hires competent people. Yeah, how's that going for them? So basically, whatever they're doing...
Stop hiring competent people and hire my specific people so that we can push ideology in your company and ruin it.
Is working really well. Wow, look at that.
Mold is everywhere!
Why is that in my recommended?
Help.
Stop making money. Yeah, I hope Gabe lives forever. When people looked into the company calling out Valve for not having enough diversity, it turns out everyone that worked there was also white. Side scrollers showed it when they covered. Wait, so this fishman complaining about the lack of diversity at Valve, the company he works for is also entirely white? Again, if these people did not have double standards, they would not have any fucking standards at all. That's fucking funny.
Wow! I'm shocked!
Many such cases. The image of the like Huffington Post editorial board being more homogenous with white women than like the fucking racist poll meetup lives rent-free in my head. You feel a lot of this is from Valve telling them to fuck off when they tried to get Swear Babu Detected Group pulled down and then Kabrutus banned? I mean, maybe. I have no idea. I have no idea.
No.
What else do we have here? What else do I have going on here?
Oh
yeah, I wanted to watch this funny clip of a man shooting himself. Hold on. It took me a hot minute to find like the full clip where you can see the gun going off. A Texas rapper known as Tulo accidentally fires his gun while reaching his hand in his pocket during an interview. Texas rapper Tulo caused a stir when he accidentally fired a gun while reaching into his pocket during a live interview on the One-on-One with Mike D podcast. This is like some AI fucking shit typing here. The podcast, which prides itself on deep and engaging discussions, took a surprisingly calm turn following the incident. Fortunately, no injuries were reported.
And choices we got in life, those were your choices.
His
Who shot who?
face!
Somebody got shot?
Oh, y'all good?
Hello, Poppers.
Good.
His fucking face, man.
Hey, only on the dirty third one-on-one with Mike D. I thought my nigga shot me.
Everybody good?
Damn, everybody good?
I hope. I heard everybody say that, it's executive.
I love not only how fucking calm the host was, but after he realized, oh, there's no damage, he was like, yeah, you watching One-on-One with Mike D? Let me just sing song a little bit here. The entire show's cast and guest are the wheezing guy meme. That wasn't the first time for him, and from the host reactions, we know it won't be the last. How is this not a sketch from the Boondocks? I saw this and I was like, holy shit, how do you accidentally fire your gun while fucking around in your pocket? First of all. Second of all, just like the absolute terror on this guy's face after it went off. Oh my god. Not having the safety on. Yeah, but why? Why would you be that silly? Oh shit, I shot myself. You really thought he shot himself in the foot? Yeah, I know, right? And just buy a holster. But you're not hardcore if you put your gun in the holster. That's some white people shit. Revolvers don't typically have safeties. It was probably a revolver with a round in every cylinder. Oh my god.
What other articles do I have here? What else do I have going on? Maya.
Oh, we got a follow up on that movie we watched together, chat. We got a follow up on Night Bitch, a best movie of last year. All of our favorite movie now. Like we loved it. It was so good. You're wondering why he was even reaching in that pot? I don't know. Maybe he wanted some gum. Maybe he's in the mood for some gum, man. We got Amy Adams' new horror comedy with 59% Rotten Tomato score becomes streaming success. Amy Adams' new horror comedy with a 59% Rotten Tomato score has become a streaming success. After beginning her career in Hollywood with small roles in film and television shows, Adams' breakthrough came with her performance in 2005's Junebug. I've never heard of that. Which earned her an Academy Award nomination for Best Actress in a Supporting Role. However, it was her portrayal of the spirited Giselle in Disney's Enchanted that showcased her versatility and charm, cementing her status as a leading lady. Wasn't Enchanted about, like, a Hispanic family? Why was there a white woman voicing a Hispanic character? I thought these people were on the side of DEI. That's really weird. That's a little strange. That's Encanto? Oh, okay, never mind. That's Encanto, not Enchanted. What the fuck is Enchanted then? What the fuck is Enchanted? There's another Enchanted princess gets isekai to modern. Okay, never mind. I'm just retarded, chat. I got Encanto and Enchanted confused. My brain damage fucking... Enchanted is peak. It was an old, mixed, live, animated film. I don't know what that is. Wake up, babe. New female comedian Glaze just dropped. It's me. I'm the female comedian. Mixing up Enchanted and Encanto. Prince Charming stabs a bus. I'm sorry, what? You are retarded. Enchanted was good. I don't know what it is, because apparently I thought it was Encanto. She also used to sexually harass and assault Henry. That was her? I remember the fucking sexual harassment shit with Henry Cavill, but I didn't know it was this fucking woman. Kirsche later, Enchanto. You know it's gonna happen. You know my brain can't retain that information. It was part Disney cartoon, part live action. It was a pretty okay movie. Hold on, my brain wheels are trying to move. I don't... What? I'm like remembering a super magic Mickey Mouse hat thing that they like push at Disney World. Was that Enchanted? Or was that a different thing? She's really tried to Amber Heard. What? The cartoon princess that gets teleported to the real world. What? You have no right with your bad movie to... What do you mean? Shitty horror films are a fun night. Oh, that's Fantasia. Thank you, chat. That is Fantasia. I was like, is that Enchanted? Yeah, no, I have no idea what Enchanted is. It was parodied in the Epic movie spoof. The what? That was Fantasia. Fuck. Enchanted started the push to live action for Disney. No, I literally could not tell you anything about Enchanted. All the princes are the same to Kier. She's gonna call it Enchantasia. Yeah, you know, the euthanasia film that this woman played Giselle in. A cultural wallflower. Look, I just don't watch many movies, chat. I don't watch many movies. Foxy brain loading like my laptop takes 5 to 15 minutes to start up. True and real. She kissed Henry Cavill on the stomach or something like that on the set of Man of Steel while she was playing Lois Lane. But why? Enchanted is blue dress princess isekai. Isn't that Cinderella? Isn't that Cinderella? What are you talking about? And then Giselle got in the pod. The horror movie youths what? Because double standards. My idea of horror film is just a normie psychological thriller. Cinderella is an isekai. Well, I mean, it could be an isekai if you think about it, considering she's high enough to talk to little woodland critters and a magical fairy old hag. Then she gets in a pumpkin carriage with glass slippers and a dress that was magicked out of rags. Stop, you're gonna hurt yourself. True. True and real. Have I seen Henry Cavill? He's gorgeous. Yeah, he is gorgeous, but I'm not gonna kiss his abs non-consensually. That's fucking weird. I have Google at my fingertips. Why would I use Google when I can have the collective of chat just yell a million things at me? How many psilocybin do I need to eat for that? I don't even know what that is. Have you met the modern woman? No. Moving past me getting enchanted and Encanto mixed up. Sorry, DEI white woman. With her ability to embody a wide range of characters, Adams continued to garner critical acclaim with her nuanced performances in films like Doubt, The Fighter, The Master, American Hustle, and Vice, all of which earned her additional Oscar nods. I've only heard of American Hustle. And I think that's probably not even the movie she was in. I feel like that's just a term that I knew.
Heard about the bill, hope it ends up being worth it.
I hope it ends up being worth it too. Kahava, thank you for the 50! Thank you for the 50! You love how Kirsche is, what the fuck is a normal woman? True. Adams continued to solidify her reputation with a mix of blockbuster and dramatic roles, including her portrayal of Lois Lane in the DCEU movies. Oh, hey, they do mention that. In turn, Adams is one of the most acclaimed and accomplished actresses working today, renowned for her range across both comedies and dramas. Chat, I'm gonna turn my background music back on. But also, as someone who doesn't watch movies, right? As someone who doesn't watch a lot of movies, when I think of someone who's like a critically acclaimed actor, I think of like that short anti-Semitic guy that everyone hates. I think of like Ryan Reynolds. I think of like, right, like people whose names that you know. Who the fuck is this woman? I don't even recognize her visage, much less her name. Like Robert De Niro, Mel Gibson, Kanye West. Oh, I wouldn't call Kanye an actor. You don't know any names. Yeah, but I can recognize the people. I can recognize the people, and I know how to describe them, like the short anti-Semitic guy. You guys know who I'm talking about. Yeah, like Jim Carrey. He's easily recognizable. She's a nobody who's been elevated. It's just like, when you think of critically acclaimed actors and actresses, like, even if you're like me and you're too retarded to remember their fucking names, you still know what they look like. I don't know who this woman is. Yeah, Robin Williams is a good example. If you don't remember his name, you're like, oh, the happy guy who was in a ton of movies, but he wasn't really happy, and so he killed himself. An easy way to describe him. She was the lead of Encanto. She's a pretty big actress. No, it wasn't Encanto. It was Fantasia. And Peter Dinklage is easily recognizable. Failing that Name 100 Women challenge in record time. Amy Adams is top tier. Who the fuck are you? Jason Momoa. Yeah, Jason Momoa, another good example of someone easily recognizable. She just looks like a regular, chronically single why not. She just looks like an extra in fucking Law and Order SVU. Critically acclaimed. Rob Schneider's more famous than this woman. Kelsey Grammer's more famous than this woman. Morgan Freeman, another good example. It'd just be like that black guy that's in absolutely everything and nails the role every time. Everyone's gonna know who you're talking about. He used to go to church with an extra on Hawaii Five-0. Renowned for her range across both comedies and dramas, Night Bitch ranks 5th and 10th on Real Goods charts. Okay. Night Bitch, Amy Adams' new movie, has become a streaming success. They've said that like 4 fucking times already, man. It's like if they repeat it enough, it'll become true. Written and directed by Marielle Heller, Can You Ever Forgive Me? A Beautiful Day in the Neighborhood. Based on the 2021 novel by Rachel Yoder, the new horror comedy stars Adams as a stay-at-home mom whose life takes a surreal turn when she begins to believe that she's turning into a dog. And all of the other moms in the movie were also dogs. She didn't feel like she belonged at any of the mommy play dates because she hated her child. And she was like, all these other moms show love and care to their child, but I just hate mine. and so I'm a dog now, but oh, all these other moms are also dogs. Let's go around the neighborhood and kill everyone's pets. What a wonderful time to spend together. It's the first sentence in the next paragraph, too. Oh my god, don't say that. Other than Adams in the lead role, the cast includes Scoot McNairy. That doesn't sound like a real person. Scoot McNairy sounds like a porn name. Like, what? Arley Snowden, Emmett Snowden, Mary Holland, Ella Thomas, Arcana Rajan, and Jessica Harper. What are half these fucking names? Now, Amy Adams' new movie has become a streaming... Hello? It's my Twitter link. That's not what I wanted. I want to control copy streaming success. It says streaming success 8 fucking times in this article. But unironically, 8 fucking times. Please. ChatGPT could write this better with less repetition. Oops. I'm fucking cackling. It's successful! Trust us! Amy Adams' new movie has become a streaming success on Hulu. Night Bitch ranks 5th on Real Good's top 10 movies and 10th on their top 10 movies and shows on all streaming platforms for the week of December 26th to January 1st. Hell. It ranked below the movie's Juror Number 2. Hell. Red One, Carry One. Did they mean carry on, or is it actually called carry one? They did mean carry on. They just fucked up. Help! Hold on, I'm trying to open my water bottle. Oh, God. Oh, God, that hurt. Stop helping. The Substance and shows like Squid Game, Landman, The Agency, Yellowstone, and The Day of the Jackal. I don't really care about the full chart, man. Like, our take on Night Bitch's streaming success. It's a decent consolation prize. From an acclaimed writer-director in Marielle Heller and featuring a 6-time Academy Award-nominated actress in Amy Adams, Night Bitch was once seen as a serious award season contender. However, the film failed to gain momentum. I can't imagine why. Night Bitch reviews were mixed and the movie was unable to receive a wide release following its premiere at TIFF, grossing only $170,737 at the box office in the United Kingdom. Womp womp. However, Night Bitch's streaming success on Hulu is a decent consolation prize. That's the second time they said that! As audiences are able to see the outstanding Amy Adams tackling motherhood and suburban life, even if it's a fairly conventional escapade. I'm an Amy fan. Seeing her in this movie was at first weird and then enchanting. A good little... Oh, I see what he did there! I see what he did there! He used the other movie that she was a leading actress in, the Enchanto Fantasia movie. He made a pun. What a silly little guy. I initially thought, oh, another shapeshifter movie. I was pulled in by the loss of self that women can experience in motherhood, then bringing to light the violence of childbirth, the strength of women, and how all of this makes life, and without which there would be no life. Okay, chat, I'm taking a risk here. Ziz, I'm sorry. You might have to edit this after. I'm gonna play, like, that... You guys who were here for us watching Night Bitch, alright? You guys who were here... The opening scene was incredibly confusing. I'm gonna play, like, I think it's like 1.5 minutes or 2 minutes. Like, you don't need to watch any more of this movie than, like, this like, 1 minute introduction grocery store scene. So just give me a second to find it. Alright, just give me a second to find where the fuck it is. Okay, Night Bitch, here we go. Night Bitch, watch again. I love Night Bitch. I'm gonna mute it while I find this opening scene. Okay, alright. So we can start here. She's like watching moms in the grocery store. She's gone past a bunch of moms. A bunch of moms are going on here, okay? That's the article again. Hold on. That's the article again. We gotta go over here. We gotta make sure this bitch is full screened out of its fucking... Where the fuck do I full screen this? How the fuck, hold on. How the fuck, here we go. Properties. Motherfucking not my Google Calendar, please. Nim the nuke button. The dogs wouldn't buy vegetables. Yeah, exactly. All right, so just playing a tiny bit here.
Okay, great. Stop. Oh, we need some crunchy snacks, right?
Crunchy snacks!
Oh, hi. Oh my God, Sally, what are you doing here?
I'm visiting my mom for the weekend.
Oh, baby, this is Sally. Yeah, Sally took over your mom's job at the gallery after you were born.
Oh, he's super cute.
And you're just like, oh my God, this is a pretty normal intro for a pretty womanly movie. There's nothing strange here. I can picture sitting next to my wife on the couch while she's cuddled up in a heated blanket on her period, eating some caramel ice cream with chocolate syrup.
Do you just love getting to be home with them all the time? Must be so wonderful.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's a good question, you know? But it's complicated though, because I mean, I would love to feel content, but instead I feel like I'm just stuck inside of a prison of my own creation where I torment myself until I'm left binge eating Fig Newtons at midnight to keep from crying. And I feel like societal norms and gender expectations and just plain old biology have forced me to become this person that I don't recognize, and I'm just angry all the time, like all the time. You know, and I'd love to direct some of my own artwork towards a critique of the modern day systems that articulate this, but my brain just doesn't function the way that it did before I had the baby, and I'm dumb now. And I am deeply afraid that I am never going to be smart or happy or thin ever again.
Do you just love getting to be home with them all the time?
Wow! Wow, and that sets the tone for the entire fucking movie! Is the kid's name actually Baby? They don't say the kid's name throughout the entire film, because the entire point was to dehumanize the child to bring humanization back to the mother. Because when you birth a child, you lose part of yourself. And this movie was her finding herself again, so the child does not get a name. Motherhood's bad. I was just like, who fucking talks like that? What's wrong with you? What's wrong? No one talks like that, grocery store woman! But that should let you know exactly how the rest of this fucking movie goes. And her husband is an absolute cuck. Her husband's an absolute cuck. She's just like, I quit my job to be a stay-at-home mom. Why didn't you support me in not quitting my job? And he's like, I thought I was supporting you by saying I would take care of you financially and you wouldn't have to work and that you could stay home and raise our child. And she's like, no, I wanted you to fight for me. I wanted you to tell me I didn't have to quit my job. And I wanted you to support me and tell me I was good at my job, and you didn't do that. I want a divorce. And her husband's like, oh my God, you're so right. You're so right. I'm so sorry that I didn't support you. It's all my fault. You need to go back and get your job, honey. I was like out of my fucking mind watching this movie. Holy hell, women's rights were a mistake. I'm tired of talking about women's rights. It's time to talk about women's wrongs. And one of them is that fucking movie.
Oxymoron. A combination of contradictory or incongruous words, such as female comedian.
True. That's why I call myself a clown. Arismador, thank you for the 20 fucking 5. And Jim Farm, I was angry ranting about night, bitch. Thank you for the 100 fucking slaves, Jimothy. Sorry, Foxy, who missed most of the stream today. We'll catch it on the VoD. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I did like an hour, 40-minute react to Sam Hyde. I take so long to watch things. Something that helped you through all the magnet tubes is listening to Pink Floyd. Set the controls for the Heart of the Sun on repeat the day before, or listening to Shine On, you crazy diamond. Can I request my MRI tech play music through the little speaker? Can they do that? Can they fucking do that? The movie just boils down to being a woman is so hard and men are so stupid and don't know how to take care of kids. And it's like, I get it. Weaponized incompetence is a thing. Postpartum depression is a thing, right? Feeling bad after you give birth and feeling like a tinge of like resentment for losing part of your life, that's normal. But you don't like push that onto the child or to the other people in your life. You realize like, I have moved into a different part of my life, and now I'm going to try and raise this little human into being a functional part of society. Or else you irreparably damage the child. Yeah, don't be my mother. A good parent doesn't push it onto the child. Yes, like I'm not gonna discount that like postpartum depression and shit like that exists. It absolutely does. It absolutely does.
Shots and BSDM stories. Kirsche offers spine boning scans and magnet tube torture tales.
Monia!
Damn, this girl is hardcore. Seriously though, Foxy love and Med Bill hate.
I can't offer you the speculum shots, but I can still give you BDSM stories. Archon, thank you for the 69 butted doggos. Thank you. Thank you for the butted dog. That's being a parent. You can't do what you want anymore. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. And like everyone recognizes that, yeah, it sucks. It sucks that you can't do what you want. It sucks that you are now beholden to this little creature that needs you to stay alive, or else it'll accidentally kill itself because it's not smart enough or capable enough to take care of itself. Everybody knows that, like, yeah, some aspects of it suck, but there's a greater reward, and that's why you deal with the parts that suck. Typical subversive shite movie. It's an inescapable responsibility which can feel crushing, but it isn't crushing. That's the wrong perspective on it. That's why I also feel like, right, having your family help you tend to children is a very important role that we don't have enough of in current year anymore. Because we don't even have, like, a stay-at-home parent in 90% of cases anymore, right? Mothers aren't stay-at-home anymore. They're all out working. They outsource daycare and other caregivers and constant babysitters. You're not raising your own children anymore. And when I grew up, right, like, I lived full-time with my grandparents. I was my father's only child, but my grandmother had 3 other kids. My dad had 3 siblings. All of his siblings had, at a minimum, 3 children. So while I was growing up at my grandparents' house, when any of my cousins' mothers needed to work, or my aunt, I guess I could say, because one of them is not a man, whenever any of their children needed to be watched, they would bring them to my grandparents' place. And my meme would watch them. When my Pepe was still going to work, he wasn't there during the day. When he retired, he would also help watch the children. It was a cohesive, like, family unit where it was like, we're going to keep the family values in the family. You aren't going to have strangers watch your kids. You're not going to have to worry about what strangers might be doing or teaching to your children. You can trust them with your family. You know they're going to be taught in the same way that you were. You know they're going to be safe. You know they're going to be well fed. You know exactly the kind of environment they're going for, right? And we just don't have that anymore. And a big part of like why I want to move closer to my family is not just to be closer to my family again, but if I want to have a husband and children, I want to make sure that my children can also spend time with my grandparents if they're still here by the time I have kids, my father, my aunts and uncles. I'll have people that when I'm feeling overwhelmed or when I need to take time to just spend with my husband, my family will be there to help me. My family will be there and I'll know that my child is safe and in a good environment. Almost like selflessness is a core family value. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And keep kids the hell away from Foxu grandma. Wait, why? My grandma's a wonderful lady. I think you mean my mom, and I would never let my future prospective children around my mother. That would be dangerous. Remember to rebuild when they're gone? Absolutely. Sounds great. You got the atomized, barely ever see your family American family. You saw your cousins for Christmas and they were strangers for the rest of the year. My grandmother, my meme, she is like one of 8 children. And I think one of her brothers died a few months ago because I guess there's like some weird thingy. And I talked about it on stream when I found out about it. There's some weird thingy that runs in the family. I can't remember if it's like a heart embolism or a brain aneurysm, something like that runs in the males in my family. And her brother just died of that. And there were like other people in her family who had died of that previously. And she has 7 other siblings who are still alive. All of them live in New England. One of her sisters moved to Florida and had lived in Florida for like a decade or 2 and then moved back to New England. All of her siblings live in New England. All of my family, all of my dad and his brothers and sisters, they all live in New England. Everyone in my family stayed together. I moved out of state for a while because of a bad situation that I felt like I needed to leave the area for a while to stay out of and keep myself grounded. But I've always wanted to be able to live around my family and be in close proximity of them because all of my family lives near each other. They don't live very far away, and I want to stay there as well. It took Yahweh and 2 years to recover, and thanks. It's nice to have family you want to spend time with. Yeah, absolutely. Too bad Massachusetts is hella expensive. Yeah, I didn't think I'd be able to live near my family because I was just like, I'm never going to be able to afford to fucking live there. It's just an impossibility. And like my dad doesn't have a place that has like a bedroom for me, so it's not like I could just move back in with him. My uncle, because his wife decided, well, you know, now that we have 4 kids, I really don't want to be a mother anymore, so we're gonna get a divorce. You can have full custody. Peace out. Fuck off. He lives with my grandparents because, again, it's hella fucking expensive there, and he has 4 fucking kids that he has to try and support on a single salary. So it's just like, there's no room at my grandparents' place anymore. So it's not like I can just move back in with a family member. I have to figure out how to do it on my own. Your father had 5 cousins, and basically they all had kids around the same time. Their great-grandmother took care of the kids about 20 at a time. Holy shit. Since it's Puerto Rico, everyone's about a 10-mile radius from each other. I think that's a great way to be. And it sucks that there's so many people around my age or slightly older or slightly younger that have like a full family experience that it reflects more like my mom. Maybe not as extreme, right? But like, you don't really talk to them very often. You don't really do stuff together as a family. That seems to have become the norm. And I kind of want to keep like my dad's side of the family tradition alive. Did I see the video of the Boston mom that got chokeslammed by an immigrant? No. I know my homeland is under attack though. You had to leave your family in New Jersey to the south because you couldn't afford to live around NYC? Yeah, it's fucking crazy up there, dude. Problem is a lot of boomer parents are psychos and millennials know better to live under back when they turned 18. The village isn't there anymore. Yeah, that's why I just said, like, it's sad that many people might not have as extreme of a bad situation of like what my mom was, but a lot of people have like a broken family background where they just don't really interact with their family very much. Am I a Patriots fan? I don't give a single fuck about any sports ball. I'm not a hand egg enjoyer. You don't think he was a migrant? You think it was some dude from Rhode Island? I have no idea. I don't know what the story is. I was just reading chat. You used to visit your dad's side of the family, but you stopped visiting them because they weren't good for your head. Yeah, I mean, like, if you have a bad family situation, it's not going to be good for you to, like, force yourself to be around them. But, like, I grew up with that sort of small, traditional, like, village mentality with my dad's side of the family. And I probably took it a bit for granted when I was younger, right? Because it's like, oh, another family gathering. I just saw you guys last week, right? But it's something I would really love to keep alive. How could you betray Tommy like that? Most of your family is like my mom minus the friendship windmills. You can't remember the last time you interacted with any of them minus your parents. That's really unlucky. I'm sorry, my dude. But it takes a village to raise a child always sounded to you like commie subversion. I think that it's less the entire village and more thinking of your family like the village. If you have a, like, good, cohesive family, they're going to be there to help you, right? Like, family should absolutely be something that you can rely on and vice versa, right? Like, you shouldn't seek to take advantage of your family and they shouldn't seek to take advantage of you. And unfortunately, it seems like there's a lot of that in current year. Destroying the family unit is the commie ideal, not the reverse. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Used to be a village also because neighborhoods had kids. And I feel like that would probably be the best way to do like homeschooling, right? I've said this before. Where like if you live in a small community and you have like this guy's really good at physics, this woman's really good at math, this guy's like got a biology background, this person's got like a degree in English or whatever, you could make like homeschooling work really well. I personally don't think I would be smart enough to teach my child all of the things necessary for homeschooling. Neighborhoods still have kids, but they're all inside. It's been 8 months since you caught off your mom. Best decision. Asians still do this and are ridiculed by it. Don't send your parents and grandparents off to retirement homes. Take care of them. I never understood the ridicule for that, right? Like, I would never send my father to a care home. Which is, again, why I want to make sure when I get a house that I plan on dying in, because starter homes are no longer feasible in current year with the market. I want to make sure there's enough room that when my dad is older, he can stay with me. Homeschooled kids are weird. It's just like there's a bigger culture of like the family reliance as well, not just in Asia, but I think in a lot of European countries. In America, basically you turn 18 and then you either get kicked out or the dream is to just fucking leave. But like why? If you stay at home longer, you can save more money. You can put yourself in a better financial position. Hired the house caretakers. You're thankful for having the family you care about in Iowa. Also, a good bonus to having a lot of siblings is that they can help with your future children. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Starter cars don't even exist anymore, much less homes. Oh god, the prices of cars are fucking crazy right now. The family abandonment culture began after World War II, when there was a surplus of resources and a shortage of survivors. Unlucky. Girlfriend told you how the family works over in the Balkans, and it's pretty much everyone lives in the same house, with the head mainly being the breadwinners. Grandparents help with the kids, and siblings help you learn to deal with other people. I don't know if my brother taught me how to deal with other people, because I don't think I would put up with people who would act like him when he was a child, right? But I kind of get what you mean. In Puerto Rico, kids leave the house when they're ready or when they get married. Yeah, I never understood the whole, like, in American culture, like, just kick the kids out as soon as they turn 18. Like, that's... Like, yeah, sure, some kids are probably gonna get kicked out of the nest and be able to pick themselves up and fly, but, like, why set your kids up for failure? Why set them up below a baseline instead of making sure they'll be more successful? I guess that just seems crazy to me. Like, once they're 18, you can just be like, all right, well, you're living in my house where Dad and I are going to take a cruise. We'll be back in 2 weeks. Peace out. Right? Like, you can, in theory, you'd be able to trust them watching the house, right? Like, at least get them out of the house before you die. Have your kids pay someone else's mortgage. I mean, like, yeah, there's obviously going to be kids who are going to try and take advantage of that. They're just going to be like, oh, well, I can just be a freeloader. I don't have to learn a trade. I don't have to go to school. I don't have to get a job. I can just stay here forever. And you can't foster that mentality either, because it's like, well, what are you gonna fucking do when your parents die? Like, what? Like, what do you plan on doing? When Americans were actually more independent and rent wasn't insane, kicking kids out to force them growing up made sense. I would even disagree on that point, right? Even when things were better and you could be more independent, staying home for a few more years would still allow you to be in a better place financially. It could be worse as a Canadian, or all having to move back in with our parents. Yeah. I just, like, I remember, like, dating, right? And guys would be like, oh, I still live at home. I hope that's, like, not a deal breaker. That doesn't bother you. And it's just like, why would that bother me? Like, I understand what the economy is like. I'm not gonna fucking shame you for still living at home and not wasting money on rent. If I felt like I could have stayed with my grandparents, I probably would have, because I hate that I waste so much money on rent. It bothers so many women. It's weird. It's weird. Like, if it bothers a woman that you still live at home, and you're like, oh yeah, I still live at home, but like, I'm going to school. This is the degree I'm going for. Like, I'm working a job. I'm trying to like, you know, climb this ladder here. And she's like, ew, you live at home? Like, that's like some pleb shit. Like, fucking don't even bother talking to her, dude. That's so fucked up. You can stay, just pay your share, chip in on the phone and grocery bill. Yeah. You're told you had to leave after you turned 18 and finished high school. your days in September, it was mainly used as a way to motivate you to think about future and find work, to which you enlisted. I don't think that's a good motivation. What a loser. You're not a millionaire yet. Yeah, it's so fucking weird. Don't girls shame guys for being basement dwellers? I mean, shitty ones might. Years are gone. Oh no. You've told women you pay your parents' mortgage and they still get turned off? That's so fucking strange. Like, I can understand, like, yeah, it's better if you have your own place, sure, because it shows you have, like, your shit together. But depending on your age, right? Depending on your age and what's going on in your life, I don't think that should be that big of a deal. Especially if you're saving for your own place. Like, right? If you're staying at home, you're getting your degree, or you already got your degree, and you're working and you're saving money, why would you leave and start paying rent instead of continuing to save for a mortgage? Wouldn't that make more sense? Wouldn't it make more sense? Instead of wasting money on rent, you're like, I'm gonna save for a down payment, and I'm gonna find a house I like, and I'm gonna buy that. Cause women, Kirsche. Well, I guess I'm trans, cause I'm thinking like a man. Only reason you're still living with your parents is because you can't afford to live on your own? Yeah, it's fucking rough out there, dude. You live in a basement, it's better than any fucking apartment you could get. 2 bedrooms, living room, kitchen, bathroom. I was like, even then, like, when I was talking to my dad, and I was like, he's been looking at houses for me. There's been times where he's like, the basement here is huge. I could just renovate it and live in your basement. Like, my dad's perfectly happy to renovate and live in a basement apartment. Would I date a good guy like that? Absolutely. Multiple guys I've dated still lived at home. I didn't care. I didn't give a shit. You live in a house owned by your parents, you pay symbolic rent, but your parents don't live there or even near, and some girls still have a problem with that. That's also that's basically living on your own! What the fuck? That doesn't make any sense! Your younger sister still lives with your mom, and she pays rent, but your mom is putting the money into a savings account and is giving it back to her when she turns 25 as assistance to buying her first home. That's very nice. That's very nice. Although an adult should, of course, contribute with the work they're able to give. Yeah, absolutely. And it's like, even if you're living at home and you, like, fall on hard times, you don't have a job, you can't, like, contribute financially. You can still do other things. You can, like, do chores around the house. You can, like, help with renovations or what the fuck ever, you know? You still live near your folks? What are you, gay? Women? I feel like if they have that mentality, they're probably not going to be good at raising your children with good values, right? Because, like, I feel like one of the core things you want to instill in your children is that family is important and family matters, and family is something that you should be able to rely on if you need to. And if you're dating a woman who, like, eschews that, and they're like, oh, well, you can't live at home, that's gay. You can't be, like, close to your parents, that's gay. That doesn't seem like someone that you should trust raising children. If you're a grown man, it's fine to live with your parents as long as you're paying bills. Even if your parents are like, honey, we don't want you to pay bills. We want to make sure that you can save your money and get out on your own and have a good leg up, right? Like, even if they're doing that, just do stuff around the house for them. Like, instead of your dad mowing the lawn, you know his schedule probably. Just take out the lawnmower yourself and be like, oh, I already did that. Don't worry about it. I know how you freak out about the way that you mow around the mulch pits near the trees. So I was very careful when I was going over there. Don't worry about it, Dad. Right? Like, there's things that you can do even if you're not paying rent. Family, yeah, exactly. You wonder if it's making them worry that if it comes between her and your parents, you won't choose her side. Well, it's like, that's a completely different thing, right? Like, if you have a psycho bitch mother-in-law like my mother, and like, they're doing, like, weird shit, obviously you want to support your wife if your mother-in-law is being crazy. I wouldn't understand that, right? As strange. Honestly, your dad passed away, mom never kicked you out because she likes the company and you help around the house. Yeah, it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. As long as you're not getting into that mindset of like, I don't need to get a job, I don't need to improve my life, I can just stay here forever. That's when it gets dangerous. That's when living at home becomes a problem. Living at home past 18 should be like, I want to set myself up to be in a good place when I move out. Dudes dating women is gay. Fortunately, things can happen and spouses can decide that they no longer like your family. Yeah, I mean, unfortunate. You clean, cook, take care of 5 pets. That's a lot of pets. A mother-in-law tried to sell you crack. Am I the asshole for refusing? Holy shit. Part of why you left is to avoid falling into that trap. You would love to not have a job if you could get away with it. I mean, yeah. If you're the kind of person who knows that you would just, you know, become a lazy pile of goop without the outward pressure of like needing to force yourself to pay your way to survive, that can make sense. But that's not, I feel like that's a niche case, right? I don't think everybody has that I would just fall apart if I was able to live in a comfortable situation. Just debt max into crypto. What the fuck? Sergeant Buck, thank you for the 5. When you still lived with your parents, your dad had a simple rule. If you weren't in school or didn't have a job, you'd be paying rent. If you weren't in school or didn't have a job, how could you pay rent? Like, with what income would you be paying rent with? I'm a little confused. Nightmare, thank you for the 5. If more women were weird like you, Foxy, dating in the modern era wouldn't be a barren hellscape it is today. I feel like, again, this is a two-pronged sword, right? Like, there are a lot of shitty women in the dating pool, but there are just as many shitty men that encourage the hookup culture. There are men that will lie to you about any and everything just to fuck you and ghost you the next day. They don't care about the relationship. They don't care about your feelings. They just want to fuck. And they will lie any way to get there. And it's incredibly depressing. Because we read an article on this before where women are just like, I don't want to have sex early on in a relationship, but guys can get it anywhere now. And because they can get it anywhere and easily, if I don't fuck him fast and early, he's going to get bored and just go with someone else. And unfortunately, they're not wrong with that mentality. It's just that those men who think that way aren't long-term relationship standard. It's just like, maybe it's dating apps that give people this idea that like, that's the majority of people. But where else do you look nowadays? I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know. Sex outside of committed love is bad. I could not imagine it, man. Hookups and hookup culture are just absolute travesties to everyone involved, unfortunately. Everyone thinks dating culture is hookup culture, but that's the fringe. I think hookup culture has become more pervasive. I don't think hookup culture is a fringe thing anymore, especially with like all of the situationship kind of terminology coming out, where people don't even want to call it dating anymore. There's the top 15% that can get away with that. I wouldn't even say that. There are plenty of dudes that I know that I wouldn't call like top 15%, right? Like they're not like model attractive. They don't have tons of money. They don't have like property. They don't have like fancy anything, right? Like the echelon of what you would assume is like top 15%, and they're still able to lie enough to women to just fucking ghost. And it's really unfortunate. I think I've talked about it before, but there's a guy I know who basically calls himself a womanizer. And he was like, yeah, you would be a perfect victim. You would be a perfect person because I could just easily lie and manipulate you because you want someone to love you. And because you want someone to love you, I could just easily manipulate you into fucking me whenever I wanted. Because I could give you that bit of attention, that bit of like feeling like you're in a solid relationship that you crave, while I'm also fucking other women on the side, and you would just never know. You would just never know. You know Patrick Bateman. Women control access to sex. I don't like thinking of that weird terminology there. Like, yes, women have easier access to sex because there's so many men that want it. I think both men and women have trouble finding long-term relationships. It's two-way. You've slept with chicks on the first or second date hoping to keep them around. It pretty much always lacks any intimacy. I think we could all do with not giving into that, honestly. You're the perfect victim. Worst pickup line. Well, he wasn't trying to pick me up. He was someone that my friends know, and I've talked to a handful of times. He was giving me advice in a roundabout way because I was devastated that a relationship I had for a year had like just ended. So, you know, both parties are responsible for all aspects, but both sides lie and need to learn how to filter. Absolutely. And the filtering part is difficult. It's difficult. Advice from a psycho is sometimes good advice, unironically. His advice was stay the fuck away from me. It's so desolate out here, loser guys, fucking anything that walks, literally. And I wish women would have a bit more, I don't want to use the word dignity, but like a bit more value in themselves to not just fall into these easy fuck traps. It's not like an empowering thing. It's not like you're taking control of your sexuality. Just get a fucking vibrator, man. The vibrator's gonna get you off much better than some random guy that doesn't fucking know you. And there's gonna be no risks. No risks involved. If you dated outside your religion, then you'd wait till she made the move, or she'd have to wait until we married? That poor Hitachi. That's like a bear trap with smaller teeth. Oh my god. No risk, says the woman who's blown one up. Look, I didn't blow it up while using it, chat. I turned it on and it exploded in my face. That's some faulty manufacturing. I'm not saying it's correlated, but this was after I read all their DEI fucking nonsense on their website, okay? Toast Engineer! Thank you for the 5. Your father did the whole, once you're 18, I never want to see you again. My whole life, right up until he found out how much I was making at my first job. Weird. Dude, my dad feels so bad whenever I, like, give him stuff for, like, birthday and Christmas now. It's like, now that I can, like, afford to do more than just a card, I very much like doing that. And he's like, you don't have to do that. You don't have to give that much. Like, you should keep it because you got stuff you got to do in your life. You know, you're young still. I'm like, Dad, shut up and take the gift. Hitachi-kun is now an assassination vector. True and real. Maybe take out your vibe to dinner once in a while. No, I will not. IED, improvised explosive dildo. How do I feel about the idea of arranged marriages? Oh, you know, I always thought arranged marriages were pretty fucking dumb because it seemed like you married for either like status or for like some sort of cultural thing rather than for love. But I don't know, I've been through enough shitty relationships. Maybe if my dad picked it for me, I'd be better off. Shut up and let me love you. Yeah, like, the thought of arranged marriages kind of clashes inherently with, like, me wanting the American forge-your-own-dream individualistic setting. But, like, I've been through so many shitty relationships that, like, maybe, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Who knows? He can find a good deck builder, yeah, right? Arranged marriages tend to end in cheating a lot. I feel like a lot of marriages that aren't arranged also end in that because a lot of people will marry because they feel comfortable with someone, not because they're actually compatible. Or they'll marry because, like, they're physically attracted to one another, but that's pretty much all they have and they can't stand talking to one another, so cheating becomes inevitable. And I think, I've talked about it before, and I think sexual compatibility is a huge fucking deal. And I don't mean that, like, oh, you need to have the same deviant fetishes and you need to have all of these fuck fests before you get married. Like, you don't have to have that. But even if you haven't had sex, you still in your mind have an idea of what you might like in that vein. And so you want to make sure you're compatible with someone who would be on board with similar things to you, right? Here's how you acquire sexual compatibility. Communication. Yeah, communication is all it takes. It's a shame that the majority of human beings are dog shit at communication. I'm not always the best, like, right? I don't communicate perfectly all of the time, but I always try. I always at least try to communicate in a way where I feel like people will understand what I'm saying. And sometimes I get misconstrued, and sometimes people take me out of context. And depending on how I'm misconstrued or taken out of context, I'll be like, hey, you misunderstood that. Here's what I was trying to say. Maybe you didn't understand it. Maybe I worded it poorly. You know, either way, this is what I was trying to say. Or if they're being an asshole, it's like, hey, retard. That's not what I said at all. Stop fucking lying, retard. Communication, what's that? You feel like a lot of this stems from women outnumbering men in college. The men now hold the power in dating since they're much more scarce. When men outnumbered women, men would have to pander to what women want. I disagree partially, but I would say that men don't typically date or marry women for what women can provide financially. So all of these women who get high-powered careers and they have high salaries and they have a long list of things that they're capable of doing, that's not something that most men find inherently attractive. Men are typically the gatherers of resources and women are the caretakers. And so if a woman is displaying a very, like, independently capable, and I don't want this to sound like, oh, women need to fucking rely on men and be helpless otherwise. That's not what I'm trying to say. But if you present yourself as a woman in a more masculine role, that's not what most men are going for. And like, yeah, you're going to find the guys who like want to be stay-at-home video game husbands, right? But like, that's not a very masculine appeal to me personally. Like, maybe there's some women that enjoy that. They want the house husband. And maybe the video game all day and the woman who wants a house husband can find each other and match, but there's a reason women's happiness is in the fucking gutter and women's suicide rates are skyrocketing. Especially once you start looking at career women who make high salaries and claim to be able to not find a man. I don't doubt that they're not able to find one. I don't doubt that at all, but it's like, it's kind of an unfortunate stew of you wanted to chase a career and now you're this high-powered career woman and that's not what men find valuable in a relationship. The other problem is that a lot of women don't look back financially when they do get the high-paid salary. It's just like, I mean, I've talked about this on stream before as well, because like there have been some people who have tried to be like, and Kirsche talks about how career woman bad and having a family is good, but Kirsche doesn't have a family and she has a career. Does that mean that Kirsche is a grifter who doesn't believe in what she's saying? And it's like, no, I've had a series of unfortunate events. I don't have a husband and a family, not for lack of trying. I definitely have tried. It's what I would like. Fucking retards. It's just like, sometimes unfortunate things happen. And I also recognize, right, while I'm grinding away at my job, while I'm grinding away, enjoying stuff with like you guys on stream, I'm not out looking for a husband. I've talked about getting back into dating when I move. I understand that me getting a house isn't going to make me more desirable to men, because that's not what men look for in a relationship. But it's like, what do I do? Do I just fall apart and do nothing in the meantime? Do I stop working and being able to support myself? Do I go homeless in the pursuit of a husband? Like, what exactly do you expect me to do? Life is truly a series of unfortunate events. Truly. The funny thing is, most men just want a nice gal to grow old with. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Sadly, unfortunate things can happen a little too much. Yeah, sometimes they can. Sometimes you just get unfucking lucky. Non-stream subathon. If you go back to dating, do we get to eventually meet him? I mean, yeah, he's gonna have to handle you guys, obviously. Oh my god. You worked for Leslie Ann Warren in Life Stinks. Yeah, a lot of women that fall into depression and self-Minecraft. It's also thinking men need to be giant and make more money than them. I mean, that's I think what a big problem with like the feministic mindset is because they still hold the traditional mindset of, I want a masculine man. I want a man to be a provider. And if a man is going to be a provider for me, he has to make more money than I do. But when you become a career woman and you start making six figures, that pool of men who make more money than you and can be a provider for you shrinks crazy tiny, right? Like, the feminist ideal of what these women are trying to pursue and the ideal of what they want in a man are just inherently not compatible. And I think a lot more people need to understand that. You're talking to less than 1% of the population. Yeah, exactly. And for the ones that aren't bitter and spiteful, you feel bad. They get promised a lie by the culture and believed it, just like being a man whore is somehow a good thing. Yeah, exactly. And I've always said, even when I was super small, like even if I get nowhere with streaming and it's only like a tiny tertiary income, that means that when I do find a husband, I'll be able to take all the time I need to raise my child, because I don't want to bring a baby on stream. I don't want to like showcase a child. Right, like I feel like I should keep the child off the internet as much as possible. But it's like, I'll be able to have a small tertiary income from something that I can then consider a hobby instead of a career. And what did housewives do back in the day? They had hobbies that they could make small tertiary income off of to supplement the household. That's a normal thing. Please go keep them off the internet. True. Calamity, they give the 10. Better make damn sure you find a nice guy. It'd be a shame if you didn't. The whole chat, I'm sure, would like to see you happy. May we all safely navigate the insanity of contemporary dating. We're all gonna make it, chat. It's fucking rough out there, and at times it can seem very black-pilling and hopeless. But if you take the time and effort to root out people and you don't just go for like surface level attractions, you'll be able to find someone that genuinely cares about you. I've been through some fucking shit, and if I can still have hope, no one has an excuse to be hella black-pilled, alright? Just don't give up, keep improving and looking. Exactly. Keep building yourself up, trying to be the best possible version of yourself you can be, and then find someone else who wants to go on that journey with you. Because a big part of being in a relationship is building each other up to be the best possible versions of yourselves that you both can be. You want someone to be on that journey with you. Mom, why do you sound like the silly cartoon fox girl my friends showed me on Twitch? Hey, at least they aren't going to be seeing OnlyFans videos, alright? My kids aren't going to get that kind of bullying. I know the Kirsche snack is hangry. Tom Slider, thank you for the 2-month member. Thank you for the member. Living in a blue state, there's a lot of feminist women, but that equality always goes away when the check comes. Bro, living in a red state, the amount of like, I'm a feminist and I'm an LGBTQ ally men that there are out there that just like cannot stop talking about leftist activist stuff. Unironically, on men's dating profiles, I've seen the if you're MAGA, you're not for me kind of nonsense on there. And it's just like, god damn, these fucking soy freaks. Kirsche needs to find a recently divorced businessman with the dead eyes that she can make lasagna for, please. Please, I need that soulless man. Where do you think we are? That's why I said I love New England. At least the gays in New England are honest. Fucking bless them, dude. You're in one of the least red states. New Hampshire's pretty good. Yeah, I'm hoping. I miss fucking New Hampshire, dude. I had a tab on New Hampshire somewhere. What was my New Hampshire tab? What was my fucking New Hampshire tab? I didn't even get to any of my DEI fucking articles today, man. I didn't get to any DEI articles. I'm so upset. I had a New Hampshire tab. What was it? No, this is New Jersey. No longer needing to pass literacy tests for teachers. This is on the New Orleans guy. Sonic 3 is not eligible for an Oscar. Not enough diversity. McDonald's, Costco, this bullshit. Oh, here we go. Oh, this is what it was. Based New Hampshire. Based New Hampshire. New Hampshire, hey, fuck you. I hate when articles do that. New Hampshire lawmakers to reconsider a ban on declawing cats. Wait, but it's not what you think. A proposal to ban cat declawing will soon be back on the table at New Hampshire State House. The operation to remove a cat's claws involves amputating the bones on the paw. Lawmakers tried to pass a bill banning the procedure in 2023, but it died in the state Senate. Laconia Representative Bike Week and cat owner Mike Boards is behind the latest proposed bill and previous efforts in the State House to end declawing. I just think cruelty to animals should not be tolerated anywhere, never mind in New Hampshire, Boards said. And in my personal view and opinion, it is cruelty to the animal. Local animal rights groups and veterinarians have also called for outlawing declawing in New Hampshire. Dr. Sabrina Estabrook Russell is the owner of Court Street Vet in Keene and has supported Board's proposals to ban declawing. She compared it to cutting off the entire tip of a human's finger. I think veterinary medicine and surgery as a whole has really started to advance, Estabrook Russell said, and most veterinarians are deeply uncomfortable performing this procedure. Declawing procedures have long-term side effects for cats, Estabrook Russell said, including physical pain and behavioral changes. It can lead to cats being relinquished to shelters by their owners, and they often suffer from complications even when the surgery is done correctly. Some cat owners have advocated for the procedure, saying that the scratching could be dangerous to an owner's health or their home furniture. I feel like if I was with someone and they advocated for declawing cats, I'd be like, okay, we can declaw our cat as soon as you get your foreskin cut off. You get that circumcision, I'll declaw the cat. How about that? Comparing humans is so wrong. I don't think so. Don't scratch the couch. Yeah, you know how you teach cats not to scratch the couch? You put out scratching posts, and then you cover your leather couches with blankets and shit. Declaw my penis! No, fuck that. Chop the fingertips off so they don't grow nails anymore. I cannot believe that some people are like, oh, I need to declaw my cat. Think of the furniture. Like, what? That's a living creature, you freak. What the fuck? Joke's on you, I already did that. Still won't declaw the cats, though. Yeah, I do not like declawing cats. My dad's ex-wife had a declawed cat, and that thing was the angriest cat I've ever seen in my life. It only let my father interact with it. You didn't get a choice, neither will the cat. Circumcised declawing advocate. Jesus Christ. Estabrook Russet says these arguments are often hypothetical and not supported by medical professionals. Scratching is a natural cat behavior. It's just as natural as going to the bathroom and meowing. It is. And it helps them keep their claws, like, in good shape, and they shed their casings and shit. She said vets can also educate cat owners on training, nail hygiene, and environment modifications to address scratching in their home. There's absolutely appropriate alternative interventions that we can offer that aren't these amputations that fundamentally alter their natural anatomy and cause long-term complications. Declawing is already illegal in New York, Maryland, Virginia, and Washington, D.C., but it's difficult to get complete data on how many clawing procedures are performed in New Hampshire. Some lawmakers push back on Board's 2023 bill, arguing that it was unnecessary if the operations weren't performed often in the state. Well, if they're not performed often, it's not going to have that much of an adverse effect now, is it? It's fine to pass the bill if it doesn't happen often, right? If we don't have to worry about it and it doesn't happen often, then there's not going to be a big deal if you pass the fucking law, is there? Man, I hate these people. Estabrook Russet pulled data from her own practice before she bought it in 2018 and banned the operation there. She found that there'd been at least 16 declaw procedures there in the year before the practice was sold. I think that it's something that is probably performed more often than we know or would like to admit. Cats get more protection than newborn boys. Well, you guys can rest assured, if I get pregnant and I'm told it's a boy, I'm not gonna be cutting its foreskin off. A Blitzkrieg, thank you for the member. Your sister's cat would walk gingerly her whole life. Pretty sure it caused her pain. Ah, it's very sad. It's very sad for the cats, man. Where was I here? Rave Master J, thank you for the 20-month resub. Thank you. Heathen from Texas, thank you for the 10. Your father's side forced you out of the family when you went to your grandparents' funeral. They told you not to show up, and if you did, you'd be considered a threat and would be dealt with. What the fuck? What the fuck is wrong with them? I'm sorry you have fucking shitty family, dude. Heathen from Texas, thank you for the 20. Do we need to add you to one of our insurances? You had a bone spur on your heel that was shredding your Achilles, only found on an MRI. Your MRI was only $300 since you're a governmental hospital employee with good insurance. God damn. Think of the haggling you could do. Disney made a cat character that was declawed and she fucking hated the owners that did it to her? I don't even know who that is. I don't know who that cat character would be. The RuneScape Herald, thank you newspaper for the 5, could always move to Missouri where the deer and the meth heads run free. Even in southwest Missouri, things are getting pricey and hard. I have zero desire to live in the Midwest, I apologize. Low Speed Boot, thank you for the 20. The greatest tragedy of American culture is the redefinition of responsibility as being oppression. True. True, a little bit of responsibility goes a long way in molding someone into a mature, capable adult. Emperor Creatine, thank you for the 5. Did I see the Department of Defense just classified Tencent as a Chinese military company? Tencent is also China's largest and wealthiest company. Their stocks tanked. I did not see that. I only thought Tencent was a fucking game company. Chinese military, really? That should be an interesting article. I should find that. And hopefully get to read it on Friday when I'm here next. Oh wow, that's some news. The Great Gold One, thank you for the 3 months of Proom. Thank you for Prooming. Immediate post-war era monomaniac, thank you for 2. Beyond tired of full-bore anti-natalist propaganda. Same, dude. Did I see about the grooming gangs in England? I mean, I've heard Sargon talk about them since like 2016 or 2017, so I've known about them for far longer. It's kind of crazy that it's taken this long for enough outrage to mount. Arbiter 11171, thank you for the $10 doodles. You love the coffin-box scan machine. It flagged your boopus as a lethal weapon. A government-certified mega dong TSA agent knelt in front of you with awe and had to verify with his own hands. How did it flag your boopus? Do you have metal inside your dong? Is it got like a Jacob's ladder? What's going on with that? What's going on there? Racer M53, thank you for the 2. You heard this show was a streaming success. It's me! I'm a streaming success! Nightshade, thank you for the 2 months of prune. Thank you for pruning. Orismador, thank you for the $1. You mean Idris Elba. I don't think I could tell you what Idris Elba looks like. I just remember him being floated as like the next James Bond. Avalanche Grim, thank you for the 19-month resub.
Thank you. Thank you.
Udafict, thank you for the 5 gift members on the YouTubes. Help, thank you. Kurgan, thank you for the 2-month member. You adopted a declawed cat. She walks crooked and can't leap onto high places. It's so sad. You do your best to make her comfortable. Well, I'm glad you're trying to take care of her, dude. It sucks that her previous owners were bitches. Bjorn Thor Goodmanson, thank you for the 1500 ISK. 10 cent being renamed a military asset makes sense because the CCP probably engaged in economic warfare through 10 cent. Oh no, I'm not saying it doesn't make sense. I'm just saying like that's a bit surprising that we're actually like taking a stance here. Cold Acid, thank you for the 100 biddies. It's unfortunate, chat. No matter how much we give our Foxy to fix her body, there's no amount of anything that'll fix her brain. True. True, the brain is terminal. You just gotta deal with that. It's the downside, you know? Sender the Hunter, thank you for the 14 months of prune. Thank you for pruning. Ryan, thank you for the 2. Gun. You know, pretty close. True. Morlena Nix, thank you for the 5-month member. Looks like a discount Amy Schumer. Oh no. Bjorn Thor Goodmanson, thank you for the 1081. Even if he didn't want to open carry with a holster, why would he shove it in his pocket instead of appendix carrying? Also a good fucking question. I don't know, maybe he thought the gun was too small, his pants wouldn't be able to hold it, and it would just fall through his pants leg. I don't know, man. The video is fucking funny, though. John Bart's Bees! Thank you for the 5. You gotta go. Hopefully you don't miss much. Get well, loony fox woman. I'm trying my best. Those MRIs fucking expensive. It's just almost heart attack inducing in and of itself, man. Ryan, thank you for the 2. You get a statement. You're fired! No, you're fired. Soup Chief, I'm gonna put ketchup in you. Thank you for the prune. Striker 3950, thank you for the 5 months of prune. Where's the tab for fetal alcohol syndrome? Sorry, I didn't have one of those ready. Ross Pendragon, thank you for the 6-month member. Thank you. Ryan, thank you for the 5. Have to book a flight between those eyes. Oh, straight white men. Skilled labor. True and real. Orismador, thank you for the 10. I would like to know the diversity metrics for firing purposes. What the fuck? Wolf and Wings, thank you for the 2. He's fluoridated 100%. His blood is at least 50% fluoride at this point. Youngarn, thank you for the 5. Correct me if I'm wrong, isn't it illegal for the employer to ask the employee this information? Total Biscuit was critical of Valve for legit issues. RIP. I don't remember almost anything about Total Biscuit. His name just escapes me. Is he the one that's like... Is he the one that died, or is he the one that recently was, like, fucking up scripts? I can't remember. Good Brit okay, he's the one that died. Who's the one that's fucking up the anime scripts in current year? What's that guy's name? What's that guy's name? I forgot his name. He died for gamer sins. Unlucky. Unlucky. This guy. That was Jello Apocalypse. Jello Apocalypse and Total Biscuit. My bad. You know, all men named after food just merged together in my brain. 10 cents a general tech company, and all large companies in China are intertwined with the government. It's inevitable their tech would be used to advance the Chinese military. Wasn't there something about, like, Genshin Impact making fucking financial contributions to the Chinese military too, or am I crazy? Am I remembering wrong? Pepperwolf, thank you for the 5. You've had nothing but bad luck with women in Iowa. All you see are libtarded or normie women that have nothing in common with you, yet you still have hope. Yeah, never lose hope. Don't let them demoralize you. Total Biscuit wished someone got ass cancer. Ironically, he got the ass cancer. Jesus Christ. Squatch Hammer, thank you for the 5. If Americans wanted more Indians in higher positions, then Kamala would have been president. $5 L, thank you for the $19.99. H1B shows the R party aren't America first, they're Corpo first. America first would cut tax regulations, etc., killing the middle class, but a healthy middle class means competition for corpos. Better for them to import cheap labor. I really do hate the fucking, but think of the multi-billion-dollar corporations mindset. Every Chinese company and citizen is required by Chinese law to serve the party at any notice. Hellscream, thank you for the 15-month resub, my guy. Avalon, thank you for the 5 gift subs. And Magi Holic, thank you for 5 gift subs. Thank you. Stone52, thank you for the 8-month resub. Why is Sam Hyde smarter than our elites? I'm so mad. It's a side effect of shit posting. It's a side effect of not taking yourself too seriously. Revenant Legion, thank you for the 5 months of Proom. Thank you for prooming. The Red Hunter, thank you for the 27-month tier 3 resub. Thank you! Okay, you get cathedrals, but what if we made them with concrete? Don't make me cut your foreskin off again. I'll regrow it. I'll find the technology to regrow it just to cut it off again. Zim the Despo, thank you for the 5. This is why you said the fight wasn't over when Trudeau resigned. The fight is over when the taxi drivers leave the Western Hemisphere in Europe. Oh my god. Hickory HX, thank you for the proom. Thank you for prooming. Renning, thank you for the member on the YouTubes. Black Wolf Kriza, thank you for the 8-month resub, my guy. Thank you. Darelight, my favorite sour cream sipping Slav. Thank you for the 44-month resub. Thank you. May all of your sour cream be sufficiently slurpy. She's gonna steal the foreskins and make bacon out of them. What the fuck? Zantetsu 13, thank you for the 497. You had a fluoride program when you were a kid, had to spit it out. A third world country knew you're not supposed to drink the fluoride 30 years ago. Yeah, well, you know, Americans have been kind of fucked on the educational front for a while. Jonathan Perry, the platypusums, thank you for the 636. Does India have fluoride in their water, and this is why America will find their brilliant people there to import? I have no idea. Corona Soul, thank you for the 5. The problem with Tencent is a very high number of CCP party members and all the CCP party officers that Tencent has. I wouldn't know how many work there. India has poo in the water. Jesus Christ. Help! There we go. John Kanji, thank you for the member. Thank you for member. Ikaran Hate, thank you for the gift sub to Potion Dweller. Thank you. Danny D, thank you for the 499. Alex Jones has been warning us about fluoride and IQ loss for years, along with aspartame and diet sodas. Yeah, Alex Jones is my favorite Cassandra, honestly. Nobody ever listens to the funny little man who rips his shirt off. Toast Engineer, thank you for the 5. The point of water fluoridation is to calcify your inner eye so you don't develop the psychic powers. Is that why I have so much deja vu? Where like something happens in my life and I'm like, wait a minute, I knew this was gonna happen. I predicted this. I saw this in my dream years ago. I know what's gonna happen next, so I know how to influence it. That's happened to me on like many occasions, and it's been really fucking weird to live through. And Jones wouldn't be so much of a Cassandra if people listened to him. Soulless Angle, thank you for the proom. Thank you for pruning. Thank you for pruning. NoRad2, thank you for the 4. Coffin-box scan funds, thank you. Thank you for contributing to my coffin box. I hated the MRI, it was terrible. Teal Seal, thank you for the 4-month resub. Thank you! Jubal 1717, thank you for the 21-month resub. AI cat girls would be better. Give me the robot servant. Morpheus, thank you for the 26-month resub. Thank you. Nimbus 6, thank you for the gift sub to Phillian. A silly Philly gift sub. Thank you, Nimbus. Thank you. Summer Whiskey, thank you for the 10-month resub, my guy. Ikaran Hate, thank you for the gift sub to Sam Hyde. Is that actually him? There's no way that's actually him, right? Like somebody had to have taken his name before he even knew what Twitch was, right? Yeah, this is like a blank-ass profile, 2 followers, not him. Unlucky. Unlucky Sag. It's your boy, Skinny Boopus. Thank you for the 100 biddies. I just found out your wife might be preggers and you're kind of freaking out. You can't tell anyone yet, but you figured the anonymity of chat is the best you can do to let off a little brain pressure. Hey, yo! Hey, yo! If she is pregnant, fucking congratulations. Congratulations. The crushing responsibility of raising a new human being, I'm sure is going to feel kind of crazy for a while. But hopefully you mesh into being a father, dude. Right after that, Gaydar, thank you for the 5. We don't need an external vetting tool to find the gays, Kier. Just ask yourself, do I like this man? If yes, he's gay. If not, he's straight. It's pretty simple.
But I want to date a straight man. I don't want to date the gay men. They want penis, and I don't have one.
A Phantom Star 02, thank you again for those $100 doodles and prayers earlier. Thank you, my guy. Thank you, my guy. A Certainty of Steel, thank you for the Proom. Bulwark VT, thank you for the 6-month resub, my guy. Ikaron Hate, thank you for the gift sub to Ghost of Kiev. How many channels does Sam Hyde have? The Mediocre Oz, thank you for the Proom. Thank you for prooming.
Oh, it's grilled.
I'm fucked, chat. I'm so fucked. I'm so fucked. War Wizard, thank you for the 199. XRG is doing a squat stream. Be back in 38 seconds. I don't know what that is. Hypno Pants, thank you for the 140. Kirsche has a sweet tooth to rival Big Mom. I don't know who that is. Entropy Denied, thank you for the 449. Weak Americans in Serbia, we have arsenic in our water and we're just fine. I don't know if I want to drink the arsenic. Kirsche puts chemicals in the water that makes the freaking men gay.
No!
This is your song, thank you.
Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
This is your song,
thank you, Sneaky Cats. Thank you, Sneaky Cats, for the 99.99. Thank you
for the 100 slaves, my guy. I see you put a period on the red super chat. I see what you did there. You're pretty punny, my guy. Thank you. Thank you. Evil Mandrake, thank you for the 5. Just remembered you bought the Snake Oil game from the Fillion collab. You played it with your family, and it was one of the best game nights you've ever had. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I would love to do that game again. That was so much fucking fun. Argus. Argus. Thank you for the proom. Thank you for prooming. Kevin Hale, thank you for the member. Please give me the motivation to get through my corporate mandated DEI training. Man, I'm sorry your company is cursing you with that. Hustle Hoppa, thank you for the 5. As a kid, you invented a telescoping ice cream scoop to keep your knuckles out of the ice cream tub. Pretty much the next Tesla, called it the Telescoop. What is a telescoping ice cream scoop? How do you get your knuckles in the ice cream while you're scooping? I've never had this problem. Once again, I started playing Pal World. Almost got to work late one day. Oh my god. I want to play Pal World.
Dog with the butter, what a dog. Put the butter on the dog. Butter dog. Dog with the butter dog. Munya! Munya, Desert Ghost!
Lying and misinformation from the government and the corpus. I'm about ready to go full anti-vax. Kirsche flail, Kirsche flail.
Munya, Desert Ghost, thank you for the 69 butter doggos! Thank you! Thank you, thank you. Thank you.
No, D7 Origin, thank you for the 10. Kirsche wants the CCPPP himbo spy friend. I can fix him. I can fuck the communism out of his little body. JP, thank you for the 2. You mean Tim? I don't know the context. Bike Short Senpai, Latina Breeder. Thank you for the 5. But Kirsche, I love Jav women. I can help Japan with the birth rate ASAP. Hold on, wait a minute. Your name is Latina Breeder, not Japanese Breeder. The lie incomplete. Thank you for the 8-month member, my guy. Thank you for the member. Nightmare, thank you for the 2. Sam redeemed like 20 Indians for Matan even. Who is Sam? Why 20? What is Matan even? What is happening? Jabal, what 7? Thank you for the 21-month resub again. Thank you. Morpheus, thank you for the 26-month resub. Thank you. Frost Lord, thank you for the 2. Please don't give up, Kirsche. I like your coverage. I need more smart brief. I need more. I still need to figure out. I probably won't end up going to the bridge retreat because I don't know who to talk to. Because I'm not a journalist, chat. Contrary to popular belief, I am not a journalist. I don't have journalist training. I don't know how to secretly record people legally. Alright, okay? Blood Puma, thank you for the 5. You don't need to remember what's happening. You're just being the cute goddess foxu that you are.
I'm cute!
Pang Yang, thank you for the 2. I love that you set him straight finally. Ay. A Pang Yang, thank you for another 2. Love the mom stories. Keep them coming. Well, I mean, if she's dead, there won't be any more. But who knows if she actually is? We'll find out eventually, I guess. Bakir Gakison, thank you for the 456. Pretty sure the largest in the world is 27 triple Z. Each of her booba weighs something like 25 plus kilograms. That woman's gotta be wheelchair bound. There ain't no way. Bike short senpai. Latina breeder. I see why your dad did her. I would have folded. No man is impervious to the big booba.
Munya! Thank you, Jedi Kryptonian. Thank you, Jedi, for the 100 slaves.
I hope your spinal growth gets what's coming to it.
I hope it does too. I don't want to become the bone spur titan. Okay, all right.
Thank you, Jedi.
Jasal the Blue, thank you for the gift sub to Prometheus. Thank you for the gift sub, my dude. Thank you. Please don't do any spy journalism with your fucked up... Look, my back doesn't look fucked up from the outside. It's only fucked up internally. John Burt, thank you for the 5. Just got back from the auto repair shop. Cracked radiator, bad radiator clamp, bad battery terminal. Hope this helps with your outrageous med bill. John Burt, I'm sorry all of your radiators are cracked and clamped and dying. That sounds like not fun. Thank you. AJ the Groundhog, thank you for the 10. Kier Dad for Tekken when? I still want to convince him to come play something on stream with me. We haven't played video games together in a very long time, but I would love to get him to play. Oh my god, what if I got my dad to play Quine Bombs?
Thank you, Cisco Kid. Thank you, Cisco Kid, for the 100 fucking slaves.
This man is the biggest schmeat schmuggler of all time. Literally no message, just human trafficked the slaves on over here. Thank you. My own personal coyote.
Thank you.
Orismador, thank you for those 5 gift subby bubbies. Thank you. Get him to play an eroge. No, I'm not getting my dad to play a big titty game. Okay, he's far too stoic and traditional for that. No, he's fine driving me to get weed, but the big titty game would probably make him side-eye me pretty hard. Sparky, redhead supremacist, thank you for the 83 cents. Now Kier needs to share Kier Dad lore to balance things out. Also explains her preference for himbos. Her dad is an IRL Giga Chad. True and real. Danny D, thank you for the $4.99. You once got hit by a car and was given morphine, and woo, you miss it, but you ain't chasing it. Jesus Christ. I do not like the way morphine feels. What are my thoughts on the armed forces? What a fucking vague question. Mr. Joe. Mr. J. A very adorable and cursed fox woman. Always hoping for you to have fun with the coverage you've missed from this stream. Anyways, gonna go watch the Ranma remake as you watch the stream. Great anime. How can you watch 2 things at once? You're fucking crazy, dude. Highly recommend it, as well as the original show. Thank you, Mr. Joe, for the fucking 7-month resub, my guy. Thank you. Stormborn, thank you for the 1262. My eyes are starting to blur. Sweet opioids. Doctor gave you them for migraines that you had for 5 weeks. Worked like magic. Unfortunately, you could only take them once as they reacted badly with the antidepressants and you were blitzed. Oh, that does not sound like a good combination. Docabert, thank you for the 5. I recommend watching Tucker Carlson interview of Brigham Bueller from a week ago. Medical insurance is a massive scam. You don't have to convince me, baby. Frostlord, thank you for the 5. Don't worry, your inexperience with blood shall not go in vain. Where's my fucking cheeseburger, Dad? Living Wish, thank you for the member. Thank you for the member. Arnold Inc., thank you for the $4.99. You getting flashbacks to your appendicitis surgery when they put Tylenol in your ass. I don't think that's where Tylenol is supposed to go. I didn't know that you could take Tylenol anally. Now I'm just confused. Immediate post-war era monomaniac, thank you for the 10. You have nothing intelligent to add, so I shall say...
Jobber. Granny Pig! Granny Pig!
Sparks, 1911, thank you for the 100 biddies. As a kid, you went to one of those specialized places where they have wrap-up chairs to keep kids from freaking out during dental procedures. It prevented you from letting them know you threw up through your nose into the gas mask. Your parents were violently unhappy. That sounds kind of crazy. How did they not smell the vomit? What fucking imbeciles, honestly. S94C, thank you for the 4-month resub. You take it like a day before. I don't want to take the schlurpy poop juice. No Terry, thank you for the 21 months of Proom. Thank you for prooming. Today, you are Kirsche, brain go burr. We all have those days, man. Solark, thank you for the 525. They only give you local anesthesia for wisdom tooth removal where you are. It was fun feeling them chisel part of your jaw out of you with a hammer recently. Note to self, never go to where that guy lives for dental care.
Merlot, thank you for the 702.
You're gonna curse the males here, but the only time you had to be knocked out was for testicular torsion surgery. You remember reaching 3 and then waking up in recovery. Mods gave this man testicular torsion and he survived.
Let's see here.
Tank225, thank you for the 10 months of Proom. Thank you for prooming. The Grateful Gamer, thank you for the 5. Firstly, stop watching Higurashi. How dare you, I like that show. Secondly, the hospital doesn't want to pay you. They're not going to fuck up the x-ray process. It's the simplest of procedures. Shugazi alt. Donald Bless, thank you for the 5. Did I watch the video of Tucker Carlson talking to the insurance rep? I did not. Explaining how they take all your money. Crazy enough, it's like a slush fund. Doesn't surprise me, honestly. Doomquare, thank you for the 5. Sorry about the tube trauma. You remember yours? It sucked. Got it because one of your meds made your neck go limp. Paradically. Is that supposed to be paradoxically? Or do I just not know the word paradically? Parodically. Parodically. Paradically.
Piccadilly. My grandma made that.
Anthony, thank you for the 10.
Woo, free the booba.
Squatch Hammer, thank you for the 5. You didn't have anxiety with the MRI squeezing you, but that's probably because you were so touch-starved it felt like a hug. No! No, it was not a hug. It was scary. Cult of Personality, thank you for the 499. From what you've been told, your mother's straight up has negative bone density. Hence why, even though you're fairly strong, your wrists are fairly weak. Thanks. Well, the only bone I've managed to even fracture was my tailbone. I've never broken a bone in my entire fucking life. I also, you guys know how much I love like fucking tendons and veins on hands. On my right hand, I can sort of like wiggle my pointer finger and my middle finger and make my tendons dance. Oh god, I love looking at it. It's so nice. Lysanic, thank you for the 200 biddies. She just wanted the Lululemon leggings. She would have stole them from me, man. I don't own a single pair of Lululemon. Am I even a real woman? Gorbs, thank you for the 1262. You know, it would make, probably make going in and out of those machines easier? A hinged top. Wouldn't that just be like a fucking super advanced medical tanning bed, except instead of tanning, it's the magneticals to look at your insides? I feel like that would be a lot better. I wonder why they don't make them that way. Tora, thank you for the 11-month member. It's so sad you're crippling with anxiety from medical stuff. You can peel off my skin if you want. Fry it up as a treat.
I don't want to peel your skin off. Just stab you with my nails until you bleed, but not because I want to hurt you. Just because I'm terrified of getting stabbed with needles and you're like my support rock man. DRT is king. Thank you for the $100 doodles again. Thank you, thank you. Thank you again. Again, thank you.
Aetherist, thank you for the 8 months of Proom. Hello, Fox. Have you heard that inside every Greenlander, there's an American yearning to breathe free? I don't know what the fuck is wrong with me, but like many years ago, I read an article talking about like IQ levels between Greenland and Iceland. And I don't remember anything about the article or like anything like regarding the IQ levels. So like for some reason, my brain thought it was just absolutely hilarious to go,
very, very low IQ Greenland. Very high IQ Iceland. Low IQ Greenland.
And like I would just say that randomly, just for no fucking reason, for like a period of 2 years. I was like, I'd be having a conversation with someone and my head would just go,
very low IQ, Greenland.
I'm like, I don't know why. There's like no reason for it.
Very low IQ, Kirsche.
Autism really does speak. It does. Anthony, thank you for the 10. People have gotten stuck, yes, but it's usually because the machine fails. Please, I don't want to get stuck in the MRI because I don't want it to turn off and then I can't get out. I would fucking have a fit, dude. T-Sloth, thank you for the 15-month resub, my guy. Thank you. The Mystery, 809, thank you for the 50. It's not much, but you hope this helps.
No, don't say that. No, don't say that. You're very kind to give me any kinds of monies. Don't say it's not much. I appreciate it, my guy. Thank you. Thank you.
War Turkeyify, thank you for the 10 and the good luck. I'm gonna fucking need it now that I'm going through multiple doctors. Kane's Brain, thank you for the 499. You're like anti-claustrophobic. When we picking out Granddad's casket, you thought they were comfortable and comforting. Are you a vampire? You know, I was thinking about that while I was in the magnetic tube. I was like, this is probably what being in a casket is like. I'm gonna be in one of these one day, except I won't be awake and terrified. I'll be dead and have no thoughts. Thomas M, thank you for the 10. You work for an orthopedic company, artificial hips, knees, etc. If you'd like a metal spine, you can ask around. Seriously though, no exploding, please, internal or otherwise. Prayers for you, Foxy. Thank you. Thank you. I'm gonna have that surgery from Cyberpunk. I'm gonna get my spine ripped out and replaced with a metal one. Oh my god. Professor John Wolfman, thank you for the 20. Get scanned, Fox. I got scanned. They have my internal data now. Trish Chan, thank you for the 20. Is she dying? No dying. It is forbidden. It's also against TOS. Dr. Croctopus, your name is wonderful. Thank you for the 3 months of Proom. Thank you for prooming. Ikaron Hate, thank you for that gift sub to Jinxed.
Thank you.
Knockin', thank you for the 1050. Good luck with your fucked spine. Never trust doctors. Your wife had a lump on her chest and her doctor told her it was nothing and to forget about it. Now she has a breast cancer diagnosis and you want to kill that quote-unquote doctor. Yeah, always get a second opinion. Always get a second opinion, man. If you die on stream, we'll ban you. Thanks, Twitch. I'm sorry to hear about your wife's diagnosis. I would be fucking livid in both of your positions. Heathen from Texas, thank you for the 20. Do we need to add you to one of our insurances? You had a bone spur on your heel. I read this earlier. Why was it not checked off? Thank you again, Heathen from Texas. Thank you for the 20. No, Symes, thank you for the 2. Tucker Carlson had fairly recently Brigham Burler on, who told exactly why healthcare is so expensive. It's a 1.5 hour long interview. Wow. But it's very eye-opening. You recommend watching it. P.S. Sorry for low money amount. Your pre-paycheck.
No, don't apologize. Don't apologize when you send me money. You are number one, mostest important in your life. And I would feel bad if you were giving me money that you could not afford to do. Always be sure to take care of yourself first. And thank you for anything you feel like you can spend on me. Thank you.
Mwah!
This is your song, thank you.
Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
This is your song.
Thank you, Silent Alto. Thank you, Silent Alto, for also being a giga schmeat schmuggler trafficking 100 slaves through the borders of my stream. Thank you, Silent Alto. Thank you. Bigu, huge.
Can pay off those MRIs. Oh my god. You just started singing along. Well, on a Discord call with your brother. Oh no. He knows you love slaves now. Why people don't season they slaves. True. Bigglesworth, thank you for the 200 biddies. You hate x-rays and x-ray techs. Your shoulder was dislocated in the x-ray and the tech tried telling you everything was perfectly fine. I don't understand these people who can't read the x-rays. I was like, it makes no fucking sense, man. It's your boy, Skinny Boopus. Thank you for the 100 biddies. You had to advocate for your wife to get her taken seriously. See, I need a Skinny Boopus. Who's my boy? The friggin' Pope. Thank you for the 9 months of Proom. I gave birth to the Pope today. Chat, it truly was Immaculate Conception. Do you think the Pope is born with his funny hat? That Reeve guy, thank you for the 100 biddies. All hail Pain Guy, the single competent medical practitioner. I love Pain Guy. He just seems so fucking tired of everything. He talks a little bit slow. It's very monotonous. You know, he's an old white guy. Mr. Average Personality, thank you for the proom. Thank you for prooming. The Honorable Crud Muffin, thank you for the 100 biddies. You have to have an MRI every other year to make sure your benign brain tumor hasn't grown. You've named it Francois. Hopefully one day you can remove the French. Corajan, thank you for the 2 months of Proom. Hope the pain is at least a lot less now. It's not. The MRI doesn't cure pain, it just takes pitches. Coldgrave, thank you for the $3, sorry. I almost said 3 months. Thank you for the $3. Can we get your MRI pics? Probably not. I don't think I would feel comfortable sharing MRI pictures. Violet Hunter 9, thank you for the 6-month resub. Thank you! Alfie, thank you for the Proom. Thank you for prooming. Oh, Coldgrave, thank you again for the 3. I don't know if you sent that twice asking about the MRI pics or if Stream Elements is just fucking me up sending it twice. I don't know, but thank you again. Zed the Snarky, thank you for the 100 biddies. See, Miss Verstal, we'll need to keep doing MRIs until you can shoot lasers from your nostrils.
I don't want to do that.
Ikaron Hate, thank you for the $25 doodles. Oh, we just can't tell. We're so sorry. So sorry. Would you like to get another date with the spinning magnets just in case? Why, yes, dear hospital people. I would love to give you another $3,000 for no fucking reason. KB9797, my beautiful boy, thank you for the 17-month tier 3 resub. 1 month to the double birth. You're gonna have to fight someone else for the placenta, though. Those only grow once. One placenta per person. Volt Chaos VT, thank you for the 100 biddies. The condition you have is called a spinal stenosis. It's what that's called. You have the same issue after a car accident. Oh, fuck. That makes me sound like a dinosaur. I'm a spinal stenosis. Samuel 191194. Thank you for the gift sub to Astro the Unlucky Gamer. I know you told me before I don't have to read the numbers, but for some reason when it's a long string of numbers, I like reading them. I have brain damage. Music and Fiction. Thank you for the 5. I don't know what happened to my throat. Yikes! Kirsche is getting boned by her own body. What the fuck? Here's $5 for over-the-counter pain meds. Over-the-counter pain meds do fucking nothing for me, but don't worry, that'll go towards my $7 opiates. Ikaron Hate, thank you for the gift sub to Dan Boyd. That name sounds familiar, but I don't know why. Honorable Crud Muffin, thank you for the 100 biddies. It says, patient responsibility expected. Time to teach them something about expectations. True and real. It scrolled on me. Cult of Personality, thank you for the $4.99. It costs you less to replace your car's radiator, tensioner, and tires than your 2 MRIs with the discount included. Golly, those rates suck, but man, when I had to replace the tires on my car, because I learned after the drive all the way back down to Georgia, that when those 2 semi-trucks crashed in front of me, part of the shrapnel that rained upon my vehicle popped one of the tires, and we just drove around for the entirety of my vacation and the entire fucking long journey back across the country with a perforated tire. When I learned to replace my tires, I also learned that the tires that came stock on my vehicle are racing tires that come on McLarens. I was unaware that my vehicle was sold to me with McLaren tires because I do not have McLaren money. And those tires are fucking expensive. I don't remember how much they were, but they were way out of my budget zone. And so thankfully, Bagman helped me find a set of 4 tires to replace all of the McLaren tires with. Because you can't just replace 1 tire, right? You have to replace the entire set, because that's how that works. So now I have like 3 McLaren tires just kind of fucking hanging around in a storage unit that I don't know what to fucking do with. I guess I could like sell them on like Marketplace or some shit. I don't know. Maybe like $1,200 a tire. I can't remember, but they were ridiculously expensive. I went on a rant about it. I went on a rant about it when I learned that on stream. 3 versus 4. Okay, because my car had all 4 of them, and one of them was perforated. So the perforated one just gets thrown out because it's fucking worthless. So I have 3 of them in a storage unit now. And like even getting like regular tires for my car was still pretty pricey, but it was like less than half of what it would have cost for the racing tires. Off-road tires are best overall. Oh my god. Hayden Wayne, Hayden baby! I hope you had good holidays, dude. Thank you for the 20. Kirsche, there's a guy who's paying for somebody to voice the English dub of Mita from Me Side. Just saying. How do I audition? How do I audition for that? I feel like I would do a good job. I feel like I could get into character very well. Dankington, thank you for the member. Thank you for the member. Emperor Creatine, thank you for the 5. Sounds like you're probably gonna need to get some of your extra bone armor removed. Higher armor rating isn't worth the pain debuff. It's really not. It's really not. I am almost an hour overtime, and we have many, many more thank yous. I'm going to have to finish up on Friday. My tummy is starting to lurch, and it's being very unhappy. I should probably give it some chimkins. Kirsche as Mita, it would be so over. I know a couple people who would lose their fucking minds. Let's see who I can raid you guys into. Let's see who is alive at the momento.
Monya, monya, monya. Monya, 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 monya. Ah, no. There's nobody I recognize there. I always refresh the motherfucking Quime Bob section in case there's somebody I know playing Quime Bobs when I get off stream. I'm kinda weird. I'm kinda weird. Let's go. Well, okay. Uo Slab, his title is Do-It-Yourself Gas Station Enhancement Pills. I'm kind of pulled in. I kind of want to know how he's going to be making erectile dysfunction penis enlargement pills in his basement with what looks like... Why does it look like he's going to do lines of cocaine? What is fucking happening on this man's stream? Uo Slab making boner pills. Let's go get some black market back alley boner pills with Uo Slab. It sounds like a typical stream. Oh my god. I'm gonna go right into this guy. Go give him some love and happiness. Ask him how much he's gonna be selling his penis enlargement pills for. I'm sure a lot of people will be interested. Hopefully they have some of the horse electrolytes and gorilla biscuits smashed up into them. We're gonna go raid this guy. I'm gonna be on Side Scroller's channel this Thursday at noon Eastern. So fucking come hang out on Side Scroller's channel with me on Thursday. And then I'll be right back fucking here, licking you little babies for Tangent motherfucking Friday. I'm back for Tangent Friday. I hope you guys have a great rest of your night. Thank you for all of the help with my MRI payments. That was fucking absurd. Thank you for being so cute and wonderful, in Bailey's words. Have a great rest of your night, chat. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.